Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Whew. Going live early on a Thursday was a lot. Oh man, I was I started stream half dressed while the intro video was going and still having to get my coffee and shit. I can't make Wick do a panel later. You know what I mean? He invited me and I was like, yeah, I can make it work. Not something I would want to regularly do though. That was stressful trying to get everything set up. I presume Admiral Gibbs is the moderator for the second debate. I think the first one's probably less likely to be a debate per se and more of a discussion panel. Just because it's an open-ended topic that isn't like a resolve for or against. Which is I kind of like talking about stuff like this for a couple reasons. One, let's be honest, the primary audience in Twitch and YouTube is young men. And so talking about men's issues and things of that nature kind of just seems like an obvious thing. both from like what it is that you want to do in spreading your ideology, as well as what the audience and your primary audience likely wishes. And like I think the market is oversaturated with like absolutely retarded red pill people. So I'm more than happy to have those issues, talk about those things, but also like my degrees are in like, bro, that chin is hanging low. Oh, yeah. Fair enough, brother. But also, like I don't very often get to utilize like my psych and soc degrees, like my actual like get on Ozempic. I'm not fat enough for Ozempic. Like the health benefits of Ozempic from the weight loss wouldn't be worth the health risks of Ozempic. I could definitely lose weight for sure, but I'm just not fat enough for that. But yeah, I never get to utilize my psych and soc degrees, or like my counseling experience, things of that nature. So like, yeah, I was definitely excited to like get into that. We'll just kind of see what happens. Wick panels are kind of hit or miss for me. I don't know, like it just kind of like Wick is very hit or miss on like whether or not he moderates well at all, as far as I can tell. Like sometimes he's very good and steps in, but a lot of times he won't be proactive until it's like something he's politically in favor of, or you know, or something that like he believes in, and then he'll kind of be like over proactive. And so like it's just kind of like I never know what to expect with Wick. Like sometimes he's like really good, and he is an active moderator, which is good. But then sometimes it just becomes like it's like an exercise in futility, even like being there, because he'll just like moderate you out and like change the topic to like defend, you know, his political camp. And I don't think he does it intentionally. Wick is blank one of the streamers of all time. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, like I only had a little bit of discussion with Grid, but Grid seems to be a good moderator. I haven't done a ton of stuff with, I've only done like the one stream, but Grid, you seem like you kind of know when to step in and like reframe. Cause like that's the thing that is like, I think more necessary for a moderator that a lot of people miss, is that it is about like recognizing that there's when people are talking past each other and then putting things back on the track. Whereas like I think most moderators, they'll try and like push past a point because of like a gridlock. I enjoyed your debate with Non-Fon, by the way. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of, it also depends on like what it is you're doing. Like panels are more blood sportsy. 1v1, I think you want more active moderation. Weirdly enough, right? Because you would think you would need more active moderation on a panel because there's so many voices and you want to like make sure people have a turn to speak and everything. But when I say more moderation, I mean like the individuals themselves need to be moderated more and the conversation needs to be put back on track more. Whereas with like panel moderation, it's kind of like just herding cattle. But yeah, sorry, I finally like I said, I had to drop my pick my son up and drop him off and get stream ready, and whew, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off for sure. You can tell because I'm drinking an energy drink. I was like, fuck this. I need an energy drink. I mostly quit them, mostly just drinking coffee and tea so they don't have all that extra junk. I'm picking my boys up now. Hell yeah. All right. But hopefully once we get going, more people will come in here. Obviously, it's, you know, I put out the stream announcement on Discord like 40 minutes before stream started. And it is like an hour, at least an hour and a half before streams usually start between 6 and 7, but they're more often than not starting at 7. And even then the content, the main content of the stream usually doesn't start till 8. So, and all Eastern, obviously. I expect there will be people that will be hopping in over like the next hour or two that are like, what? You're, what? He said 7:30 Central. Yeah, but that's 8:30 Eastern. But I'm doing the Wick panel before that, which is like here in a little bit. Normally I would have gone like an hour before doing a panel or anything, but it wasn't possible for me to like shower and get stream prepped and everything. So we'll be just hopping into the panel here soon. Was there I think you said we could talk in your server? Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me just grab this. Dude, my fucking... I don't know what is going on, but anytime I try and copy the invite link, it just keeps on fucking Discord. It just keeps having like a hidden use the copy button, and then the copy button doesn't fucking work. When will you debate the them topic? As soon as somebody with like that has a YouTube channel or whatever wants to. Like, I mean, I went into a Discord and debated one of those people in our Discord right before I started stream. Did like a 45-minute debate about that. I have no problem debating the topic. I'm just not going to debate like somebody that doesn't have a channel that they're risking or anything on YouTube Live. Because like I just can't trust those people to like actually follow TOS. Nonfon is part of tonight's debate. I'm sorry I missed your debate with him. What was it over? The debate topic was healthcare as a human right. You should watch it. I almost want you to give me less views and give him more views and go watch it on his channel just so that you can, or at the very least check out his channel, because like he titled the video something like debate ends with threats and like tries to like clickbait people into saying that I like threatened him because I did a thought experiment, and like his entire comment section is against him. Like his entire comment section is just talking shit on him and how I beat him, and it's fucking hilarious. I mean, it's kind of like the thing that sucks about that is that means that he's probably put into the algorithm and I'm not, right? So like when I put out videos, they just go to my own audience, but like when he puts out videos, they go to like the general audience, which is why his comment section is probably more negative, because it's more people like talking shit on him. But nevertheless, it's still fucking hilarious to like go into the comment section and see that all the comments, like one guy, you know, on his own video was like, dude, you're playing chess with a pigeon that's shitting on the chessboard. And I was just like, God damn, this is your people, my guy. Like, that's horrible. He seems to think he wins when he often does not. I think we're all biased towards thinking we won. And like the concept of like winning, there's no measurable way to determine it. Like the only way that you can like measurably determine winning or losing is if you have an impartial audience and then they vote whether they stand resolved or whether they stand against like whatever the affirmative is in the debate. And then after the debate, they vote again. And then you see who shifted the most opinions. That's pretty much the best way to do it. But like in online politics and shit, like everybody thinks they won. Everybody's own audience thinks they won. Like to an extreme degree. I think you can really notice this with like people that watched like these Charlie Kirk and fucking Ben Shapiro like debates college kid shit. And like people just spurg out on him. On Charlie Kirk and or like that trans guy, and they're like, oh, and like the left would be like, oh, Charlie Kirk got cooked so hard, or like Ben Shapiro got bodied, and it's like no one objectively looking at that, even though I don't like either of those guys, like no one like looking at that like would come away with that unless they were like just tribalistic in their thinking. And that's how almost everybody is that watches this type of content, unfortunately. Good luck finding an impartial audience. Yeah, but like you can't really do that online. You can do that in stuff like if you watch like a Gene Epstein debate or like an Intelligence Squared debate, you know, these you know, where they bring in people that aren't necessarily particularly fans of one or the other, and are there for an Oxford style debate. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll get some people that game the system to try and make their side win by like voting that like the other side, that they're for the other side, and then they change their opinion, you know, towards their side at the end. I'm sure that happens. But it's certainly not, it's certainly like a lot less inaccurate, I guess you could say. Like there's going to be cheating involved. I mean, like that's just the problem with like debates. And it's like when you see like debate, you know, like debate teams and in the collegiate debate teams and shit like that, you know, critical race theory, where they just ignore the topic and then talk about white supremacy and somehow magically win. Even that shit is like really subjective, and they're doing everything they can to have like objective points things. Destiny is researching Googling mid-debate. I mean, like I Google shit from time to time if I like forgot a date or something, or I can't remember like the name of a specific thing, or if like someone's like, give me your fucking source for that, and I know it's true and I've read it before, but I have to be like, oh fuck, where's the source for this? Like I think we all do that, but yeah, I mean a lot of people like look to chat for answers, which is like, I'm sorry, but if your chat has to help you, you're already losing. Like if you need like random people to give you what you need to like go forward in a debate, more often than not, like you're like, because your own audience is there to be entertained and learn from you. Like this is what you do, right? Like the people in your audience are more often than not, they're not debaters. That this isn't what they do. They're just doing it for the entertainment of it. Like they're hoping to gain information and entertainment from you. So like your chat should be less knowledgeable than you. If your chat is as knowledgeable as you are, it's probably a problem. It's probably not good. Accept rules, jump backstage, about 5 to 10 minutes before, etc. If I streamed, I wouldn't trust chat. I mean, like sometimes I see shit in chat that is like interesting, so I'll bring it up and be like, hey, someone from chat said this thing. Or like there are definitely people whose names I can recognize that like if they gave me some advice or something, you know, I would definitely be like inclined to think about it. But more often than not too, like the delay with chat, it's like by the time I read something in chat, like the conversation has already moved on, or like so unless it's like general advice about the structure of the debate or to like bring something up again, like getting answers to questions or things like that is just not really viable. I mean, I guess if you like cut the delay off, but like you probably shouldn't do that. It's hard to like find slurs and moderate and shit. Have I looked into the Richmond Forum? No. I didn't even know that was a thing. I guess I should. You can send me the debate. I mean, I don't, God, like, I don't know who out of the two of those people I don't really want to watch. I don't want to watch Destiny and I don't want to watch Nick Fuentes. I don't mind clips, because sometimes Nick Fuentes can be really fucking hilarious in clips. But like, dude, like sitting down for 2 hours, like I'm already streaming this shit. It's like asking someone that's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't know, like, you know, if like someone works in a shoe factory and then like, you know, you're like, hey, do you want to watch this documentary about shoes? It's like, no, I do this shit all day. From Wrongful Rage, Charlie Kirk seems bought and paid for by those I'd rather not mention. You can just say them, dude. Ben Shapiro seems more interested in his second home, Isaac land. That's a funny way of calling it Israel, than America or Americans, in my honest opinion. Yeah, no, I mean, like there's definitely an alliance between, like the neocon and the Zionist. Right, like these are in many ways the same ideology, and you know, a lot of people had convinced themselves that the right had completely just kind of given up on the whole neoconservatism war shit, but that's just not true. Like the right recognized that it wasn't popular with most people, so they gave up on preaching it. But I think like this, you know, this situation with like October 7th and, you know, the war in Israel, like I think it like really kind of like forced them back out into the open to be like, oh yeah, I'm a fucking neocon and, you know, Israel's our greatest ally, et cetera, et cetera. The thing is that like nobody's really like, that's not really how this industry works. Nobody's really bought and paid for, right? That's not how it actually works. The way that it actually works is that moneyed interests find people that are on the rise and then they give them money to boost them. Like it's not a bad take. You're just not you just don't understand it, right? Like listen to what I'm saying, right? It's not like they go to someone who has principles and then they're like, if I give you enough money, will you give up your principles? No, people are in competition for attention and fame and resources, etc. So they just go to the person that is already saying the shit that they're saying, and then they give them a fuck ton of money, and then those people become more popular because now they have these resources. They're not getting censored, they're not getting like deplatformed, they're getting put into the algorithm, and then they're given money from like all these partnerships and shit, and they're not getting like debanked like, you know, Nick Fuentes is, for example, right? So they have all the money, they have all the resources, they can get better video, they can get better equipment, they can, you know, have better access to interviews, you know, their videos go out into the algorithm, etc. Like there's no need to buy someone's principles when you can just fund the people that are already grifters and saying the shit that you want them to say. Yeah, Aircraft Sparky, like you're a Zionist in like the strict definitional way, in that like you like Israel and you think Israel should be a nation state, right? But like you're not really following the ideology of Zionism, right? Like you're not, you don't want AIPAC involved in our politics. You don't want all this, this foreign aid, you know, sent to them, etc. Like just saying, hey, I want Israel to be a nation is like, by some definitions, Zionist, but that's not really Zionism. Grid Motorsports, I've been very clear. My aim for my channel is to get paid to say the shit I already say. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that should be everyone's goal. All right, any last questions or anything? I gotta hop back into the panel. I'm sorry I had to start at 5:30, which is usually a half hour to an hour and a half early. But even still is only a half hour before the main event. But I got double panels, and that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I mean, the no state solution is like not really that viable right now. Like I would like it, but it's just not. I mean, the libertarian answer, right, would be to have like UN courts step in and like adjudicate property and like, return property to people that don't have any links to criminality. That's property was stolen in the Golan Heights or during the Nakba, and then vice versa, give property rights, etc. To the Palestinian people. The problem is like, I think Israel recognizes that like the one state solution is kind of an existential threat, so long as they have a democracy where the Palestinians can vote people into power if they have the voting base to just oppress them. because they will. Like, I mean, that's just how Muslims are. When Muslims get enough of a majority vote, they fucking do horrible shit to everyone else in the country. I can respect that. I know a little on politics. That's fair. I lived as a hermit for a while, traveling and being oblivious. Take my grift money. I'll learn as I go. No, I mean, I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm trying to give honest answers, etc. And I really appreciate the money. So anyways, I'm going to hop in here, guys. Remember, if you super chat me, I will answer your question as soon as I get an opportunity. Consider joining the channel membership. We started early, so there's not a lot of people in here, but there's still 18 of you in here and only 4 likes. So like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Follow me on Discord, because join the Discord, because that's how you're going to get the go lives more than like the notification bell. And and then if you want to see me be toxic, follow me on Twitter or X. And again, if you want to join a membership, have at it. It's only $4 and you get some cool emotes and you get to support the channel. And I appreciate you guys. And I'm gonna hop in here real quick. Let me. I gotta do this first, bitch. There we go.
Oh no, it's just the way that I accent words.
Yeah, no, you say certain
quote
things
unquote
Britishly. I got you.
No, yeah, I do it on purpose.
I realize.
Just real quick, just everyone, just for business here. I'm on my starting soon screen, but other people here are live, so just keep that in mind.
Indeedy.
Everyone, if you're talking to people on the internet, just assume you're live or being recorded.
I like to
at all times.
People know, so they know, right? I don't want an assumption.
No, I'm not judging you. I'm just adding on to what you're saying. Like, always, like it's like talking to people online is like handling a firearm, right? Like, you should always treat it like it's loaded. Yeah. Even if you're like, but I know it's not loaded. It's like, it's loaded.
It's not wrong. How you doing, Tuna Chip? What's up? I'm glad I asked because we can't hear you.
I know, right?
And we'll be live in about 2 minutes if you guys need a drink or if you need something to eat. Does anyone here have questions while Tuna Chip's fixing his audio before we start? Any questions?
No, I'm gonna go grab something to drink real fast. Though.
I imagine this fixed it.
Yes.
Amazing. We love to see it.
Excellent. As I said in the group chat there, I'm just going to start off by asking y'all guys, what does being a man mean to you? We're going to boost off of there. I have other questions,
Can I have a really nerdy gripe? I hate when people say modern era or modern age. It's like, look, the modern era and the modern age was between like the 1500s and like in the turn of the century, maybe up to World War II, depending on the historian. Like,
you know what I mean.
Contemporary, man. I know it doesn't have the same.
Contemporary or postmodern. It doesn't have
the same ring. You need that alliteration. Can we?
And the very.
No, I'm with it. I just I read it now. It's like one of my pet peeves where I'm just like,
Fair enough. Fair enough. And again, this isn't. I'm echoing. Who's? I'm hearing myself.
If it's coming through anybody, it might be me. Okay. It's either me or Zers. Did it just start when Zers came back?
It just started when Zers came back.
It's coming out of you, T, whatever. I don't know what T.
Yeah, it'd have to be Tuna Chip. I just muted my microphone.
Your audio is like staying on, so I don't know if you have
I
threshold
have it
or
set
something.
where it doesn't go off, but I can change that.
Yeah, well, don't do that.
Just
I hate when it's not that way.
Or get headphones. Either one.
We're about to go live in like a minute here, like 30 seconds.
I know. Here, I'm starting muted. I'm changing it. You can go live whenever you need.
Let me finish my announcement here for you guys, so you know. So again, this isn't strictly a debate show, though I'm sure debate will happen. But I am going for more of a conversation tone, so just keep that in mind. With that, I'll start the show. I'll introduce the topic. I will ask my question, and feel free while answering that question to tell people who you are. But here we go. Okay. I think I clicked all the buttons correctly. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Tonight, we're going to be talking about manhood. What does it mean to be a man? And rather than go on and on about theories and things like that, I'm just going to ask these individuals, and that's how we're going to start. Soy Pill, what does it mean to be a man to you? When someone says
to me,
what, like, there is a good man, what does that mean?
to me is a little different because I think I'm going to be talking about it in context of society. Because for a while, being a man meant a very rigid, kind of strict set of things: being confident, being independent, being protective, being strong, being a breadwinner, being emotionless and stoic. I think this has caused stagnation in terms of emotional development, but it's also promoted a lot of good behavior, altruism, hard work ethic. It's a very mixed bag. Some of it's based in biology. Men are on average stronger, meaning that they could be protectors, meaning they would make more decisions, meaning they held more jobs, meaning they were the providers. But ultimately, I think masculinity and the concept of masculinity is kind of silly, since we let people place their entire value on whether or not they're a real man, and then shame them if they miss one of those various fluctuating definitions. So being a man is arbitrary. It's a standard that varies widely across the world, in cultures, in families, and it's ultimately just used as a tool to promote good behavior. Because people say real men don't hit women, real men don't vote Democrat. Well, real men do those things all the time. I do at least one of those things. So what does it mean to be a real man? Am I a real man because I work out? Am I a real man because I wear sunglasses inside with my shades drawn? I think we need to do away with any strict definition that at best gives someone or something for boys to strive to, and at worst promotes toxic behavior, makes men feel worthless for not meeting that definition, and etc. I think any definition that anyone else on this panel is going to give today is going to be applicable to men, women, whoever, and it doesn't have to be tied to gender. So what does it mean to be a man? Whatever the hell I want it to be. I think that everything good that I like is what it means to be a man.
Okay. Fabian Liberty, same question. When someone asks you, what's a man? What does being a man mean to you? How would you answer?
Yeah, so I think, piggybacking a little bit off of Soy Pill's intro here, right? The definition that I tend to use is, the socially constructed gender role that is inherent and or explains the adult human male. And so, there is an interplay both between the biology that informs it, the gender role, as well as, the social situation, the economic situation, the material conditions, the culture that you're in, et cetera. We can see that, what a man is, it's not so much to say it is arbitrary, but I think arbitrary is a word we use inappropriately. It is made by society to fit what the time is. So the real question really comes down to, it splits into two domains, right? One is, what does society expect of you as a man? And then the other is kind of like, what ought you do as an individual man? And what you ought to do as an individual man is what is within your own rational self-interest. And that is going to be different for each individual. But again, if society has certain expectations, you have to understand that you are going to have a kind of a net negative cost to your behavior if your behavior goes out of those guardrails for, what it is that other people have. And so you have to make sure that there's a reason that you're doing that. I think when we have a society that has pushed back against Christianity, pushed back against many of our kind of cultural guardrails as we've adopted egalitarianism. And I'm not saying that is good or bad, just descriptively is. And, I think Nietzsche kind of saw this coming, before most of us did. And thus spake Zarathustra when, talking about the three metamorphoses. We have to be careful that we don't become stuck in the lion that kills the dragon of thou shalt, but that we are like the children that are kind of able to create our own moral frameworks and create our own goals, etc. And so I think we are in a crisis here. And the crisis is that we as a culture have lost all of those guardrails that help us define these gender roles and help young men kind of know what it is that they're supposed to do, right? There's good and bad with those guardrails. The bad being obviously that it restricts behavior and, limits freedom and, has limited our potential and growth and progress in a lot of ways. But also, what ought a 17-year-old man do when he has all of these options, and so many of them are mired with chaos in a culture that keeps hating men more and more, in a culture that increasingly doesn't have male father figures, in a culture that doesn't have an answer to that question. And it presents a significant and unique challenge to young men today.
Okay, non-fawn, and maybe I should have said this at first. Again, this is just opening salvo, gang. I want to get to the greater discussion as we go, right? So, brevity is the soul of wit. Okay, non-fawn, what do you got? What does being a man mean to you?
As I believe the most modern man here, I'm still trying to figure it out. But I would kind of agree with Soy that we don't really ought to have some rigid standard of what it is to be a real man. I think being a good man really just means being a good person, being a net value add to society. And I think men are more likely to be in certain positions and therefore have, certain obligations with those positions. Obviously, men are more likely to be asking women out on dates. So maybe there's some obligations that we have with regards to, making sure women remain comfortable when we're flirting with them or whatever. But I don't believe I don't think it's beneficial to have an arbitrary standard of what constitutes a real man.
Interesting. Okay, well, I got a lot of thoughts too, but we'll get to them as we go. Tune Chip.
Hey,
Being a man, what is it?
Yeah. Currently, the simplest way I can put it, although I think there's like a summarizable and like directive, but going purely descriptively, there are multiple definitions of what a man are. There's very little that's like core, and I think everybody senses that. They're saying, oh, I don't want it to be based in a core, but I think it's an ever-updating alternative defined in distinction to other things. It's the fallback for when other things fail. It's the thing that creates the future, but it's like mostly just like a being of immense potential and a gender that has historically defined itself by being at the forefront of actualizing that potential due to our unique opportunity to do that. So it's like a sex that and a gender and also like a principle that defines us as like different than animals, different than nature. It's a little bit complex, but we can move on from that.
Okay, Xerxes, what's a man?
I think there's probably two ways to address the question. There's what it means to be a man personally, and then there's the way the word is used. So let's address what you asked. Like, how do I
What's it
define
mean
a man?
to you to be a man? Yeah.
So to me, I would say being a man all comes down to being virtuous. The original word for man that we use as a title now was vir, the Latin word. Vir, which can be translated into hero, into man, into masculine, was the root. The root of the word of virtue all comes down to being a man, right? So the word of virtue in and of itself is calling to the nature or the values that a man should extol if he's given that title. So to me, being a man is about maintaining virtue, high, strong moral character, and kind of just being that beacon in the darkness that people can look up to and follow, essentially, to me. So
You guys all have these intellectual answers, right? Look, simple. A man.
Adult male human. Who's going to do it?
Hold on. No, a man is a person, right? A real man. They stay, make sure that their family gets safe from the fire. They try their best to put the fire out and retreat when they're needed, right? When they can. What a man does is he stands up for what is right.
Don't you think?
What a man does, okay? A man is willing to sacrifice, to protect, and to save those things that rely upon him. It's something that I know we can intellectualize our way out of it and all we want, but the world is a better place when men act in that way. As someone who is willing and able to protect those he loves and sacrifice when necessary. And it's really that simple. What do we think? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that kind of sounds like a more complex version of what I said. You described a hero, and again, the word ver, in Latin can also be translated into hero. So, I completely agree.
I don't.
Yeah, both of you just.
I don't want to be a
that are-
dick, but
Oh, go
like,
ahead.
like, ver and vif are like Old English, Proto-European.
Latin.
It doesn't come from Latin. Like the word man is Old English, and like werewolf and like Whiffman.
Well,
right?
originally
like,
it
Old
would be
English.
vermin. So yeah, but
no,
even like where and
the etymology
ver,
of the word doesn't come from
Mhm.
Latin. It comes from Old English. Before
so
the
I'll
Norman
grant it to
invasion.
you. What difference does it make?
Well, it just doesn't have that context. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, that's
matter,
fine. I
but
mean,
your
You made a
argument
mistake.
is-
You lose. You lose the debate right now. It's over.
I
Well,
lose.
like, I'm not trying to be a dick.
I think.
Let's give it to Sword Bill.
I'll give you the ghost.
Wick,
Yeah,
Wick
I'll
and
give it to you.
Xerxes just had two definitions that are kind of tautological, circular. Hey, being a man is doing whatever I think is good, and that's kind of what I was stating at the beginning.
Well, that
It's
was
really
the question. That's not fair. He did ask us what it meant to us personally. That was the question.
and your definition is it's whatever I think is virtuous, whatever I think is good, which is fine. That's kind of what I was saying at the beginning. It's whatever we define it to be. It's also I just noticed, but both of you said was completely not exclusive to gender. You could say the exact same thing about women. It's just kind of arbitrary, and that's kind of the whole point.
Well, then let me counter that. This is actually pretty interesting because I actually agree with you. The question then becomes, why don't we say that to women?
We should,
Don't we say
and
what
we
to
absolutely should.
Well,
We have to.
I agree, but the question is, why don't we? Right?
How
So-
about
why don't we say what?
focus on
What are you
men?
referencing?
Again, I think men and women can share values. They can share virtues. There can be shared things that make both of them great that they both should strive to. But let's talk about men for today, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's at least for a little while in this debate focus on.
I got an answer
men.
for Soy Bill.
Go ahead, please.
We're two different like socio-political groups. We're treated differently. We have a different status. We're seen differently. We're categorized by other people differently. So we have to navigate that difference. Even if we both should aspire to the same thing, even if the virtues and the methodologies towards actualization are the same, the path there, the language about it, the way that we think of ourselves is still like historically situated. You're not going to be able to just say, well, a man and a woman should be the same. You kind of have to like meet the moment where it is, and then
Yeah, but how does that difference actually manifest? If you say, hey, men and women need to both be virtuous, they both need to be breadwinners. Yeah, you might say, oh, women have to overcome hurdles of sexism. They might have to work a little harder if they want to go into a STEM field. But ultimately, does that change at all what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman? We can talk about, hey, femininity might have to be...
I'm telling you that it is, and I think that you will agree with this, but they are kind of stuck on maybe thinking that in order for somebody to I think you're stuck that like there are two things being talked at once, and you think that we can, if we agree with or we disagree on one and we agree on the other, that's a problem. I would say that an identity which is rooted in gender or sex is a failure to actualize your potential as a person. And that goes for men and women. All the same, it is a component. To define it on that alone is pathetic. Nobody should be thinking of themselves as merely a male when I am defined by my distinction to females. Or similarly, you do the same thing with like the gender. That's like,
is anybody even doing that?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's doing that. So like,
right. I seem to be the only one that has even a drop of conservatism in regards to this topic. Which is, it is what it is. It's fine. Like I'll hold that mantle. Right. But like there are innate biological differences. Now,
yes.
how we deal with those differences and how we value those differences, right, is going to be socially constructed. Right. But if there are inherent biological differences, that is going to inform the way that we engage with how it is that we put forward gender roles. Right. I mean, the classic example specifically, I know this is about men, right? But the classic example here being of Well, actually, let's bring it to men, right? So one of the important roles of men that is going to be rooted in biological differences is rough and tumble play, right? Rough and tumble play with young children is something that obviously women can do, right? But it is something that isn't so much put onto us by society and gender, but is instead something that is innate to the male species, or to the male of the species. You can go across any culture and you are going to find drastic differences in the utilization of rough and tumble play with young children, which we know is very, very important for the development of children, right? And so this is a behavior that we would ascribe to men. And so the societal context of that is going to change, right? Like in one society, we might consider certain level of rough and tumble play too rough, too mean, we might even consider it abusive. And under another domain or another group, it might go the other way around. And so like we can't have a conversation about what a man ought to be or what a man should be in society or what a man ought to do unless we can at the very least recognize that the way that we construct these things has some element of biological differences, and that changes what it is that we value and what it is that we expect from those people. And if we go too far into gender abolition, to pure egalitarianism, we get into this kind of issue where we can't act. We're paralyzed.
Let's just ask. Is anyone here a gender abolitionist? I don't know that they are.
No, I don't think so.
I think they are.
Well, I'm not
Maybe
accusing
like
anyone
all
of being
but the
that.
actual label, but in terms of like how we treat each other. But I guess my question then for oh my god, I forgot your name. Sorry, Fabian.
Yeah.
What intrinsic sexist or sex related characteristic is tied to a virtue that we are telling men to be? What is that intrinsically? Because I agree there are things that are tied to sex, but which of these virtues, which of these things that are exclusive to men, the sex man, are we striving towards? Because I can't think of one.
So I don't think that there is any virtue that is exclusive to man or exclusive to woman. But I do think that the biological interplay changes the value order, right? So it's like, the individual differences are obviously going to vary, right? But we're obviously going to, expect of women to be more nurturing, right? And being nurturing is a virtue that men.
Well, this is where I hit
inhabit.
the buzzer. Yeah, I have to hit the buzzer. I actually just think that men and women nurture differently. I don't even think that women are more nurturing than men. For example, think about training a child, of which. But I don't think they are, though. I think the way that.
But I never said that men. I never said that men were nurturing.
What you said. Yeah, but what you said was we expect women. Yeah, but you said we expect women to be more nurturing, right? Or that women are more nurturing.
Right. That is I didn't say that women are more nurturing. I said that it's a virtue that we both can inhabit. And I agree with you that the way that we nurture can be different, right? Like men tend to nurture older young boys and mentorship, right? Whereas women tend to
even small children, actually.
Smaller children. Yes, again, there's going to be a lot of overlap. We're talking about distributions here, right? Like,
okay, this is way more
How about
intellectual
this?
than maybe I
Men
want to
have
go.
a-
Hold on, stop. Let's ask Non-Fawn. Non-Fawn, you're the youngest. Do you mind if I say how old you are?
No, you can say I'm 19.
You're 19 years old. You're growing into being a man, right?
He's a baby boy. It's okay.
Yes, you're growing and things. What do you feel? In what ways do you feel society treats you as a man that is different than they would treat a woman, right? In what ways do you think society puts responsibilities on you or expectations on you that is different than they do women?
I mean, obviously selective service, and I think that's, relatively fair. I think it's fair that we accept that men are, biologically typically going to be more.
I'm not talking so much the government. I'm talking like a person. Like if a person comes up to you on the street, right? How would they treat you different than if you had a sister the same age?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like people are. When it depends, is the person approaching me a man or woman?
Violence is the answer here, right? There's an inherent violence and expectation of reciprocation of violence in almost all things in society between men that isn't present and is shunned when dealing with women.
I on that note, I made a tweet, right, just to kind of prime the pump for the topic, asking Twitter, Twitter, what does it mean to be to you to be a man? And I got answers of various kinds, but I also had someone threaten, like, challenge me to a fight. Like, literally, they challenged me to a fight, a fist fight, right? They said I was bitch made, pussy, that I wouldn't fight them. And it's like a fucking paragraphs, right? They must have paid for Twitter because it was way beyond the character limit of why I wouldn't fight them. I would never fight them. I was too weak to fight them, etc. Right? Really, just calling me out like that. That would not happen if I was a woman. It just wouldn't.
That's true. Fair enough.
Well, yeah.
For the most part, at least.
It'd be strange.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
Versus like,
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to put it in a more a less intellectual.
I think,
I see what you're saying, but I'm
less
trying to dumb it down for the masses, if you will. Right?
Yeah, I think the truth is there's always the possibility of violence in the mind of a male, right? Our physicality is a part of what it means to be a male that just doesn't quite exist for females, right? So the reason why, like, Non-Fawn mentioned selective services is that implicit in our maleness, our existence as a male, we have the capability or the possibility of being violent or just even moving stuff around. Because being in selective services, if you get drafted, doesn't necessarily mean you have to fight. But like, as hands-on, repairing something, moving something, doing something in the military, so to speak, that is implicit because as males, right, that we're just it's in us. We're just built. Our testosterone just makes us bigger, stronger, faster.
There's an inverse to that too.
I just want to also say, just because I see some comments, like, we're not talking about exclusivity. I'm sure you could find a woman that has challenged another woman to fight. I'm sure that happens, right?
But this is the
Assume
thing.
that everything everyone
Yeah,
says for the
like-
rest of the panel are generalizations, and that we understand that there are distributions and that outliers exist. Like, just assume that for everything said tonight, so we don't have to say that every sentence.
Exactly, but I think it's even important because I think the commenter, whoever is saying that, they may even be a female. They may not truly understand or grasp this, right? Because as you guys just said, it is indeed true that a woman could, threaten to fight another woman, as women do fight. But with males, it's implicit, it's built in. We know from go, since the time we were children, right? From rough and tumble play to being bullied, to being pushed in the lockers, or going into martial arts, watching movies, even reading books. We know our physicality, our ability to fight is extremely important. Like, for example, think about the Karate Kid, right? The entire thesis of the film, right, is growing into manhood by learning how to protect yourself and why you should protect yourself and why you should use combat, in a defensive, protective manner, right? Like it's the battle between defense and offense, with Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do, just in that nature. But that's just one example of the films. You can go on and on.
You're talking about the like, I agree with what you're saying, but like, we have to then move on to the next step, right? And so I think the best way to look at this is from a functionalist perspective in psychology, like a Durkheimian perspective, which is that, like, when gender roles and beliefs get assigned to us and they stick around for centuries, then, you kind of have to take this conservative approach, which is, well, if it sticks around for hundreds of years, then there's probably a reason it's stuck around. That doesn't mean that the reason's good or that the reason's bad, but that there's a reason it's there. And it goes beyond the innate biology of the male in being more physically dominant, but it also goes in the inverse, right? Which is that, like, no society that does not venerate the protection of the pregnant mother and children by those that do not get pregnant is a society that will last for any period of time, right? Like if your culture, 1,000 years ago didn't venerate pregnant women as something worth sacrificing male lives for, then your society died out, right? Like, without that protection, you're not going to have the population necessary to sustain yourself in competition with other things. And so I think I agree with you, all that physicality is there, but what reinforces that, right, is this concept, kind of how Wick was talking about, of like sacrifice, even though I don't necessarily agree with it, and kinship theory, etc., right? That like, what reinforces it is that there's a reason that behavior needs to be brought forward to another degree.
But I
slightly
disagree with you. That's the reason why I slightly disagree with you is because we're highlighting the possibility of pregnancy with a female as a virtue, so to speak. But in the example I use with the Karate Kid, right? Daniel isn't protecting a woman; he's protecting himself. And Wick wouldn't be.
I agree that they're
protecting
not
the woman.
directly
He would
linked.
be
I'm
protecting
talking
himself.
about the greater
you know?
social concept of
But
like value.
but that's what I'm saying. But what I think is it goes even beyond just simply the you would
just
say the
for future reference,
prioritization of females'
I want us to
pregnancy.
make this personal. I don't want us to go
Mhm.
into well in society in the in
Mhm.
the greater
Cersei?
Western world or this culture that I want you Tuna, I want you Soybill, I want you Fabian, you personally. What do you think, right? And Tuna Chip, we're gonna give it to you. You're trying to get in.
This is what I
I
think.
want to hear.
Cersei, if you lost a fight, you probably would not get raped, and if you were raped, it wouldn't ruin your life in the same way that it would a woman who gets impregnated and forced to
I don't
carry
think
the
that's
child of it.
But that's I actually like that because I don't think that that's true, right? You pretend.
No, it is
that
true.
I
You're not
as
gonna.
no,
You're,
hold on.
what are you gonna? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do
Let
if
me
you are
reply. I
bearing
can
the
reply.
child of the enemy, and you have
Of
and
the
you don't have
enemy?
the tools to like abort?
I'll tell you.
Like the
I'll
whole
tell you.
point
I'll tell you
is
what
there
you do.
is part of the biological difference means that there are people who should be closer or further from combat. People who the domination of means capturing the vital resource that allows the perpetuation of a culture.
Is this
Like
what you think
this is
about
why
But
getting
there's a
fights?
there's a huge problem.
Hold
There's a
on,
huge issue here.
Stop,
Hold on.
all of you, please. Oh my God.
But
Maybe I didn't communicate what I wanted this panel to be. Maybe I was.
We brought up rape. All right, it's my turn to bring up
yet,
Hitler.
man. I'm
all right?
still gonna
Like,
connect it to
No,
a
but just-
personal thing.
Just real quick, like, is this what you think? Like, man, I gotta learn to fight to make like the history of the
exactly.
captains
That's
of
what I'm saying.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes,
That's what I'm saying,
actually,
Wick. I'm
when
here.
I define-
I'm here
hey,
for it. Go ahead.
When I think about what it means to be a man, I think about potential and capacity. What am I uniquely fit to do that others in the society are not fit to do? What am I? And I have to think about what future possibilities are coming in. When somebody is going to pull a knife out against me and my fucking fiance, I'm going to step into the front of the fray, not because I'm like, oh, I have this identity as a masculine and I have to sacrifice that cuck shit. No, it's because I know that the consequences that befall her are way worse than me. And first off, I also think that
you could die.
when it comes
No,
down
yeah,
to
way
it,
worse.
being able to
I'm
fight,
so
it's-
confused.
I have a new definition.
You're like,
I have a
oh,
new
guys,
definition. This is
hold
what
on,
a man
let me-
is. All right, a man is a person that watches a park bench in the snow and thinks, God, I would love to kill my enemies and bleed out there
Hold on.
slowly alone.
But me
right? That's
and
what it
Tuna
means.
Chip,
to
we gotta
be a
go back
man.
and forth for a bit. Right? Because we started from a couple of different premises, which I think are very interesting and telling. We start with the question of if I were to lose a fight and get raped, right? Would I suffer the same consequences as a female? Now, technically speaking, a female is not guaranteed to get impregnated just because she got raped once. Technically speaking, right? As such, it is impossible for me to be impregnated if I get raped, right? But it's true and it's important, right? Because what you did was you completely bypassed the social ramifications of me being raped as a male, and you then bypassed the physical trauma of me being raped, right? You just went completely into. Hold on.
You think that men? This is
But that's what you did.
I'm not bypassing for no reason. I'm bypassing because I think.
So you have a reason. Go ahead.
There's symmetry there. You're talking about things that are symmetrical, if only in proportion, but not in their like felt characteristic. But yeah, you being raped and a woman being raped both have social consequences for both of you. Both have trauma consequences for both of you. And fundamentally, fewer people want to rape you. You're less likely to get raped upon the fight. You already skipped past the first part.
Do ad homs, Tuna. Come on.
Well, you were the one that
unless you're in prison.
Oh God, I'm addressing what you said, and also that's true unless you're in prison. But I'm addressing what you said. That's what you set up, and that's what we're contending with. Because I don't disagree that overwhelmingly, right?
Okay.
But I'm addressing what you said, right?
Yeah.
So the thing I wanted to highlight on the front end is that you disregarded the humanity of the male in order to prioritize what the biological ability of the female is. And that is what you did. Because you did. You said that it would be worse for the female if she got raped.
That's not disregarding the humanity. I'm not saying that I don't care when men get raped. I'm saying that the consequences are different.
Yeah, you're saying the consequences
even-
for a
even if
female
I-
are
even-
exclusive, which doesn't really matter. Like, okay,
Some of them
so
are, yes,
a
some
woman
does
can get
matter. It
a
means
woman
that
can
there
get
is a
pregnant, a man could
distinction.
get anal tears and get AIDS and die.
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
And there-
who gives
that's
a
a great
shit?
point.
Like,
Yeah.
this is stupid. Like,
generalization.
why is that somehow exclusive to a man that the consequences are slightly different? Like you talked about, okay, like if a guy comes up and tries to stab me, I'm gonna step in. Why? Because the consequences might be slightly worse for a woman if she gets raped and pregnant. Okay, what if he just tries to stab both of you? It's equally bad.
Well,
Like
no, this
you're
is so like
You wouldn't tell the
you're-
same
no, but
obligation.
again,
hold on. I need to
Everyone,
highlight one thing.
everyone shut up right now.
Let me
because we're all
reply.
trying to talk at once. Both of you.
I need to highlight one thing before you continue, though, because I had 2 points. I wanted to highlight one thing.
You're
I'll
only
just
on
let it go.
Point one, gang. We
So-
got a limited amount of time tonight.
I know.
Can I respond
So
to the direct?
real fast.
To the direct imposition.
I have to lay out one thing real fast.
Oh
And
my
the one thing
God,
I'm gonna
I'm
lay
gonna
out
kill
real
myself.
fast.
I'm gonna get
I
eaten
apologize
for
to the chick. Hold on, I'm gonna resurrect you, bro. I'm gonna resurrect you. So listen. The one
You
thing
ain't
that's
got that in your
important
power.
here is that you didn't highlight one of the most important things about why you would protect your girlfriend, and that is actually your love and benevolence for her. It's not simply because you're a male that you'll jump in front of her. It's because you care about her. Now you roll your eyes, but this is extremely
No,
important.
I'm saying
because what you're saying is the reason why I'm going to throw myself here is not because I love her and I care about her, my humanity for this woman. It is because of my role or position as a male, which even then isn't even a counter argument to the
we gotta give it
physicality
to
of
respond. We gotta
males.
give it to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
disagree with you. Conversation, you don't just say things and make distinctions. I characterized with a very specific pointed axis that I know that there are different likelihoods for the future between me and her. I know that the consequences that befall those things happening and my ability to define myself, to prepare for those situations by trying to make it so that I am ready for conflict so that she doesn't have to be, because I know that it's going to work out better if I am. All of the planning that goes in. You have to think before the stabbing. You have to think, and you also have to think wider than the implications of this. I'm just talking about one of several different opportunities where biological difference needs to necessarily change the way that we socially structure.
I think you're both wrong.
If it's going to
Let
be,
me-
if it's
let me
going to
say
be
why
an
they're both wrong.
individual's conflict like that, it's very obvious.
Okay, let me.
But if it's
maybe
going to be
short
something else,
circuit
the ramifications are what made gender be the way they are.
Let me maybe just short circuit this all, and I'll just make a very simple, a very true statement. I'm trying to get to the raw stuff, gang, and we're going. Oh, biological.
Raw is what makes her pregnant.
This is the
buddy.
raw. This is the raw. Like the question entails. The question entails
I get what Rick is saying.
two concepts, like what you as an individual aspire to, and
me and my
the social
girlfriend,
context.
wife, or child was attacked, and I failed to protect them, I would feel like and be less of a man.
By your definition, yes.
So hold on, like so I think we're missing the kind of the thing here, right? And the problem is that we're trying to individuate all of these separate concepts of what a man is instead of recognizing that they're all connected, right? So Tuna Chip is correct, and Xerxes, you're both kind of hitting on two correct things, and I think that there's a bridge here, and that might be like where the miscommunication is, which is Xerxes, you're like, hey, nobody's thinking in the moment like this like rational step-by-step list of things. What I think Tuna Chip, and correct me if I'm wrong, is trying to say is that if we think about situations like that, and we can descriptively say that genders are affected differently, then we can extrapolate from that why it is that society has these expectations on us and why it is that we grow up with these expectations. It is the corpus of human history where women are vulnerable.
I'm more capable
where women
of protecting them than they are. That's it.
But see, this is what
But
I
it's
don't
not.
no,
But that's not it.
disagree with that.
That's it.
That's
It's not
not
a
true.
societal expectation.
No,
I'm
yeah,
better.
that's just
I promise
false.
Everyone I have ever dated, I was the one that was better able to protect.
But that's
it.
not
Everything
why
you
you
got
do
before
it.
you're in,
but that's
before
not
you're in that
why
relationship.
society
you're
has
right.
that
That
expectation.
is that is why I
But
do
it-
it.
I don't think that we're
If,
Oh my
if
God,
I
there's
knew
also-
that they
but
had
there's
a
a
better
bigger problem
chance, I'd
here.
let
silly.
them do
You're
it.
being silly. Let me
It's
let me
not
bridge
silly.
this gap.
It's
You are
that's
being
just
silly.
it.
Let me bridge this for you, Wick. Right? Like I recognize that yes, in the overwhelming majority of the time, unless you're dating Ronda Rousey, right? Like you're going to be more capable. And so there's a certain element where you go, well, if I'm more capable, then like I ought to be the one that steps up. But why is it that society ingrains the male with the concept of sacrifice? Society ingrains the male.
Well, this is what I was talking about before. Men have more of
it's-
that physicality, so that's what it used to be. But the fact that we're talking about these like stabbing,
Right,
raping
they're all
situations is
connected.
ridiculous because
not
this is not
one
what happens to people on a
case.
day-to-day basis. Like, yeah, sure,
right.
in a very specific scenario, a man might be a better a defender of a woman. But yeah, like Tuna, how many times have you had to defend your fiance from a stabbing? How many times have you had to stop her from getting raped? Like, this is so ridiculous if we're talking about what does a man do in society? Yeah, sure, we're probably on average
that's not how
stronger.
societies
but,
work.
like,
missing
we as a society, we as a society obsess over mass shootings, but mass shootings are an infinitesimally small amount of shootings that occur.
But
in
Soy has a
America.
point.
But what we have to
Hold
understand
on.
is that culture is shaped by the extremes. And so if we're talking about cultural expectations and gender roles, I agree with you that the day-to-day interactions of the male are not going to be sacrificing himself to like stop the bullet. But it is also, we have to recognize that those extremes are the things that affect culture to such a degree. And so they have more power in shaping gender roles and in shaping how we act.
And I also,
I want to
I would also,
reinforce.
if I may, I would also disagree with Soy Pill here that it is something we do on a regular basis. I walk a woman home when it's dark. I walk on the side of the sidewalk that's closer to danger, right? Because again, this is something that even in the mannerisms of even in the mannerisms of how we interact day to day life, men, right, tend to, right, put themselves in positions where they can be protectors, and they act as such, and they should act as such. And I'm saying that this should happen. They should act as such so that they protect those that are weaker than them. And that, again, just because of biology.
Let me reinforce Soy's point.
Right?
Soy made a great point. I want to reinforce it because he made a great point, right? Because one thing that we kind of skipped over, right? And I know we're not supposed to talk about, the other half of our species just yet, but I do think this is important because on the day-to-day, and even, not just quite yet, let's also talk about between males as well. It is very, very easy to take away the man card, right? So to Soy's point, right? When we think of or when we take away what does it mean to be a man from another man, oftentimes it's because he might act like in an effeminate way, in a girly way, in a weak way even, right? If he is showing his emotion or if he's being vulnerable at that point in time. There's a lot of ladies that will definitely yoink the man card if you're not providing for them, if you're not giving them the money that they ask for. They'll say you're not a man, and they'll use it. Hold on, there's that. You basically they'll use the title of man, or they'll take away the title of man in order to manipulate you to get you to work in the way they want you to work. So while you guys are indeed talking about why do we have this concept of protector because we're more capable and stronger, to Soy's point, that's not when people comment and talk about it. It's when they want to manipulate you. It's when they want to use you. It's when they want to take something from you. Then they challenge whether or not you are or not a man. This happens between guys, and girls. It's just society in general.
Yeah,
Would that be fair to say, Soy?
Like the concept,
Yeah.
Exactly. The concept is just used to enforce the behavior we want to happen. And some of it, like I said, we're deemed as protectors in society because we're on average stronger. But Wick, come on, sure, you're walking home a lot. You're being that protector. You're standing on the side of danger. You're probably let me look out, make sure there's no one coming into the room that might hurt this person. But are you really getting in a freaking knife fight every day? Are you you're just beating people off of the woman you're walking home? This is like.
Even if he's not getting in a knife fight every day,
My
don't we think it's
presence
probably
makes them safe.
Yeah, don't we think it's probably a value add to society to have some expectation that men who are generally more capable of defending people are typically are protecting?
I agree to what everybody
I would
say.
say yes.
Just take the word man out. Just whoever's more capable.
No,
That's why
you're
I'm going to
missing-
suggest
you're
my
not-
fiance
I
owns a
agree,
freaking
but
handgun.
I mean, I agree. I would entail the same obligation to a more capable woman walking home with another woman. But I'm just saying, generally, men are going to be more.
Yeah, if you want to talk
capable
about
than
how
women.
because men are on average are stronger, it should be virtuous and encouraged for the people that are stronger, which are going to be men on average, to defend people that are weaker than them. That's 100%. And if I think that's actually a really good point. Let's talk about, okay, there are some things that are sexually innate with people. Okay, men are on average stronger. Let's encourage people to defend people who can't help themselves. That's great. But that's not exclusive to men. It's kind of weird to call it like a masculine thing when a female could do it just as well.
It's not weird unless you're convinced that masculinity needs to be defined as this thing that is inherently always 100% without exception. It can't be 50% plus. It can't like, if you don't care about probability, if you don't care about tendency, if you don't care about principles that lead towards best outcomes when abstracted from, then yeah, you can be like obsessed with this like letter of the law thing. But like,
women do masculine shit, men do feminine shit, and it's not always
yeah,
bad.
we all know that. But also, fundamentally,
look at Tom Holland.
If there
right?
aren't enough men, if there aren't
he just
enough
went
men
viral
who are,
dancing,
like,
you know,
going
like
against their
just went
self-interest.
viral dancing, you know, as Rihanna, right? And like was celebrated for it, right? Because he was competent and because he's embodying all these other masculine traits. But what he's doing is the most feminine shit you could ever do, right? He's singing.
So then he was probably
Rihanna
equally ridiculed
to
as
Umbrella.
well.
Right, but for sure,
yeah.
but a lot of other people were praising him for that, and
Well, let's
so
talk about
you have to think about how
obviously feminine.
subversive.
Oh my God, I hate you all. My hatred level for every single one of you is rising.
Can I try finish my
masculine?
finish my thing?
You can finish your point.
I'm just saying
straight
because
up
I
steamrolled you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just I got to remember what I'm trying to, because I also think that there's a bridge, because me and Fabian are pretty much on the same side of this, with maybe like a slight leaning of difference. But it's like, what I'm saying is not necessarily at the knife fight. I'm not talking, and I don't think that, and when you say Wick he's walking, sure, Wick's trying to say that his presence, but there's also
Are you holding
like,
a box cutter
the
right now?
presence of men inside of society and like what men are in a society changes the lives of women. If there aren't enough men who are going to step in and intervene when another man tries to take advantage of his natural, not gifted by anything other than just pure chance advantage over women, then you get cultures that are full of gang rapes, you get cultures that are full of pickpockets. You need to have a culture that defines men and thinks of men and tries its best to create men.
No, I completely disagree. You're trying to make this exclusively. This is ridiculous.
What he's trying to do is
I'm kind of scared. I want to let you
Can I
finish. You're
finish my
holding a
sentence?
knife. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, don't be a coward. It's a fucking box knife. And
I'll be honest with you, Tuna Chip. Tuna Chip, it kind of sounds like you're saying men need to be virtuous.
It's not that men need to be virtuous.
If you're saying that,
they just need to do good things that I think are good.
If he doesn't finish, he'll never finish.
Well, he's not going to
This
finish.
is on me. I recruited this panel. This is my fault. I'm gonna, as a man, you should take responsibility for your actions. You're all yappers, okay? Every single goddamn one of you.
Okay. It's not that men need to be virtuous. It's
Anfon's
that
been chilling.
society wants men to be virtuous. It's in society. It's in women's best interest. So as they have their thumb on the fucking scale to define what a man is, just like everybody else does, they are going to enforce it, just like the state wants people that are patriotic, yada yada yada. It's not that it's good for men or definitive of men. It's just like that's what's going to make for a better culture. So if you have interest beyond just yourself as an individual, it's not what's the best way to be a man to me. There's also like, what do other people want of me? And you're going to be looked.
Yes,
it's not. I don't think that's.
And that
virtue.
sounds like
Hold
being
on.
virtuous.
I'm holding a weapon now. It's my turn to talk. Okay, so I have a gun. I'm the most manly on the panel, and what you're saying could just as easily be justified to promote a religion or any other stupid ideology. I'm not saying what you're saying is stupid, but the justification is ridiculous. Like, oh well, it makes men do better things, therefore we should promote it and make it exclusive to men. Like, why? Okay, well, why don't we just have a religion that just tells everyone to do good things and have that be state mandated? Like, this is stupid. Like, okay, yeah, sure. Telling men not to protect younger women makes them less likely to do gang rape and pickpocket, I guess. But like,
it's not telling them. It's not telling them. It's producing an identity and encouraging structures that make it so that people feel affirmed in an identity that doesn't do that. You can't just tell men not to rape. I mean, a gun is a great way. And this is the thing that comes up. A gun is a great way to make it so that the difference between men and women is less important. That's one of the great, the great equalizer, as it gets called. And it's very important towards history. It's one of the main reasons that conversations like this have any substance at all, why they
but then
aren't
can't we? But then isn't Soy making a
immediately
greater
agreed
point
upon.
then? Like the moment you give the ghost that a gun is a great equalizer, right? And any woman can just grab a firearm. Why then we males should we be responsible for them at all? Once it's been equalized and they can use deadly force, why
it's
is
not
there
an
still the title of
equalizer,
male?
okay?
Yeah,
It's
you
a
don't
force
want everybody
multiplier,
having
for sure.
So to Soy's point, right? I think there's something that needs to be considered because there's something about being a male, right? There's something about being born as a male where there is a title, there are expectations that are put upon you, right? And Soy is challenging that, which I think is interesting. Now
Does
I'll
anything
challenge
ex-
Soy
I think
and
Hold on.
say that
so
I
I
do
can-
think
I want to
men
go. I
consider
want to go a
value add.
direction with this, and it's my show. We're going to go the direction I want to go. Is it wrong? Is it bad? Is there something immoral
And that's-
or negative about men, right? Males, if you want to call them that, men being the protectors in a society.
I would say no.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Not
And that's what I wanted to challenge. So I would still challenge Soy because I think that words and titles are just tools. Language is just a tool to define.
Let me ask Non-Fun.
So-
Non-Fun, do you feel, right? Non-Fun, because you're the only good one here. You're going to get rewarded, okay? Non-Fun, do you feel that put upon that society expects you to protect others? Do you feel like that's a negative? Be honest.
I don't think it's a negative as a general principle. I weigh 110 pounds, so
personally.
most people do not expect me to protect women. So me personally, I don't feel like there's much responsibility placed on me from society. Obviously, I am in selective service, but I also don't think I don't think it's a bad thing to entail some expectations upon men because I do think it's an overall value.
What would you say would be a
society
good expectation on men overall?
that we are generally responsible for protecting women from.
Okay. What other good expectations?
I would protect Non-Fun if he was on
I
the
would
street
too.
and someone was
Same.
attacking him,
Yeah.
okay? It has nothing to do with Non-Fun's gender, of which I do not know. I'm assuming you're male. And you know what? That's fine. And I don't think that this idea, this expectation that is put on men is actually a good thing because a person like Non-Fun is now going to be called, oh, you're not a real man because you're only 110 pounds and you can't fight off a 200-pound attacker. Like, that's a ridiculous statement. I'm sure Non-Fun's a great guy. He probably does lots of great things. He's got a Joe Biden thing, so I'm assuming he's amazing. Like, it's just stupid to say, well, a man should do this, and then if you can't do this, you're not a real man. I think that's an incredibly harmful
I agree.
thing.
I think there's a lot of people who use. I think it's actually primarily men who use like the term "real man" as a as like a tool against people. But
I mean,
I've
feel
encountered it more
I
from
don't know.
women.
I don't know
I'll
if
leave
I'd
that
say
asked.
one gender does it
Yeah.
more than the other in this case.
Yeah.
Because I've heard women say that, and I've heard men say that. I've heard a lot of people say that. But I
It's a form of
want to
social
push back on
control.
that a little bit.
Personally, I
right?
get
This
more social
idea
pressure
that
from
you guys
men.
are, if I may, that you guys are saying that like it's bad that people think less of Non-Fawn as a man in this role because he is less able to protect and fulfill the role that society expects of him. I don't, and maybe this is a hot take, I don't necessarily think that's bad. I think that Non-Fawn should. It would be better for Non-Fawn if he was more able to protect himself and others. I think that would be a good thing.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah, it's better, but
if
are
I
you
can-
saying
if
that
I
then he is worse off for not being able to do that, right? Like, are we going to
He is, by
Yeah,
definition,
physically,
worse
yeah,
off.
but like, are you going to
No.
shame him and say he's not as much of a man as
Shame?
I am?
No.
Like, are you going to say that someone who's paraplegic isn't as much of a man? I
I'll
mean,
tell
like,
you
unless
what.
you're literally
You would
losing
have
their
to
legs.
If I have a
Literally,
mission,
yes.
Soy-
if I have a
but Soy is
mission
right,
to
though.
go
Literally,
in,
yes.
if I have a mission to go
Cripples
in
are
and
less
do
human.
something that requires lots of strength,
They're
I'm going to
missing
pick
limbs.
the strong person in that instance.
Sure,
rather
you
than
can
not.
value strength. You can value someone who can
Yes.
protect you. That's obvious and easy. I'm not arguing against that. Like, to say anything otherwise is stupid. But I'm saying that you shouldn't say, "Oh, you're not a real man," or put some arbitrary definition of unless you meet
There are
this
more-
exact
okay.
standard of how
And this
valuable
is the
you are to
important
me.
thing, is because there are more qualities to being a man than just this one that we've been stuck on for the last
It's
48
annoying.
minutes.
Can I-
okay, this is one single aspect of being a man that I think matters. It does, but there are so many more that I want to talk about that Non-Fawn might be better than I am, right, at these things.
Yeah. So I just want to say, like, there's a couple of things I think we should just kind of focus on here a little bit. You know, we have to recognize that when we have a gender role, right, this is a cultural expectation, right? It's socially constructed within the culture that you have about what that gender role is. And what that gender role is really saying is this is what we value as a culture, and this is what we expect of people within the culture. And so it's important to recognize a couple of things once you once you get in that space is that you can't have those values be at an individual moment, right? Because these gender roles are instantiated throughout our development and throughout our growth. And so if you want a society that has certain values and has certain expectations of men and women, then that has to be an ever persistent thing within your culture that isn't individuated to individual instances of you failing or succeeded so much, but is a constant variable. And so, stop. You just keep saying virtue and it's retarded.
I wonder what that word is. I can only imagine what word
You're making me visualize you drowning. I'm thinking about your head underwater every time you talk.
All right. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would also defend Xerxes.
But here's the thing, right? If you recognize that you have a gender role that is imposing virtue upon people as a general category because you value certain things within that virtue, it necessitates the devaluing of those that do not represent that virtue. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a culture that values strength in men and then simultaneously have a culture that does not devalue weakness in men. You cannot have a culture that values mentorship, of younger men from older men within businesses or, leadership positions, and then at the same time not also gatekeep and devalue those things. You can't say, oh, we're going to get rid of the you're not a real man for these things, but we'll also somehow magically keep a culture and a society that values these good things.
Wait, why not?
Possible.
Why can't you just say, okay, this has nothing to do with what defines your gender or what role you're supposed to go in, but hey, we're going to value if you can help us. We're going to value if you can lift more things. We're going to value if you can protect people. It has nothing to do with whether or not...
You don't value something, right? If you can absolutely, you don't actually value something at a cultural level. If you
Unless
also
it's gender
get rid
defined?
of all of... No, I'm not saying it has to be gender defined in this regard.
Well, you just said we can't throw out the real man, but not value the things that they have.
I'll
So
give
it
you a
sounds like you're saying
very
that-
simple example here.
Can I give a
very
shot?
Then
simple.
how do men grow up?
Okay, so I value $20. I value it. I would want to keep it. I think $20 is great, and I want to fight to have it. Right?
There's a man on
is
that.
Great, and if you
I
want
see Andrew Jackson.
give me some
Who
super
hated
chats
the
for
banks.
$20, I would value you. But you know what? I value $100 more than that. That doesn't mean I don't value $20.
Yeah, and if you had $20 and $100 and you were going to use these to defend yourself on the street, they would be equally fucking useless.
Do this obfuscation shit that is driving me mad.
So
Right, but that means you're going to choose the $100 over the $20.
Yes, but that doesn't make $20 any less valuable than $20.
It literally does.
I want it.
But
It's inherently less valuable.
Can I cut in?
You're missing maybe a core component that bridges this, which is that people are not born men. They're not born adult men. They're not born fully formed. They have potential. When they are a child, it is important to cultivate certain aspects based on the probability of return. You're not going to have a culture that is constantly trying to turn women into men and men into women. And I'm not trying to make some trans point here. I'm saying if you tried to make a hypothetical culture that just switched the roles, it would be less efficient because you'd be running against the fucking wind. There are reasons that these are working. They're more efficient. They work better over time. They're certainly going to match people psychologically on a higher rate of return. With the rough and tumble play as a classic example. Rough and tumble play also great for women because males, more powerful, need to know how much force they can exert and in a safe domain.
But I'll be honest with you,
we're training
I don't
men
think we
to
disagree.
fight women.
And it's much less likely to do the same
No, actually,
damage.
we're training men to not hurt women.
But I don't think we would disagree. But I kind of want to frame a scenario utilizing non-fun. This might be rude. I apologize in advance, right? But there's a point that was being made, and you made this point where you say that other men say that you're not a real man, or they use that against you because I think you say you weigh like 110 pounds. And Wick made a point where he was saying that you are less capable of defending yourself at 110. And Soy made a point that it would be ridiculous to have the expectation that you would defend anyone at 110. I actually agree with all of this. What I find interesting is how I would split the difference between addressing that. And I think that this is kind of the core of what maybe Wick is saying about what it means to be a man to me, or what it would mean to all of us. Because from my point of view, if I see a man who is weak, my first instinct is to protect him. And then my second would be to train him so he can protect himself later. So I would try to help you. I would never be like, well, you suck. I would be like, okay, well, let's try to figure out, what are you good at? I'd even try to get you into, combat arts, martial arts, all that different stuff, workout plan. In my mind, helping you in the immediate would be coming to your defense, but helping you in the long term would be giving out a plan or telling you my experiences, right? And that's how I nurture you, right?
To help you
And
value.
so-
It's very nice of you,
Like
Xerxes.
society values.
so-
strength.
So
yeah,
now the reason why I'm framing all of this, and I'll wrap it up with this, and the reason why I'm framing all of this is because the difference between how I came about it, right, is nurturing, right, is kindness. But the way other men came about it, by disregarding your masculinity, by saying you're not a real man, is in a way like violent, right? It's it's aggressive, and it doesn't really help with anything. The point that I'm trying to get across, right, is that it is important to have that physicality and that strength, but how you go about developing it is, I think, the core of what it means to be a man. And right, and that's why I refer to virtue, and that's why I talk about it so much.
Hold
You know
on,
what I'm
if I may, because this is important. Being strong
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make you a man. It's how you use that strength.
Exactly,
That's what
right?
makes you a man.
Yeah, and that's
Being
what Wick wants to talk
smart
about. Yeah.
doesn't make you a man. It's how you use that education that you have that makes you a man. These qualities that we have isn't what makes us man. It's not what defines or should define manhood. And to the extent that it does, it is, as they say, and I don't want to use this phrase, but I will, toxic, right? It is toxic. What we need to do, what men need to do, what should define a man are the positive utilizations of the characteristics that we teach ourselves to develop. Let me just ask a simple question here. You could just raise your hands if you agree, okay? Who here thinks that men would be better off if they were more educated? Raise your hand. Okay. Who thinks a man would be better off if they were more physically fit? Raise your hand. Who thinks a man would be better off if he had more resources, was more wealthy? Okay, so these are values, right, that we can instill in how to use and become these things while using those things that we gain in a way that benefits society. That's what it means to be a man. We go through all these like intellectual rigor and things like that, and that's fine, but at the core, it's really those three things, in my opinion. Education, that's combined with intelligence, right? There's a relation there, right? Strength and protection, right? And how they're related, and wealth, resources, and using it to the benefit of those around you. Those three things. It's really simple.
Okay, I have an issue with what
Go
Tuna
ahead.
Chip said because the implication that we must keep doing these male enforced gender roles because if we were for some reason to arbitrarily switch and start telling all women that they're strong and they need to protect, and then tell men that they're feminine and they need to nurture, that it wouldn't work as well is true, but also just a ridiculous hypothetical that is based on this weird like utilitarian thing. I'm not saying that it's not working in terms of, hey, we're telling stronger people to do stuff with their strength that makes sense. I'm just saying that we don't need to tell them that it's only because they're man that they are strong and they should do this. So it's this kind of weird like utilitarian argument that I just really don't agree with at all.
Saying that it's
can
good
I
that
have-
a man is strong, doesn't it take anything away? Like I'm seeing this in chat, so this isn't just you, Soy Pill. So I apologize if I'm putting too much on you here, but I keep seeing this all the time. Like,
I
well,
can
women
lift it,
could
it's
be
fine.
this too. Women could be that too. Women should do this too. Okay, I don't care. We're talking about women next week. Tune in. We can discuss that with them. We're talking about men.
The internet's
okay? And if we
inability
keep
to
doing this
understand a
fucking
standard
game,
distribution is
I want to
hilarious.
talk about women.
fucking game where we compare, right? Like, well, what about women? We're not. Shut up about women.
If we're
I
talking
don't
about things
care.
exclusive to men, we have to talk about women.
Bill,
Rick. They're part of the
it's
conversation.
Not, you're
But I
you're
think
the
sometimes,
one bringing
yeah, but-
exclusivity. You're the one bringing exclusivity.
Well,
no
no,
one
women
here-
do it too. No, women do
No
it
one's
too.
here saying that shit.
Like women, hold on. But that,
Oh my
but
God.
even if no one here is saying that shit, it is the case that there is something about being man where we are given the title man, and there's something about being a man where we take away the title man, and women do it all of the time.
Yeah, it's an
So we
erotic
can't talk about
attachment to
women,
certain
but
expectations and roles. When
Mhm.
you feel bad because someone calls you a bitch or a FAG, or somebody calls you anything that's supposed to challenge
can't
your
say that word.
masculinity,
No, we cannot say that word on
feel
Twitch.
I didn't realize
proud
we
when
could
they
say that
do
word. Go ahead.
The whole point of these things that are meant to like hold, because it's been mentioned a couple of times, this idea of social control by way of removing the affirmation of the identity. The whole point there is that somebody has a personal relationship with that thing. You don't know what it is exactly, but you remove it because you know that the person has it. So the fact that we know that almost every man that identifies as such, you know, there's a reason they identify with it. They think that there's something there. They think it has some kind of value. It's been defined to them by their life and the people around them. They see a person removing that identity or deaffirming it as like some form of you know, fighting words. That's the reason that it's there. You're trying to just like fucking rile somebody up. But it doesn't mean that there is a universal objective thing that someone is trying to say to you. They are saying, I want you to be upset. That's what they're really saying. I don't like you. I want to get on your nerves. I want to
like calling a woman fat.
Conflict. It's like someone calling someone fat.
It's based.
No,
in
I
some
disagree. It's
level
more
of
complex
A
than that.
distinction of your lack of virtue, you know, compared to the gender role, right? But in that moment, in that individual instance, yeah.
It's just to start a fight. It's just to like rile you up. So like I don't think
it's
might
to
have
enforce
thoughts
a
that are involved
behavior,
in it.
right? It's
They
to
might
tell
have
someone
thoughts
how
where
to
they think,
act.
I'm going to
Yeah.
rile this guy up because I think only men who weigh more than 110 pounds should be alive. Like they might be they might have their own personal
I completely
thing
disagree.
motivating
This is
them.
not to start a
both.
fight. It's to
No,
enforce
Soy
something
Pill.
specifically.
Soy Pill, you're right. It's again, this is the problem with not recognizing that individual circumstances are connected to the greater social context and vice versa, right? You're both correct, right? In the individual instance that the person challenges your masculinity, more often than not, it's not actually to enforce a behavior, it's to shame you, it's to try and find a way to get under your skin. Right, exactly. It's both, right? And Soy Pill, you're also correct that the greater context of why these insults work, why that insult affects that person in that way, is because they grow up in a culture that has those expectations, right? So the individual usage has to be encapsulated within the greater social context and of the gender roles.
Right, but I'm saying that the
exist.
individual uses is more often than not to enforce that behavior. Like, yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, you're a little bitch, you're a weak little man, but most of the time it's, hey, you're fucking weak, go to the gym, man up, stop crying, man up, go get a job, man up, go provide for me. This is almost primarily used as a tool to enforce a behavior.
Maybe I don't have a good data on it, but I would say that most of the time I would agree with Tuna Chip. But maybe you're right? Like I would think more often than not when someone's calling you, you know, the F slur, they're not actually trying to change your behavior
And that's,
so much.
yeah, sure. In that example,
they're more often than not just trying to rally you up. But it is within that context of the gender role. You know, shifting only because Wick has begged us to do so often and into a more individual circumstance.
On this specifically,
right?
though. I do have something on this.
I was gonna shit. Okay, fine.
Wick is the moderator.
It's a simple question. You guys got to respond because I think there are instances where we'd all agree that someone who is male isn't a real man. We would all agree with that. They're not.
I would literally not agree with that.
So,
I would.
Wait to prison, Soy Pill.
Beats the shit out of his wife, knocks her up, then leaves her, doesn't pay child support, lets her suffer. You think that's a real man?
I think that's a man because he's a man, right? It has nothing to do with some arbitrary
Autism.
Gender role, right?
It's the only
ridiculous.
analogy possible here.
But you would say morally
the most banal take on conversation that could possibly exist.
But I
was gonna say, why are you more threatening without the knife?
So hold on. So, but you would say that an individual who does that, if a male was to assault his wife and then abandon her and his children, you would say that that's morally repugnant, right?
Obviously. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the reason you say
okay.
that's not a real man is because we think that's bad, and we're like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Meanwhile, you know, how many millions of fucking people worship Andrew Tate, a sex trafficking male, beater, wife beater guy? They say, oh, he's a real man.
So let me ask you a question. I got a question. No, let me ISO for a second. Hold on. Hold on. I have to ask you a question.
Man,
hold on.
And real man.
But that's the exactly.
That's the thing here, right? Like
that's the problem.
Man,
that's what we have to ask. Hold on. That's what we have to clarify with Soy first, because Soy, would you see any utility
need his
in a
clarification. We can just
standard?
explain it.
No, we do. I can
He
just talk to
knows.
him because he
knows.
disagrees. I
We've
need
had
to
this
convince
conversation
him.
3 times, Xerxes.
So-
In this conversation, we've had this statement 3 fucking times.
So let's
We
make it one
know.
more time.
Yeah, but you
Before
don't agree
time's
with me,
the
so
charm.
obviously you don't get it.
So, but Soy, let me ask a question. Do you think that there would be a utility to a code of conduct, so to speak, which might even be better to call chivalry, bushido, anything else? Is there a code of conduct you would accept that a male in society should operate in?
Yes,
Would you
obviously.
maintain that?
Yeah, we.
Okay.
I said at
But
the
you
very beginning,
don't
that's
like
what gender
but you
rules
okay.
are.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That's what you
So-
said. The virtuous thing. You were agreeing with me. Yeah, you didn't need to clarify.
Okay.
I
But
can't
Bill,
believe
real
I'm
quick,
saying this.
are
I
men
agree with
more
Tuna Chip.
obligated? Are
Okay.
men more obligated to some actions than women are?
People
Yes!
with more responsibility
Yes!
are more obligated, and that is sometimes men in terms of defending people because
Okay,
they're
yes,
straight.
but are
Yes.
men as a group, do they have something that they're more obligated to as a group, each individual in that party, than people in the group of women do?
Especially in
Yes,
society now?
losing
Sure,
in family
100%. Yes, and losing in family court, apparently. I knew someone was going to bring that up.
I had to for the memes.
Can I hear the start of that sentence again, Soypill?
Yeah, I'm just yeah, of course. This is the society we live in. Men have gender roles exist. Just because I think they shouldn't be enforced in the way that shames people does not mean they don't exist. It is very obvious that as a whole, men do have a greater expectation, a greater responsibility for various things. Obviously, yes.
Okay.
Okay, but if someone is beating their wife, right? Would you say that you should enforce the gender role of the virtue that you're espousing, or would you say that you shouldn't?
Yeah,
shame
but I'm
that
just saying it doesn't have to be that gender role. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be like, oh, hey, don't shame him. Whoa, don't say he's not a real man. Whoa, because you're enforcing gender roles. Like, whoa, what are you doing? Like, yeah,
Right,
if that's the way you get him to stop,
you
100%.
agree.
But I'm
So
saying
you
we can
do
go
agree
way
that there
past
is a
that
level in which you do agree that there is a level in which a men are going to inhabit the gender role of men that is ascribed by society, and that we ought enforce
Sure,
that
but
gender
okay,
role.
now I say, hey, you know what? Real men sex traffic. Andrew Tate, he's a real man. He's doing a great job sex trafficking all those women. Okay, now we're enforcing the gender role.
Wait, hold on. Remember
Some
earlier
gender roles are
saying
going to be utility maximizing.
the
some
word
aren't.
man is a
Not
form of manipulating
Sorry,
people into doing things that you like, and now you're saying that men's have. It's. What are your
This
preferences?
is a hypothetical of things that are bad. Actually, I'm saying it would be bad if
Yeah,
we
I
did
know.
this,
I'm
but
just
people
saying,
do
like-
this. Okay, yeah. So if we're all like, oh, Andrew Tate, he's a real man. He's muscular. He wears sunglasses inside like a dipshit.
Right.
Like, oh well, and
But
he
this
sex
is
traffics women.
right,
Like,
right. So this is a distinction that you're making without recognizing that you're making the distinction. And the distinction that you're making is that insofar as the gender roles inhabit the things that I believe to be virtuous, we ought enforce said gender roles. That is not the same thing as we ought not enforce gender roles. Your previous statement that we shouldn't shame people for not adhering to gender roles is not the same thing as I don't think we should shame people for these things because I don't think that they hold the value that
if I
ought to be a
accept that
part
we
of that
are
enforceable
going
gender
to
role.
have gender roles forever, and we have to make them good, then yeah, I think we should enforce them, obviously. But like this is what I'm saying is like the concept of making these gendered and telling people you're a male, you have to do this, you're a female, you have to do this is the bad thing. But if we have the utility of using it to make Andrew Tate stop beating people, yeah, then we should tell him he's not a real man. But
I
like,
think
what's the point?
Everyone here would agree that there are traits that the current zeitgeist in the Western Hemisphere, right, see as manliness that is bad. And we
Jesus
should do
Christ,
away
global north, you fucking bigot.
whatever. Okay. Anything like I don't
Anglosphere,
think there's
damn it.
anyone here that would say that the societal view of men is perfect and all virtuous. It's not. Obviously, there are things
No,
that
I'll give you
people
that.
Yeah, that wasn't my point.
right? The thing that there are things that people think of as being manly that we should probably move away from. But my own argument here is that there is a good to having a virtuous expectation that we uphold and enforce in society.
It's very
right?
conservative of you,
Through
Wick.
through society. It's just true.
Can I check really quick? Because this is, I think, one of the speed gaps that is a bit upsetting. Is that I think that when you say that something is what men ought to be, it's being presumed by Soypill at least, and maybe some other people. You mentioned people in the chat that means that other people should not aspire to that thing. And I'm not saying
it
that.
must
I'm
mean
saying
that
men
unless
can
you're
have-
not doing it with a gender neutral term, right? Otherwise, why
yes,
are you saying it?
but I'm not. I'm addressing men. I'm addressing men. I'm not saying this is something that's only true for men and not other people. I'm saying if I'm going to have a conversation with men, I'm addressing men. I'm saying men as a group, because I think men, we're having some difficulty as an identity. I think that the male identity is fundamentally more in crisis more often than the female identity, for some reasons we can get to in a second. So I think that men need to be addressed more directly, more frequently, because part of the nature of our place in society is that it is more volatile. It changes more frequently than it does for women.
I would argue it doesn't change at all. I would argue the same expectation. Yeah, the same
guys, I'm an idiot
expectation.
and I should kill myself.
No, but I'm gonna resurrect you. You're not going anywhere. You're gonna catch the smoke,
This
fam. I'm
man
sorry.
has
The same standards of expectation to provide as a male has maintained itself, despite the fact that women entered the workforce, fam. The
I don't
same
know, man.
standard of
These
which men should
lesbians still
protect
have
each
good
other.
bank accounts.
Yeah, but that's
Bank
all of
balance
like
is on
what,
these- on these
3% of
lesbians
the
looks amazing.
population. That's 3% of the population. That's not even a counter argument. The real thing is, as a male, you're still expected to be a provider. You're still expected to be a protector. You're still expected to be
Oh, women have
emotionally
expectations of me.
consistent.
What is the conversation?
The conversation is that the concept of being a man is etch a sketch, and it is attached to these expectations. Like they don't go away anywhere, right? It's the same thing. It's never
That was
changed.
the worst
actually.
analogy you could make. Etch a sketch, and it's not changing.
You're right. I'm sorry. My bad. You're right. It's
Because
engraved. How
men
about that?
have more utility. They have, there's a greater diversity of presentations for which
But
men
when
can
I'm
be that is
countering-
useful and valuable.
Men have
place in
greater
society
utility. It's such a
changes.
loaded statement, buddy. Like, hey, who gives birth to literally everyone? It's fucking women. Like, it depends on what we're fucking valuing. That's like such a ridiculous thing to say.
That's a good point, but we are talking about what it means to be a man. What are
Let
are
me try
those
this. Let me
codes
try
of conduct? So to
I'm
speak?
gang. This
Y
is a failure
chromosomes
show.
for crying out loud. Like
failure show.
we experiment with males in society. That is what he's saying, right? Is that there's variability
experiment with
hypothesis, right? And so because men tend to be more variable in intelligence, in height, in personality, etc., that it is more the gender role that is associated with the more variable gender genetically is more likely to change over time. Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
it
I'm
doesn't.
in sociology 101.
No, but you're
class
wrong.
trying
But you're
to talk
wrong.
to-
It doesn't.
No
It doesn't.
You just keep
Hold on.
saying it.
The counter argument is it's literally what you said.
The
at the top.
counter-argument
When
is you just
brought
think
up,
your words
when
are
you
magical.
brought up the example of the fact that you would be the one expected to protect your girlfriend. That
I'm not
expectation
talking
in
about
male has
expectation.
never changed.
Not talking about
It's never
expectations. You
changed.
didn't listen. You
So
changed
okay,
words
so that
in your
so
brain.
what word
hear
would you
one
prefer?
thing, you
So
translate
what
it.
word would you prefer? By all means, go ahead. Because it
Not-
still didn't change.
I'm
It
saying
still
that
didn't
I
change.
would do it.
The
I
role
would
never
do it.
changed.
I
The
think I
role.
should do it. I think it's better to have a culture, and I'm not saying
Everyone-
I
but
actually
everyone
literally-
does.
Listen,
But everyone
matriarchal
does.
societies have existed, you dumb fuck. They just die
And-
out because it's dysfunctional. When you assign that role to women,
What is
the
the
fucking
counter-argument?
culture doesn't survive. It's
It's
not.
worse
It's
at war.
It's not.
It's
that-
not
yes,
good
like,
at surviving. It's
you're-
evolutionarily disbeneficial.
It's dysgenic. It's
Okay.
dysfunctional.
Ah!
It doesn't work.
So if it's
Okay,
evolutionary and it's
stop. Everyone. Oh my God, I'm going to go insane. The ICC is going to bring me up on charges for what I'm about to do. Okay, right? Like if you guys keep going, right? Like they're gonna start painting murals of all of you in New York City after what's going to go. There will be riots, right? They're going to have whole political discourses on this of like what did Wick do and why did he do it? Wick supremacy is going to be the FBI's most
Wick power.
like dangerous thing that has ever existed in America. Okay, enough. We can all agree, I hope. Maybe not. Oh my God. I'm scared to even ask. Men are struggling.
Well, the funny
in
thing
America.
is, I actually disagree. Sorry,
Ah!
Xerxes. I was thinking of
Men
the
are-
future.
Men are struggling in America right now, I think, in a way that
Obviously.
is unique, right? I think that men
Can I explain
lack
why?
identity.
Can I explain
And
why?
I think that
Oh
is
my God, run.
It's not a super meaningful thing.
At this point, I'm just
Run in
messing with you.
circles like a
Get it
dog.
all out before we start going.
Go ahead.
Okay. Men lack identity and they lack the ability to know how to act and how they are expected to act. Some of
That's
that,
my opening statement.
right? I know, but I'm focusing.
But no one
in
said
on
you
this.
were wrong. No one said
Ah,
you were wrong.
Okay, please stop.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
So, what I'm trying to focus in on, right, is why that's occurring and how we can fix it. Because does anyone think it's okay that the state of men is good in America?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Wait,
No,
I want to talk. I
legitimately,
want to
think
talk
it's
about
better
why
than
it's
people
happening.
realize. I think okay, so I've argued this a couple of times, but I think that the crisis of male identity is fundamental. It is creative. It is like necessary, because as we have an constantly evolving, constantly changing world, especially one that's like technologically advanced and is constantly advancing at an exponential rate, men have to constantly reinvent themselves. That is actually the thing that men are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be constantly addressing the little holes in the market, whether or not that is a financial market, whether or not that is just like the types of labor or the types of people that should exist. It's the reason we're constantly looking for new like ways of being male. This is good maleness. This is a sigma. This is an alpha. This is the reason we keep doing this is because the standards are changing. It's a thing that's supposed to be in flux. You're not supposed to have a stable identity. You're supposed to have a constantly evolving, reiterating, fixing itself, breaking itself, testing new things identity. That's what a man is supposed to be.
I think that there are some
Stable might be the wrong
there
word
are
for that, but I get what
things,
you're saying.
Right. There are things on the edges, right? That fair enough. There can be flux, right? There could be some flux. There could be some flexibility. I think that's fine. How men dress, for example, the fashions they wear, how they present, their mannerisms, fair enough. But when we call to the what I tried to talk about in the previous segment, the core, what the foundational essences of providing, protecting, training, and sacrifice at the end of the day. I think those four kind of pillars. Without those four pillars, we are seeing what we have today, and we are seeing charlatans come in and try to fill the void that the lack of those pillars are leaving. Andrew Tate is a great example. Okay, Andrew Tate is attempting to exploit a vulnerability in our system for good and bad reasons, for virtuous and banal reasons, but banal reasons both. We've eroded the pillars of what it means to be man. Okay, and that has left us with an open wound, and we have a virus.
Wick, I can't believe I have to, but I'm going to disagree with you again. All right.
Why?
So there's a reason we have a crisis of masculinity. I actually kind of agree with Tuna Chip when he says it's good that they're kind of just having to rediscover themselves. But the reason that's happening is not because we've eroded pillars. The reason it's happening is, and I have this analogy, which I think Base will appreciate because I watch some of your videos. You watch a lot of anime, right? Women have been in the Dragon Ball Z hyperbolic time chamber for like 5,000 generations.
Thank you for the raid, tomfoolery.
Right?
Appreciate you.
Right. So they are getting socialized and on the motion. They know how to dress. They know how to interact with each other. And for years and years and years and years, men filled this very exclusive, very exclusive gendered thing where I'm the provider, I'm the breadwinner, I'm the independent one. And that's all you had to do. And now all of a sudden, now women can do that too. So men don't have socialization. Men don't have outlets. Men don't have good emotional regulation. So women just have this huge advantage. And, they have problems, right? Like there are problems that every woman is going to go through to strive to be a better person. But men are now generations behind on all of that. So they're struggling to find purpose when they realized, hey, the thing that everyone told me was the thing that was going to make me a man is not enough anymore.
That
so
isn't nothing. I don't.
Well, I can add one thing
disagree.
to
Hold
that.
on, if I may. And I'll let you go after me. And I see you too, and Chip. Right. I don't disagree with that. That is also a factor. However, that factor also erodes those pillars, like I talked about, right? Like the ability to protect, the ability to spend resources to help, right?
Yeah, but who's telling people they shouldn't do that? Who's telling people don't protect anyone? Who's telling people?
Well,
oh,
there
a
are
lot
some
of people.
feminists.
I have met
feminists.
women, right? Who's okay.
I haven't.
I have met women, and Stardust has said this. Stardust says, like, if a burglar breaks in the house and you don't let me fight him, I'm going to be mad at you, right? Like, if you don't let me also get in that fight. And I think that, men should protect the person who is weaker in this situation. And I've met Stardust, and she's great, but I'm stronger than her. frankly. Okay,
Yeah.
right? Like, so
Okay, yeah, I think
does
that's a
that make
very
sense?
niche thing, Wick. Like, how many people are
No,
saying,
there's a
"Let,
lot
let
of
me
women
fight
who
the
say, "Do not
burglar. Let me
protect us."
fight the burglar." Like, what the
There's
fuck?
a lot of
I
women who
think
say,
I
"Do not
think
protect us."
Well,
There
I
are.
guess a lot of
there
women are
are,
stupid,
yeah.
but not all
There's
of
a
them.
lot, yeah. They're feminists. You know what I mean? No, to kind of add though to your point though, I'm sorry, because I think you're right. I think you laid the groundwork pretty well. The addendum to that is the fact that as a male, it is very difficult to have that relationship, even sometimes with other males, but particularly with women, to express provision, protection, and emotional regulability, right? We're going to use that term because a lot of those things are in relation to having relationships with women. You don't provide for other males, right? And most of and again, back to you, Tuna Chip, you highlighted that the expectation for you as a male is to protect the female. You didn't highlight it was to protect anyone, it was to protect the female. This is actually very consistent and to my point, right? So in an environment where it's difficult to enter a relationship with a woman where you're supposed to do those things, you cannot express in and of itself what it means to be a man. So I actually do understand what you're saying. So I agree that oftentimes this is used as an emotional tool. I think where we would disagree and for further conversation would be, can we make it a tool for good and can we make it a virtuous
I
tool?
want to get Tuna Chip in here, and Non-Fawn's been waiting forever, and I see you too, Fabian. So yeah.
Running around the
Yeah,
circle.
okay.
How do you shore that up? Soy Pill, how do you shore that up with the don't talk about men bit? Because you're saying this like men are behind women, and women are a community that have gotten ahead by saying this is what women should be. We're talking about girls. We're talking about different female identities. They've gotten to where they are. The hyperbolic pressure chamber is having an intra gender conversation about like aspirational potential.
Just
like
housekeeping issue. I'll be right back. Tuna, you're in charge till I'm back.
he has to shit his
All right,
pants.
everybody,
So like,
it's slur time.
No, you can't hurt his channel like that.
What's your
I'm
response?
also
My
streaming
response to that
Jesus.
is you don't need to address men specifically. Like, yeah, I am by saying, oh, men are behind because of this specific gendered language. We need to bring men up, but we don't exclusively need to bring men up. If we're raising children to be virtuous, to be breadwinners, to be independent, to be all these things that we used to say were masculine, if we're raising children to be emotionally intelligent, that's a good thing. And I think we should prefer to do that in a way that is not gender exclusive.
But the men are behind. So the men are behind in the
Okay.
same way that there's special education, and in the same way that there are, financial distributions of resources to people based on need. Do you not think that you have it inbuilt, which is that you have a theory that the gendered language is holding people back, and I kind of understand what you're saying, although I think it's for a different reason.
It's literally the reason that men are behind is because we told men, hey, if you cry, you're a little bitch, right? Don't show your emotion. Don't talk about it.
You're missing.
At the very least, it's the lack of ability to express
Men are
it.
behind. I don't.
You're leaving stuff on the table. Masculinity and the conversations that males have with one another and themselves about what it means to be a man has become a cargo cult. It is mistaking result for principle. It is it is looking at what men have been and the results of their principles in previous times and assuming whatever produces that end is good. But like being a warlord is not valuable in a time of peace. Having the capacity to defend people is valuable, but you're not supposed to like be brutish and act right now. Like Wick was talking about going to college. I really hope you're not focusing on your social studies if you're in Ukraine right now. Like there are times when certain aspects of masculinity are like more important or less important to embody as both sexes. But if I'm going to have a conversation with men and I'm going to talk about the attunement to that thing, I'm going to say, stop focusing so much on this. Like a real man doesn't like step back when somebody like challenges his authority. I would say, well, a real man assesses the moment and recognizes when violence is the solution or when you get the fuck out of there. Like you have to think of these things like principle based, right?
Principle, yeah, but again, you're begging the question. Then why are you saying a real man is the thing when I say it's good, whatever I want a real man to be?
I don't say
you don't
real
have to
man.
use it that way. You literally
I don't
just
say
said
real
that.
man because I fundamentally think that identifying by your gender is like subordinate. I think that is like that is lower than the consciousness we're capable of. I think you should be an Ubermensch. I think all human beings should be more than man. They should be acknowledging the thing that humans have that other animals don't have. They should be acknowledging the things, if you're a man by gender or sex, you should be acknowledging the things that you have that women don't have. You should be acknowledging the things that we have that like natural forces don't have. Like you have to actualize your potential. Unique
Did he let
to you.
anyone else talk while I was gone?
Yeah,
he's having a back and forth.
He kept threatening everyone with the box cutter, so we all shut up.
Do you not fidget with like a knife every once in a while?
No.
No, I think
He's
he's
not
just
a real
busting your
man,
chops.
no.
He's just busting your chops. He doesn't like. I'm sure
I
he
know,
doesn't mean
I'm,
it.
I'm doing some let's pull the curtain. I'm doing some interplay too. But to get back on it, so Wick, if you weren't able to hear while you're away, I think you probably were. You have wireless headphones. I'm asking him how he shores up this idea of conversation.
Gross.
Like what?
He has wired headphones. I said gross.
Oh, you have wired headphones? That's a failure on your quality of life. The question is like, okay, so if women are ahead and women are the type are the sex that's been having a conversation about like what it means to be a woman, and they've been having it quite intensively, why shouldn't men be having that same conversation about themselves? And you can go ahead and pick up what your response was.
Yeah, my response was just that they don't have to have that gendered exclusive talk. Like, yeah, if that's the only way we can get men back up to speed, if that's the only way we can get them to talk to each other, to tell their best friend that they love them, to do all these great things that they're not doing because they're like, that's freaking gay, bro. Like, yeah, but my thesis is that you don't need to do this as exclusively, let's focus all our resources on men. If people just raise their kids to be good, well-mannered, wide-horizoned people, you can do this without being like, oh, you're not a real guy, or hey, you need to be more womanly. It's just, hey, maybe don't be a fucking dick. Maybe tell your friend you love them. Give them a hug. Talk to your friends about your emotions. Don't bottle that shit up. You can go to the gym. You can be independent. Like, these are all things that we should just be teaching fucking everyone. And the idea that, oh, well, because men are behind, we can only exclusively focus on men to get them up to speed is just not something I think is viable.
Men and women experience the same things, or let me say it this way. The way you are treated as a man, whether it's good or bad, whether we should or should not have happened, is different than the way you're treated as a woman. And so, yes, we do need specific training, if you want to call it that, towards men to respond to the specific ways that they are treated that women generally aren't, and vice versa. That's why next week, same day, I'm going to have Erudite on, I'm going to have Julie on, I'm going to have a few others on, and women, and they're going to talk about the same topic, but with women, right? Because there are different experiences and different amounts of experience that they have that's just not the same in general, right? Like,
yeah, I would even argue something pretty interesting is that I actually don't even think that women have this code of conduct that we're kind of brushing against to begin with. I do think that it is uniquely masculine to focus on the code of conduct and how you're supposed to operate in society and in relation particularly to women. Because like I was saying earlier, again, the ideals and expectations that as a man, and even listen to the way I say it, as a man, I'm supposed to protect, provide, and be emotionally stable is something that, again, even just the nature of this conversation, like I've had this conversation for years on and off with just friends and internet comments and all of that. There is something to being a man, right? Or there's something about being a male where there is some code of conduct and some way to be asked, right? It just kind of sounds lofty, but
well, do you disagree with that, Soy Pill?
And that's the thing, right? And so that's, I think, what Tuna and Fabi, if I can understand, what they're trying to get Soy to get to is that reality exists. Like, we have that, right? Like, and I think earlier they were trying to explain the why we have that, but I think we can move past the fact that we do have it. Here's the thing, and this is why I peter between agreeing and disagreeing with Soy, because when we do highlight the fact that there is some way to be a man, we do kind of lose out on the fact that as a human being, there should be a way we should operate in society. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, as a male, there is a lot of expectations and a lot of codes that we're supposed to adhere to. Like even rising to the occasion to fight is actually another one, which, by the way, Wick, is something you encountered, right? When you're on Twitter, rising to the occasion to be ready to fight is another thing about being a male, right? The
Here, and
thing
I'll
is,
tell you another difference that's going to happen. And I'm a prophet, and you guys can clip this and you can check next week. Chat, the same joke. They've been making the same joke. I've seen tons of them. Well, why don't you have any men on the men panel? Ha ha ha. They're not going to say that on the women panel. They're
exactly right. But that's the thing, right? So this exists, right? I think that there's a utility to this existing. But to what Soy Boy, if I'm correct, I'll hand
But
it off
another
to you.
difference is
Are you saying that because we focus on it,
another
you say that,
another
because
difference
we
is
focus,
no one's going to ask you guys for your OnlyFans, and that's going to be another difference, right? So there are
Ooh,
differences.
that's where you're wrong, Wick.
Can I just so
now they are.
because this conversation is going in circles. It's been going in circles for a while. We've been talking about this.
Yeah, but because I think you're not addressing Soy. You're not addressing the core of what Soy is saying, right? And the core of what Soy is saying. Whatever. Whatever. Anyway, the point is, we do miss out on what it means to like just generally be pleasant in society when we're only focusing on what males are supposed to do.
Fabian,
I think that's pretty important.
Okay, so
now you're going to explain why we do that.
My guy, please just listen. All right, so in regards to the question that you were trying to get answered before we kind of like kept going over the same things, right? Which is like, why is there this crisis? Like, where is this crisis coming from? And, I believe it was Soypilled who, brought up, a common like issue here, which is like women entering the labor market, women, being more successful in terms of like undergraduate degrees, women being more successful before they have children in terms of pay.
Women are the problem.
Right. So like, if you, and there's this gender role about provider, I agree that that's an element. I think we would be remiss if we didn't kind of talk about the elephant in the room as well, to a certain degree, which is, the hypergamy that has been exacerbated in sexual relationships with young men, insofar as social media and dating apps have created a space where, for millennia, right, you had small communities that started getting bigger as civilization grew, but primarily young men would pair with, even structured in society with people in a relatively small dating pool, and that this is become, like, it's like when you look at the data, it's affecting women as well. But I mean, you have something like 40% of Gen Z that are like, yeah, I haven't like been with or been in a relationship in a year, right? Which is drastically lower than millennials, which is also lower than Gen X in that same period of time. But I think there is an even bigger issue than kind of all of those things as it relates to gender roles. And what I think what's occurring is that we have defanged the cultural institutions that enforced gender roles, and yet we still have vestiges of those same gender roles at the interpersonal level. And there is a conflict that is occurring here that I think is really damaging, because gender roles give you the guardrails as a man or a woman on like how you ought act, what you ought strive for, how you ought be, these same virtues that we were, kept getting brought up, right? And at the same time, we have men who police each other, boys who police each other. You have, dads, if they are involved, who kind of instill those same vestiges of those gender roles. But we don't have like a Catholic church that's predominant in the community. We don't have a government that is like, very much, attempting to enforce these things. Instead, what we have is an academic structure, an education structure, a media structure that is, believes heavily in toxic masculinity, that believes that masculine, gender roles are problematic, and, enforces that. And so there's this divide occurring where it's almost worse than if no gender role existed, is that internally there is, the older gender roles that are present within a lot of men, and then externally there's a combat against that very thing. And so it creates this own kind of cognitive dissonance between the male's ability to act out in the world and in the
Yeah, I
environment.
think you're
and
only
in
right if you don't
society.
how adjectives work, and that toxic masculinity is a completely separate thing from masculinity. And if you can't
God.
differentiate those two things, then
Oh
yeah,
my
I
fuck.
guess
You
it
know how
creates
people
cognitive
think. Do you
dissonance.
know what
Well, no, I
emotions
actually
people
already
have? Do you know
addressed
what
this.
Yeah, I
children
agree.
have?
People are stupid. Like they don't I'll acknowledge that these things
Okay,
are
yeah,
different.
young
No, but
boys
we
are
already addressed
stupid.
this.
You have to
Oh,
acknowledge that they're stupid
Shut up.
and then talk to them like they're
Shut up.
stupid,
Shut up.
aka
Shut up.
handhold
Shut up.
them.
Shut up.
Fucking
All of
Christ.
you. I am going to commit a war crime.
But we did already address
The
this,
most
actually.
masculine
No,
thing that
you
happened this
stop
fucking
too.
panel.
You stop too. All of
Jesus
you stop.
Christ.
Women can commit war
Fucking
crimes.
retards.
Non-fawn. Non-fawn,
Sure.
please save us.
I'm talking to fucking
What
children.
do you?
Please save us. What I want to know, right? And what I want to talk about, because I think Fabian did say something good there that I wish people would have hopped on and been like, oh, that's good. We should go with that. Let's go down that thread. But instead, we're circling back. Circling back. Let me get to it, right? And I'm going to give Non-Fawn first crack at this because, again, Non-Fawn, you're being so good today. Okay.
A good boy, a
Gets
good
rewarded.
man,
Gets treats.
is very
good
quiet
boy.
and polite and patient.
It's virtuous. Even.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that Fabian is correct that the institutional structures that enforced a lot of these gender norms have been defanged. I think that's a good term for it. But I would go further than that. I think that it is become you go to, and I'll say it this way. If you want to ascribe to the traditional male gender roles, the traditional manhood, you are in many cases going to come into conflict with the existing institutions. You go to war with society in a real way. And I think that that is creating a conflict dynamic that is very unhealthy.
Could you give one example of that conflict?
Yes, I can. So for one example of that would be like, I want to be someone who is the breadwinner. I want to provide for my family, right? In many cases, you're seen as, in some cases, abusive. Like, whoa, you want to be the breadwinner? You aren't going to let a woman go and enter the workforce? You're going to force her to stay home barefoot and pregnant, which isn't what you're doing, by the way, but it's just you want to be the one who makes some money.
I mean, if you want to be the exclusive breadwinner, that is literally what you're doing.
But
Otherwise, you're just saying, I want to make the
you
most
shouldn't be
money,
able
which
to-
is fine, and no one's going to say that's bad. So
But
I don't
again,
understand.
the worst
That's not
part to
conflicting at
that
all.
is that like it cannot
Is your
be
debate
expressed.
tactic just to aggressively misunderstand? It seems like
Well,
the two
it's
of you
Explain it to me.
like
I'll be
that's
quiet.
all you're doing.
Explain it to me. Go ahead, Fabian. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
So let's talk about something that's traditional role, right? Now, yes, Wick tried to go a little, I think, soft on it by saying the primary breadwinner, right? But if you were to, let's say, engage in what women now call financial abuse and say, I'm the breadwinner, I expect my wife or my partner, whatever the fuck term you want to use, right, to stay home and cook and clean, and that means that I have expectations when I come home that these things are done because I'm fulfilling my role and you're fulfilling that role. That is something that internally a lot of men would see as positive, that growing up they would have been raised that that's a good thing, that you are doing what is good as a man. And then at the same time, TV, academic institutions, media, the many other cultural institutions that are telling you would say that that's abusive, that that's domineering and wrong.
Okay, cool. So I didn't
But
misunderstand. It sounds like
realistically-
you misunderstood me, which is, yeah, if you want to do that, that is totally fine. If a woman says, you know what, I want to sit at home and take care of my kids and I don't want to develop a career, I just want to be nurturing, that's 100% fine. And
Women
if
should
people
also
are
tell you their
criticizing you,
expectations.
if people are criticizing you for locking someone into that, it's not because, oh, you're not allowed to have a housewife, you're not allowed to be the primary breadwinner. It's because if you're enforcing that on someone saying, no, you can't go get a job.
We're discussing the fact that there is conflict in the point that I made, that you
Well,
like
we're not
hop
really
on
addressing
one
who's
word to
causing the
aggressively
conflict.
misunderstand, right? Like there is a conflict between the old guard of gender roles that are still instantiated in interpersonal relationships against men, and the institutions that
starting
have
the
different
conflict, though?
values. Oh my fucking God. It's like...
But who are the people that are actually combating males' ability to be that role?
He said multiple times He's listed institutions that are going against it.
Okay, so it's not institutions. It's women. It's the ability to be in relationships with women.
Misunderstanding.
Because you cannot express this gender role in absence of women. This is what causes so much pain for young men and why they're so lost.
We're gonna get another rant where you say literally
the gender
fucking
role
nothing and don't address.
It's literally fuck. I am addressing the point. We already went over this, right? It's not just this huge institution things and people are going to be mean to you in society and someone will write a video essay. It's that on the person to person getting into a relationship to express the gender roles you're saying, for a lot of young men, it cannot be done. This is what's creating the lost boys, the lost arts that you guys keep on talking
from
about.
the beginning of this goddamn panel, explain to you sociology 101. If you can't
he didn't ask. Rick never asked for you to do that.
Difference
he didn't ask.
Interpersonal relationships.
Let me read the super chat.
I'm
getting paid money.
Then please, just fucking don't ever come to another discussion of politics or culture again.
Let me
like
make
this is kindergarten shit.
Let me make my money. Let me get through these super chats. I got to get to these super chats. $2 from Testicle Johnson. Me, good man. Happy all time. Go PP standing up. Thank you. Zephyr Hash for $5. What I learned, being a man is the same as acting good in society, which is the same as being a good human. There's a certain way to act, and there's a reality. Thank you for $5. $10. Psychonaut. Fabian, everything you said, Xerxes has pointed out, and you and Tuna jumped down his throat. And then $2 more from Tessie Johnson. Xerxes was 100% correct on everything. Thank you for the bits on YouTube. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the resubs, bonging stuff, things like that. I really appreciate you. Yeah, okay. Well, do you disagree there's a fundamental tension in some of these things between what society expects?
No, there actually isn't. There isn't. No, I'm not saying there's not a disagreement. I don't disagree, right? So, like, if someone were to say, "Hey, I just met you on a dating app. Let's go on a date. I'm dating for marriage, and by the way, my expectation is like I never want you to have a career." If you establish that right away, and they're on board and they're consenting to that, cool. All right, let's go into that expectation. Let's do it. The problem is that if you're setting out and telling people, "Hey, like, let's push this as a thing that you should be doing," and now we're locking women into these places where if anything goes wrong with their marriage, they've now spent 20 years not doing jack shit, and we also want this equality in the marriage court so they don't actually get more money when they don't have a career and don't have any jumping off point if they get divorced. That's where the financial abuse comes in. That's where people are saying, hey, don't do this. So if the whole argument from Tuna and Fabian is, hey, people are fucking stupid and we have to cater to them like the little baby drooling idiots that they are and say, hey, I just want to let you know that it's okay to want these things, just be careful. Yeah, sure. Great, let's do that.
Let me ask you this.
No, you just can't tell the difference between an is and an ought.
Question. Can I ask?
Oh my god!
I promise you I can.
I want to go down.
You're displaying that you can't.
I want to try something. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing or a neutral thing that in our society currently we value and promote monogamy?
Generally, it's probably a good thing.
Yes, generally it's a good thing. It's a general good for society that we are monogamous in most cases, right? And we promote monogamy, we reinforce monogamy, we see cheating and having multiple spouses and multiple girlfriends or boyfriends or something. We tend to look down upon that, right? People tend to look down upon that. And that probably is a healthy thing for our society, yes?
Yeah, if we're talking about retaining family structures and raising people correct. Yeah, sure. Okay. What's your point, though?
So, my point is that society can and should have and create societal expectations for how relationships go, even if there are outliers where people would consent to different things, right? So
okay. So if the expectation is, hey, let's not lock yourself out of a career for 20 years and then worst case scenario, you're fucked. I think that should probably be promoted, even though I think it's okay to have a trad wife stay-at-home person, right?
So the problem, I think, is that society, at least now, currently, and institutions have, again, framed it as you have, that you're locking women out and that they can't do this and that is an inherent negative thing. Even the way you talk about it is inherently negative. It's society has decided that this framework is inherently negative.
I'm not saying it's inherently negative. I'm saying if we're going to start equalizing things like payouts in divorce court, which traditionally have favored women because women couldn't work after they got divorced, then yeah, we have to start talking about, well, this is no longer going to be benefiting you, and if we're going to lock you out of a job, that maybe we should go back to the way it was, where it favored you in the divorce court. That's all I'm saying. It's not inherently bad.
Soy Pill, can I try something?
Please.
Okay. Pick a young boy in your life that you love and you want them to have the best possible life. Just like imagine them for a bit. I'm just gonna give them like a random.
Imagining a young boy. I don't like where this is going.
That's all coming from your brain, buddy. So if you imagine that boy and you're sitting down and you're having a man to boy conversation, and you were trying to tell him what is in his best interest, or if you were to give him advice on how to live, and you were to take all of the things that you would give and put that into like a bucket, and just think of that as like a group of principles. Why would you not feel comfortable universalizing that as a principle that you would extend to all men?
Because I'd give the exact same conversation to my daughter or my son or whoever the fuck, because it doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. So you because you're not giving it to everybody, you feel like it's not fair to give good advice to only one of the sexes?
No, that's not what I said. I said, if I'm going to give really good advice to someone I'm trying to mentor, I'm not going to exclusively gender it, because I think that's harmful, because if they don't embody a certain thing...
I get what he's saying. And I want to ask a question on that. Because
can I follow up with the most obvious thing here, though, is that you're being more exclusive when you only give it to one person.
Yes, but he's saying he's not
Yeah,
giving...
but I'm saying I'm going to give it to everyone, so I'm not going to do that.
That's not what he's saying.
He's saying he would give the exact same advice to a young girl that he would give to a young man. And I don't know how.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would fucking do that. And think that
because
that makes sense, but
there are going to be experiences that young men face, that young women face.
Of course, I'm not saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell a young man, hey, don't wear a dress when you walk around and go to the frat party. Like, obviously, I'm gonna tell different people that, hey, I don't think that we should have gender roles, but gender roles exist. People treat gender differently, and the same way, like,
I'm gonna bet some money here. I'm gonna bet $5. Okay, it's not a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money. Okay, I'm gonna bet $5 that you're going to, if you talk about dating with a young man, you're gonna talk about it differently than you do with a young woman. You're going to bring things up with the young man that
everything that I would say differently is going to be exclusively how people are going to treat them because of who they are, and not how they should act.
Yes. You're getting it.
I promise you, you're not having a revelation. I just didn't know that I do this.
Because you acknowledge that society treats, and people in the society are going to treat each one differently. So we ought discuss different ways and stress different values and different things in different levels, because there are different expectations and different ways they are treated, right? Absolutely, yes. So an example, like if I'm talking to a young woman about dating and things like that, I'm going to be like, you got to make sure that, you cover your drink at these parties, right? You got to make sure that what you're looking for is someone who's not going to take advantage of you. Who's not going to do X, Y, and Z. Someone that's...
This panel's literally just been teaching is-ought distinctions, and it's literally like, it's blowing my mind that we can't even have like a fucking adult conversation about this. Like,
we can. I don't know why you're wigging out. I'll be honest with you. I'm a bit befuddled
because you're retarded. That's why I'm wigging out.
I guess.
It's frustratingly so.
Maybe you're the retarded person for trying to have a different conversation than the rest of us. I don't know.
Xerxes,
this is true.
Okay, I've been a little aggressive, but like, I want to address it directly. You have an ideal other that you think men should be beholden to, and you're so firm on it that when you have this conversation and a person has a different ideal other, or believes that instead of having an ideal other, a person should center themselves, that the conversation like falls apart because you're gonna like get into disagreements that are like rooted in that. So what we're saying is, some of us are being descriptive, or all of us are sometimes talking about descriptive things, and some of us are in the same exchange being prescriptive. So, like, if we're going to have a conversation about what men are, men are dealing with a different set of situations than women. The bridged gap is, what do we do differently because of that? instead of looking at that at all, Soy Pill is saying this is what we ought to do, and it should not be reliant on what is now. It should be thinking about the future. It should be all these ideal things. And I think we're trying to get through to this point of, instead of having this like wild aspirational prospect, you have to think about how you're going to get to the conditions where that ideal is even possible. And at least the two of us agree that the way to get there is by having an intra-sex conversation about virtue that catches men up to women. And I think that that's what we're trying to do.
If you are under the misconception that I think we shouldn't talk to men about how they're behind, or we shouldn't talk and we should just ignore gender, I'm abolishing all gender. Hey, don't have these conversations with men because even though they are different, it's in the same way. It's like, okay, yeah, I think we should treat everyone of the same race the same, but I'm not going to pretend like we shouldn't tell like my beautiful mixed race babies, hey, hey, people are going to treat you fucking differently. Cops are going to treat you fucking differently. Obviously, I don't know why you don't think I think this. I know the distinction. Yes, there is a reality of gendered things. Yes, we have to tell people certain different things because the way that they're treated is the current reality of society. I'm just saying it would be best, and you're saying this is idealistic, but I promise you, if you just give good advice to your children in a gender neutral way, you don't have to enforce that gender role. And yeah, you can acknowledge, oh, you might be treated differently because you're a woman. Oh, hey, you're less strong than the boys you're going to be around. Be a little more careful. That's fine. That just doesn't mean that you have to enforce that as a gender role, and we should try to do away with that.
Why are you
That's
talking
all
about
I'm
enforcement?
saying.
We're not
Because
talking
that's what
about
a gender role
enforcement.
is. It's an enforcement of behavior and a shaming if you get away from it. That's the whole point.
Even if it isn't, explicit, he's right. Implicitly, if you're trying to date a woman and she desires you to be a provider, it is implicit in that relationship how you're supposed to act. So he has a good point there. There's some pressure applied to you.
Okay, but pressure is not enforcement. This is this like really cucked thing where you're saying,
well, if you
that
want to be with the
somebody expects
woman,
something of you, and you want something from them, that you can't merely look at the cost benefit and just say no to the arrangement and not go along with what they're doing.
Yeah, well, of course you can. Well, yeah, well, of course you can. But the problem is, if you want something, you have to adhere to the way that the world is, right? So, like, if I want to be in a relationship with a woman, I have to accept that there's no one disagreed with you. That if I want to get to X, which is to a woman, I have to behave in Y. Like no one has even begun to disagree with that. If I understand Soy, which you correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is predicating the behavior on being male makes you lose all of the other important parts about being a human. Would that be correct?
I can't believe I watched your videos going on. The fact that you're the one person who's trying to back me up here is amazing. But yeah, that is what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm just incredulous because I agree. I just agree with like everything you say in all your videos, and right now you're at least on the same level of understanding. But yeah, obviously I'm not.
Agree, right? Like
this is horseshoe theory in action. I swear to God.
It is.
I don't know.
But,
I might be more complex. I don't know.
I guess. Well, here's a good question.
The power of
maybe
anime
ground
and
us
friendship.
again. You're talking to your buddy, right? He's struggling, right? You gotta give him a piece of it. He's like, man, I don't know what it. How do I be more of a man? What do you tell him? I'll give you an example to start us off. Like, I've a friend, right, who's been struggling in relationships and things like that, and he feels like he can't provide and things like that. You know what I tell him? I tell him like, hey man, you just need to like focus, right? Discipline, get in there, get more money. You need more money, get a better job. I don't say, well, no, you shouldn't worry.
Yeah, Wick, is your friend still struggling? Because I think I know why.
Well, I only gave him this advice last week. So yeah,
oh, okay.
He is still struggling, right? Well, hey, we haven't had a long time. But yes, absolutely. Get a better job. You'll make more money. If you're having trouble because women don't like you because you don't have a job, get a job. Yes, absolutely. What would you say?
I think that's
fair advice. Go ahead.
I think that's fair advice for getting woman. I don't wanna just like say you need to do this in order to be like quote unquote a real man, but it's fine. It's fine
a
if
man
like,
should have a job. Yes.
What about stay at home then? Should we not
Man,
promote
okay.
that?
One half of being a man is being a human, and one half is being male. And if you're only addressing one half of those with your advice, then yeah, you're fucking up. But like, yeah, a human should actualize their potential. They should provide for themselves and others in their life. They shouldn't throw away value. That's a human thing. That's the universal between the two sexes. And then there's the question of What's the highest yield? What's the most efficient return? What are principles and what are expectations you should have and know that people have of you around that pursuit? And that's the sex part.
Sure. If you, and you know what, let's build a bridge here because maybe we agree on this. If you're saying exclusively the advice that we can say, what is a real man? It's to say, hey, there's a lot of societal expectations on you. There's a lot of societal assumptions about you, and you have to make sure that you're operating the best within those in the sense that, yeah, people are going to expect you to be more dangerous, and you should account for that. You shouldn't approach people at nighttime at 3 a.m. Don't sprint at woman to go say hi. Like, yeah, this is exclusively gendered language, and that is not. We're not going to tell women not to do that because they're the ones who have to run away from us. So yeah, okay, I agree with you. But I think that's kind of belaboring the point of if we're trying to say what is a real man, I'm saying, okay, yeah, we have to acknowledge the reality of what society has placed on us in the same way we acknowledge race and the same way we acknowledge every other socially constructed thing. It's not, just because I want it to be irrelevant doesn't mean it is. I'm just saying that, we can try to move away from that. So that's it.
Sure.
So this is, I guess I have to step back in, but it's so fucking frustrating. No, I as the only person here with any fucking ounce of conservative values, I guess, I would say that no, that there is something good and functional about it. When people say that something is socially constructed, right? It's kind of one of those magic words where we take in the context of how we hear it as opposed to what it actually means, right? So like, if something is socially constructed, for example, in gender, you could go back to the 1800s and look at fashion in men's fashion. And what you're going to find is you're going to find military uniforms and things of that nature where high heels are there, right? And it's like, well, it's because women value height. They've never not valued height. They've almost always valued height with relative few exceptions in cultures throughout the world. And so so high heels were a thing. But why were high heels also there was because of like the steppe people and people that rode horses. And it became like popular fashion within military fashion that then spread out largely because of like stirrups and saddles and utilizing that type of footwear. Well, that's not really a thing anymore because we have cars. And so and fashion has reversed it, right? It is women that are wearing high heels. Yeah, that portion is socially constructed, but the foundation there is that men and women absolutely are different. And that and you're not going to have a functional society that is even in Fantasyland in the end game where where we can get rid of all gender roles that doesn't have different expectations, different aspirational goals, and different values for different genders. And you throw the baby out with the bathwater if you notice that there are certain elements of our current instantiation of gender roles that are negative, where the answer then becomes, well, then we ought get rid of gendered roles and that we just ought give these virtuous things. Like, yeah, I'm an objectivist for the most part. I agree that like man, including woman, ought act within their own rational self-interest. But part of that rational self-interest is going to be, instantiating in your children, instantiating in your community values that are going to be different for men and women because they engage with the world differently. Saying that something is socially constructed doesn't mean that it doesn't have a basis in reality. It just means that the way that it expresses itself is going to be culturally dependent upon the times, the technology, the material conditions, etc.
Okay, you're gonna hop on Xerxes for saying nothing, and then you just did that. But go ahead.
Every time I make a fucking point, like you seem incapable of actually.
Well, it's almost like we disagree. Yeah. No, I wanted to. Wick interrupted me, but go ahead, Wick.
No. Okay, no. 20-second point. It's real simple, and then you can fight with Fabian if you want. Oh my God, you're making me forget. No, I got it. You want to be a better man? Okay, do 3 things. Get a job. Okay. Work out, read books. If you do those 3 things, you will feel better. You'll be more healthy. And
that's just life advice for everybody. That's like
no, that's manhood.
But wouldn't that be? But that would be Soy's point. So you do realize that, right? Right, Fabian?
Yes,
his point would
absolutely agree.
As long as you get it. All right.
I'm saying that's general life advice. Yeah, like as Tuna Chip was trying to say earlier, and as I just said in my point, is that like, yes, I agree. People ought to act within their own rational self-interest. It is within your own rational self-interest to be healthier, to
There's
make
a
more
reason
money,
I'm saying
to do
this,
those
though.
things. That's not the same thing as the gender
reason
thing.
I'm saying this is because there are forces out there, there are people out there who say, well, you know, men don't really need a job. Men don't really need to work out to still be a man. Men don't really need to do any of these things to be. No, you
Stop
do.
saying people. These are not people who are talking to you, saying these things.
Yeah, I have people in my real life, right?
Twitter is not real life, Wick.
If you think Twitter is not real life, you are wrong.
Dead internet,
Twitter,
buddy.
Twitter has influenced
Dead internet
everything
theory is fucking real,
and
bro.
I'm only
continues
here because of Twitter.
to
You're right.
influence everything that we do. It influences our political.
Wait, Wick, do you work
process.
out?
It influences our economics. I run a little bit.
He
and I do some
exercises his
stuff
belt.
like that. Yeah. Is that working out?
Are you gonna take that from him? Oh my God, Wick! I think you should fight with Tuna right now.
Oh, me.
Okay, Fabian, wait, I want to
We'd have
talk
a
to
good
Fabian
time.
because I was being mean, but unironically, like I'm not actually saying anything you just said was necessarily wrong. The stuff you're talking about, yeah, gender roles are constructed, they have value. You're probably kind of like boxing at shadows, and I'm not trying to be patronizing, but like there are a lot of leftists who'll come on and be like, well, actually, that's socially constructed. It doesn't matter. No, it absolutely matters. It probably stems from things of biology that are reality. But the problem I have with you saying that is, I guess, our fundamental disagreement is you value certain gender roles as, oh, like, yeah, this is inherent to men should do this. This is inherent to women should do this. And generally that might be true in certain cases, but I'm saying you don't need to do that. And I think society would be better if we don't try to enforce those things. That's all I'm really trying to get at. So
I wouldn't say that I
Okay, the
value.
people are
I
saying
wouldn't say
that
that
Twitter
I
isn't real life. If you want to know what's going to happen in real life in the next week or month, you go on Twitter and you look. And that will happen.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that I necessarily value these things. This is like a kind of a classic conservative, metaphor, right? Which is like, you know, the left winger, finds a, when you find like a God damn it, a fence in the middle of the road, right? And the left winger is like, well, there's a fence in the middle of the road that's like blocking us. We ought to get rid of this fence. And the conservative goes, well, who put the fence here? Why is the fence here? Before we start knocking down fences, we should maybe try and figure out why this fence was here, because the outcome of destroying this fence might be worse than we think, right? So there's a certain conservative disposition, at least from like a Burkean kind of perspective, right? Which is that like, you have to be careful if you're going to get rid of cultural kind of ideas and things that have lasted thousands of years, because you don't actually know what the downstream effect of getting rid of those things are. We can kind of surmise that there are certain things that we've seen over time be negative, and we can pick apart at some of those things. But when you say like, oh, the very concept of like having gender roles is anathema to like a healthy society, like that is
I'm not
is
saying
an
that.
extreme. Well, you're
obviously
you
we
not
have
saying
better
that?
society, well, because obviously society is functioning in to some capacity. We've gotten it better, obviously, through history. We've had gender roles that are vary wildly, but there's a lot of consistencies, right? I'm not going to say, oh, like this is the downfall of society, this is what's causing us all these problems. I'm saying we've accelerated to a point where we can move past these things that I think are causing harm, where enforcing masculinity is causing harm to men, and we can kind of move away from that. Now, we could go to a good place in Tuna's world where we're like, let's exclusively focus on men. I'm not saying that could, is going to have necessarily negative outcomes. It could also have positive outcomes.
You said
I'm not
something.
saying
I want to ask something.
history,
I want to ask him my goddamn
damn it,
question.
dude.
Soy pill. You said that enforcing masculinity is what's destroying men. Do people agree with that?
You
I think
yes
you
and no.
said it in a
See,
different
I
way,
think it's more
said that I
complex
didn't
than
say
that.
But let me at least respond to what he's saying. You're right. Like,
Wick, I'm going to remember your question. 'cause I
when
think it's
you
very
are
interesting.
right, like when you say that like that we can recognize that gender roles as an entire category are and enforcing those gender roles as opposed to having descript non-binary, whatever, fucking, gender neutral kind of virtues that we stress, and we can do away with this entire concept of gender roles. That is an extremely radical position, historically speaking, right? Like we have to understand that like you can't look at human history in the same way that we look at the human lifespan, right? It is relative, like like we have had relatively stable gender roles with some fluctuations throughout time in Western society up until the 1970s. And then you're like, okay, well, we've made progress in the last 50 years. We're not going to know what the downstream effects of let's say, having women being a large part of the workforce, or like egalitarianism and so many of these other things, for another 100 years. Like, these things these things happen over a span of multiple generations. And to say that we would be better off, I have to ask you, what evidence do you have that if we just abolished gender roles, if we could, right, and that we only taught virtue, that this would lead to a better, more prosperous society and get the desired outcomes that you prefer?
Okay, so this is like this weird appeal to we've been doing it for hundreds and hundreds of years, and there's no evidence to show that it would be good, so why are you proposing it? But I think you're misunderstanding what I'm proposing. I'm not saying, hey, let's ignore gender. I'm a gender abolitionist. There are no men, there are no women. Like, anyone can do anything. Like, obviously, there are going to be differences. Obviously, we have to acknowledge the history of it coming up to this. In the same way, I would never advocate for colorblindness, because that's just ignoring history. It's ahistorical. Like, that's not what I'm advocating for. What I'm saying is, when we enforce a gender role insofar as saying, hey, you're not a real person, you're not a real man, you're not a real woman unless you do this thing, that is bad. One, because it's arbitrary and anyone can say that about anyone. Like, hey, you're not a real man unless you do this. You're not a real man unless you do this. And suddenly it's this big fucking chaotic mess where everyone's arguing on what makes the best man, even though there's clearly not a fucking solid definition for this. I'm just saying, let's not make that gendered. I'm not saying you can't have the concept of housewife.
You only
What
made one
evidence?
piece,
Like,
which is that it's
okay,
arbitrary.
my evidence is,
but it's
is
not
me
arbitrary. It's
and-
based off of the functional society and the ones that failed and the ones that succeeded throughout human history. So it's not an
Do you
arbitrary
have evidence
distinction.
that a non-gendered advised culture failed? Because I don't think those exist, right? Like, that's.
I mean, we have matriarchal societies, right? Where
Well, that's not what I'm
roles are
advocating
different.
for. That's gender rules.
Okay,
We
but
do
when-
ha- we
when-
do have
when
to
you-
have
when you-
right.
when you-
People that were
I'm
told
not
that
saying-
in order to be a man.
What I am not saying, that because something has existed for 1,000 years, it is inherently good. What I am saying is that because something existed for 1,000 years, that it serves some level of function. Again, I brought up Durkheim.
agree.
I brought up functionalism, right, as a sociological lens in which to interpret this. And so when you say we ought to do away with this thing, and then your only piece of evidence is it's arbitrary, well, it's not arbitrary.
I don't know how much anecdotes work here, but like,
yeah.
Huh? What is there? Well, I was just real quick, evidence-wise. Like, I don't have a study that shows like if you raise people like in a non-binary way, this is somehow better. I just come from I'm in fucking Berkeley. This is the most like gender-neutral, like fucking liberal, progressive, libtard place you could ever be in, and I've seen lots and lots and lots of people not being forced into these things and operating completely fine. Society's great, unless you want to get into the weeds of like how shitty Berkeley is because libtards. But like it works here. So I think it's better. I think we shouldn't enforce these things. I think we shouldn't shame people for not meeting some arbitrary standard of what is a man. We can shame people for bad behavior. I just don't think it should be gendered.
All right, so your evidence is I live in Berkeley and Berkeley's doing great, right? Like, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that when you have more egalitarian societies, that gender gender disparities increase, right? We see this in nursing, we see this in software engineering, et cetera, right? Like when we look at the types of
but I think my question will get to the
wait. Let Fabian finish.
And
I'm
so
actually
this
very
again, this again highlights what I see as a conflict, which is another thing that you memed on and didn't address, which is that when you have institutions pushing one concept of gender roles and what we ought to expect, and you have interpersonal situations that are contrary to that creates a situation within young men specifically, because that's what we're talking about here, where there's cognitive dissonance between what society's expectations are from certain institutions and what the individual institutions are. So the only evidence that I can see is that when society tries to do away with gender roles and enforce egalitarianism, that individuals end up choosing more gendered ideas and concepts, and that this conflict is causing a crisis within our culture and in what men believe they ought to do, because they're getting different,
This is great.
disparate
This is great.
messages.
I actually agree with.
$10 from Psychonaut. Brook Farm was an experiment for equality among the sexes in 1840, and it failed. Let's give it to Tuna Chip. Tuna to IC.
Then can I go after? Because I have a question.
Yeah, you've been you'll
But
get
we
your turn,
are
man.
running out of time, so we're gonna wrap it up soon.
Man.
Tuna Chip,
You're
go.
so mad for nothing, bro.
I mean, there are people that wait and there are people that interrupt, and it's a little frustrating. I think that he has a hard job. That's why he's mad. And it's not
Me?
always the same person every single time. I'm saying every time that conflict keeps coming up. It's not a role. It's a dynamic.
Except
Anyway,
for non-fun, he's the best.
I don't. I'll disagree with you on one on the Berkeley. I don't think that Berkeley is an instance, even though people are not enforcing it, and in many instances they're counter enforcing. There's an expectation to buck gender trends in these places.
Mhm.
It's not that they're living without the gender trends. It's that they're living inside of the context of knowing what they are, having that framework, and experimenting around with it. Like, you're not gonna if you go to a country that doesn't have a strong sense of how to distribute responsibilities amongst people. It doesn't matter if it's happening on sex. It could happen on class. It could happen on sex. It could happen on race. Different cultures throughout history, different ways. If you have it so that, and this is to Fabian's point, what we're talking about is we're looking at like friction. We're looking at forcing people and trying to incentivize people into going against the things that they're being taught early in life and just saying, let's change it up. Let's go against. Instead of this like push against the wind, change the thing, just because sometimes you say that you're saying, oh, I just want to free up people to do the things that they want and actualize their potential. But then at the same time, you're saying, well, we're not going to have any conversations about what the maximalization of an individual based on their unique trait is with the language. We have to avoid the language. Instead, like, what are you going to do? How can you have this conversation? How can you not force? Okay, what are you going to do when you have the conversation? Are you going to say, actually, I think that STEM going out of its way to hire women when there are tons of men that want to go further and there are not nearly as many women that want to go further, that maybe the amount of resources we're wasting pushing and pushing and pushing against the wind would be better just letting people pursue their interest as they find it individually? Why is that bad as opposed to, say, good? Because that looks like what you described to me. To me,
well,
getting
first
out of
of all,
people's
yeah,
way
you and Fabian said this. It's
do what
like,
they
should
want
we
is
be
good.
pushing people into a place where they're not naturally falling? But also, I don't know if I necessarily agree that it's like, oh, women were naturally not in STEM, and then we had to push them. I mean, in the 1970s, there were women in STEM, in computer science, than there were men, and then the PCs were marketed to men, and then it kind of fluctuated the other way, and now there's some force that's doing this. I don't even necessarily agree that we should force women into STEM. Like,
I'm
that's
not talking
an
about
opt.
genetics when I say natural. I'm saying that they, as an individual, before we put our finger on the scale as an institution, let's say that you are a college,
Mhm.
you are trying to decide how you're going to just do one policy or another. If you keep finding that as you enact this policy this way, that it is netting loss, it's inefficient, it's not doing what the people want to do something else, at what point is that no longer like, oh, good because it's progressive, and it's bad because it's actually like stopping people from going in the direction they want?
I see what you're saying. That's a really good question and a very, very complicated, because you could make this for a lot of things about like historical injustices. Like, hey, when do we stop affirmative action? When do we stop promoting, female-only scholarships? Like, I don't know when suddenly everything's equal. Yeah. I don't know when suddenly everything's equal, but it's like, it hasn't been for a very long time. And it's hard to say like, well, all right, like, we're not going to treat you differently as much now. Oh, actually we do, but like, we're not going to put laws on the books that do it. But fuck it. Everyone's at the starting line, even though these people have been like, inheriting generational wealth for years and years and years, and they're way, way ahead of you. Get fucked, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the exact line is, but that's a very good question. I'm not going to pretend like that has an easy answer though.
You're talking about how
of that
far the thing goes.
Non-Fan wanted
When I
to
am
talk.
explaining-
Wait, yeah, wait.
Hold on, Non-Fan wants to talk, and Non-Fan hasn't talked. So go ahead,
Crazy.
Non-Fan.
I was just curious, Tuna, do we think there's evidence of that with women in STEM? My understanding is that their test scores in a lot of STEM subjects are like better than men. They seem to be
I'm
doing
not talking
better
about
than men.
performance. I'm not saying that women are worse. I'm saying
Desire.
that,
Like,
yeah,
the
desire.
biggest
I'm
gender
talking about, like,
differences
the-
between men and women is that women prefer to deal with people more than to deal with things, right? And
I don't think
men
anyone
prefer
contests
to
that.
deal with things.
I contest that.
Oh, you do? Oh,
I mean, I think women are.
It's like
you guys
established
disagree with
social
Fabian.
science. Like,
Well,
You
yeah,
will
but
not
the
disagree with
asked question
Fabian.
is
I'm
why.
not even
I
talking
understand
about
that is
us.
empirically true. You're right, Fabian. It is true that if you like surveyed them, that is true. But the question is why? Why did it come here? So now you're the
Right,
guy
but
who's
what
like,
I'm saying
hey,
is
this fence is here,
when
and I'm
you
saying, why is
have-
the fence here?
No, what I'm saying is that when you have societies and cultures that try and be more egalitarian and be more gender neutral, what you find, right, in like the Nordic countries, you find a larger gender disparity in that, not less. And you have societies where they enforce gender roles a lot, you find the exact opposite. So Rwanda, for
but I'm not saying
example,
that's bad,
has some
right?
of the highest rates of women in STEM because of the exact. Right, but what I'm saying is that when you have cultural institutions and individuals that are arguing that we ought do away with gender roles, and that becomes a part of the culture, and then you have that pushed in media, and you have that pushed in academia, and you have government programs that try and stop these disparities, etc. You spend time and resources and institutional human capital so that you can try and undo gender disparities, and so that you can try and undo the concept of gender roles. What you find is a cultural backlash against that, where the gender roles reassert themselves,
but
and then
this
you
is
have
the
a
issue.
conflict
But I'm not
between
arguing
these two
that. I'm
things.
just saying on a personal level, if you want to talk about what should we do as a society, yeah, maybe that is a bad thing, and that's a perfectly fine argument. I'm just not talking about, hey, like, let's fucking dump a bunch of money into telling people, not, all right, you're just gone, you don't care. Okay.
No, he's got
Yeah, but
wireless. He's
I
not like Wick. He can hear you.
Oh, he can still hear me. Okay.
Yeah, unlike Wick, I have fucking wireless headphones.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, oh, we need to abolish these. We need to push this in society. I'm just saying, hey, don't enforce it the way we've enforcing it. The way this happens, for the most part, yeah, it's in movies, yeah, it's in institutions, yeah, it's in colleges, yeah, it's in all this, but it's also from you and your kids and who you talk to in your community. And I'm just saying, you don't need to gender that, and you don't need to gatekeep gender. Like, it's stupid.
Okay, it's like 8 guys. I promise you guys 2 hours. I know we could go on for hours and hours and hours and hours. There's a lot to talk that we didn't get to talk about. There's a lot of things that we got stuck on. I get it. Right? I get it. We will have this conversation again. I am certain. But for now, we must be done. So, gang, if you for whatever reason, if you've enjoyed this content, and I'm not sure why you would, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We got some great content coming up next week. The same time, bad time, same bad channel. Thursday, the 16th, we're gonna have Not So Erudite on. We're gonna have Sad Kit Kat on. We're gonna have Kerbafine, I don't know how to say her name, and one more lovely lady on to discuss this same topic, basically what it means to be a woman in modern society. What's it like being a woman online, right? What unique struggles that they face. And I pray to God it goes better than this one did. I'm going to make sacrifices to the dark gods tonight so that this goes better then. But no, I hope you guys enjoy it. We're also going to be talking about we're going to have a debate on whether or not socialized healthcare should provide sex workers to men who struggle. And we're also going to have a debate on the recent changes in Facebook on their moderation team, which I find the most exciting of all the things we're going to do and we're going to talk about. And so we're going to have a discussion on that. They are moving away from a fact check system to a more community notes-based system. What does that mean, right? Is that better? Is that worse? We're going to talk about it. It's going to be great. We're going to all of these lovely individuals are going to give their closing statements. All the links to these lovely individuals are in the YouTube description. You can click on their link and follow them if you like. And please do so. They have taken time out of their day to come. I will only say this in closing, and then they can have their closings. We, as a society, do not enforce gender roles, especially what it means to be a man, as we used to. There are positives to this, but there are also negatives. One of the negatives is that it seems to be that men want this. Men want to be more manly. Men want to be more of a man. And the only people who are giving them any answers on how to be a man and not just a good person are people like Andrew Tate. And that needs to change because we cannot have them monopolize this field. We have to have an answer, not how to be a good person. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear, how do I be a better man? And we have to give the people what they want and what the market demands. So please do that. We're going to start with Cersei. We're going to end with Soy Pill. That's the order we're going to go in. Cersei, go ahead.
I mean, I think there's a lot to be said, but I'll keep it brief. I think one of the most important things about being a man is maintaining many different important virtues, such as patience and temperance, such as maintaining honor, such as if you give your word, you're trustworthy, you adhere to the things you believe, you have that personal integrity. Those are just as the basis. To give credit to Soy, I imagine you could say the exact same thing to a young lady. But I think as a male, there are important aspects, and that physicality and your ability to express yourself with your physicality is also very important, and why your virtue needs to be attached to that, or at least part of it needs to be attached to that, such as you have the power to fight and break someone's neck, but you also have the power to be a construction worker and to build things for people. I do think that the aspect of being male is important to the code of conduct. And perhaps maybe the issue is that we use the term real man as the title of code of conduct, but I do believe a code of conduct should exist. And so I think that's where I would disagree with Soy, but I do understand his greater points, because I do see a lot of manipulation being used when people are addressing males by removing their man card and besmirching them or putting them down. So I think that there does need to be a code of conduct, and to start with, maintaining personal integrity is treating people well, being kind to them, having temperance and peace are important ways to start, and then from there we could go deeper. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you for being here. Check them out, gang. Links in the description. Tune Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, being a man is about being the executive animal, is about being the sort of precursor to the future, builder of the future, experimenter of the future. Being a man is about taking advantage of the unique opportunities you have based on what you are not on all levels, whether or not it is female, a child, animal, and trying to actualize your potential and mediate that different, like the simultaneous fact that you are an individual with a life, but that you also exist inside of a context and are taken as an other by others. And it's constantly changing, and it's good, and it is not something that can be defined in a single moment, but it's forever. But it is constantly important to know and feel out individually what it is in the moment. Right now, it's going to be different for everybody, relatively speaking. But I do think that, as said, strength, intellect, adaptability, reliability, all these things that are often considered virtues, they come in and out of importance, and it's more important than anything to be the person, the executive, who looks at the moment and recognizes which things need to be actualized, which things need to be reined in. It's my summary.
Thank you for being here. And thanks for, and I'll read the super chats at the end, don't worry. And thank you for the membership, Kay. Really appreciate you. But thanks. Check them out, gang. Tuna Chip. Links in description. Non-Fawn. Hi. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's I do think that it's beneficial for society to enforce some standards or have some high or some expectations for men that are different than expectations for women. But overall, I do think it's unfair and probably not good to have like some rigid definition of what it means to be a man or a real man. So I would agree with Soy there. If you want to see what else I have to say, you can go to my YouTube channel, NonFun, or I stream on Twitch, NonFun420. Usually I'm more econ focused than culture war stuff. So
Fair enough. No, gang, check him out. I like Non-Fawn. He's a good guy. We're gonna help him grow up right. Okay, he's young. We're gonna help raise him right, and we're gonna teach him what it is to be a real man, and that is important. And I think you should learn how to. I'm not saying that you're not. Right? I'm just saying that I could be more of a man. Right? Everyone could improve. So thank you, Non-Fawn. Give him a follow. Fabian, please.
Yeah, so, just summarizing kind of what I was hoping people would be able to talk about to a certain degree. I do think that there is a struggle to understand what you ought to do as a man in society, especially in kind of the Western context in these last few years. And there's a number of factors from, the labor market, from social media, from, academia and cultural institutions. And again, I brought up that conflict between, the swing back of pushed egalitarianism or kind of enforced egalitarianism and like the pendulum swinging to the other side and this conflict between that. But overall, even setting those things aside in the general context, I've developed a sociological theory that I usually call cultural cost theory, which is a blend of structural functionalism, open systems theory, and some elements of all, I took to heart C. Wright Mills, right? The sociological lens. But I think, it's important to recognize that when we engage with a new culture, with a new group of people, with society, etc., that we as humans have different values and we have different skill sets, and our values are subjective, and so they're ordered differently. And when you choose to be an outlier, when you choose to set yourself out, it is in order for a system, a society, a business, whatever, to be functional and to be able to, resist change and maintain structure, it has to gatekeep that which is different. It is necessary for a system to remain stable, to not change to every influence that could potentially change the system. And a system that is overly, gatekeeping, overly, rigid to its tradition, is incapable of changing as the material, technological, cultural things change. And so every system, every institution has to find this balance, this cultural cost. So when you as a man choose to eschew what is traditional, when you as a man choose to eschew what is being done outside of what everyone expects of you, you should expect pushback on that. You should expect derision, and you should look at that and say, do I value what I'm doing to such a degree that it's worth that and worth it to prove that? And so I think that's really what it means to be a man, is to recognize the ways in which you're different and you challenge everyone else. That comes with a cost, and that cost should be there. And if you are successful in proving that your difference is superior, that you ought then fight for those changes within that system. And that is kind of the interplay between culture, gender roles, and individuals and how they engage with institutions. So challenge the system, be different, but recognize that that difference comes with pushback, and that that's a necessary condition for the survival of our species, is that pushback to you being different. And don't hate that, but examine, is it worth it? Should you conform to a certain degree because what you're doing is stupid, or should you fight for it because you know that there's value in it, and then work within those systems? That's what I would say men ought to do.
Thank you for being here, Fabian. Check him out, gang. Links in the description. Click that link, and if you want to find him, you can find him. I'll read this super chat now because it's addressed at you, Fabian. You probably have to go. $10 from Psychonaut. Fabian, you got to be able to make your points more precise and palatable to the layman, because you make great points, but they are overly bloated. Thank you for $10. Last,
I mean,
but certainly not least.
TwitchPol needs nerds too.
Not non-fun. Fuck. Soy pill.
Yeah, Cersei, I was pleasantly surprised with how much we agreed after having watched your videos, so thanks for that. Non-Fawn, you're a little sniper. You don't shoot much, but when you do, it is spot on. We talked a lot. We talked past each other a lot. Ultimately, my point is, being a man is an arbitrary definition, and trying to put a rigid definition on this is harmful to people. We shouldn't gatekeep gender. We shouldn't let people attach their self-worth to this nebulous concept of gender. We should treat everyone the same, not necessarily within the context of society. Yeah, we should acknowledge gender is a social construct, but it's real. It exists. We have to operate with that gender social construct moving forward. But we can do better. We can tell people to be good without gatekeeping. But if you have to operate within your gender roles, let it be known I'm the soy pill. I am the largest man on this panel. I could bench every other man. I'm the manliest man, so I am objectively the winner under your framework. Thank you all. Check out my YouTube.
Check him out, gang. Links in the description, please. Gang, again, like and subscribe if you want. We're not going to end the show after this. I am going to talk a little bit about the fires, but to these lovely individuals, we wave bye-bye. Bye-bye, lovely individuals.
Peace.
Bye.
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 It kicked me out.
No, he kicked us all out.
No, he left, which we're all kind of in here.
All right. Well, I got to go to another panel, so.
Yeah, good luck with it.
All right, brother. All right, you guys take it easy, man. I appreciate the combo. That was great. Hopefully, you guys aren't actually mad at me.
Actually,
by all means, go ahead.
Where the hell are
you? Yeah. If you've got a moment, I wanted to check with you. So, you had
What's up?
a.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Say it again.
I didn't know if I disconnected.
There we go. Jesus. I'm trying to figure out which fucking channel to go into. All right, boys. All right, boys, we're about to start another panel here in just a second. I got it a little close to the wire, so give me just a second.
So, peeing in a cup is definitely the alternative to getting to check to see.
Well, that's better than peeing in a butt, I guess.
And then if you get chlamydia, you can't fuck for a week. You have to knock it up.
Hey, so remember, my man Fabian is live right now, so be mindful. Of
Hey, you know, this is good information for everybody.
Oh my God, it's the Fabian Liberty.
Hey.
1 in 3 people have had an STD.
Hey. Why do I have to top lane? I don't want to do that.
Look,
I'm gonna
Fabian
lose a
is
debate
one of
and I
my
have to
favorite.
top lane.
Fabian is one of my favorite debaters because he actually does research and stuff like that, and it's
Well,
it's
then how
fun
am I not
because-
one of your favorite debaters too, Sparky?
Because
All right,
usually
guys,
you go to
I gotta
fucked
take a
up
leak,
shit like
so, like, don't get me
progressiveassblaster.org to get your facts.
Yeah, that's actually they're
I'll be
changing
right back.
MSNBC to that.
I'm gonna go do an intro real quick, and then I'll be right back. All right.
Okay.
All right, guys.
I'm picking up.
I mean,
right back.
I actually know that you don't really play the whole progressive thing, but it's just funny.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually very overtly anti-progressive cards. On
Yeah.
the table, but
That's why I throw that out.
I know you're shit posting. You
Yeah,
goober.
man.
But also, I am still a degenerate heathen. Don't forget, and a
You are.
blasphemer.
Look.
You see my blasphemous light? I got a light.
Okay. I mean, you saw how I even went after fucking Gibbs and his degenerate ass. I don't give a fuck. Go after everybody.
That's so not nice of you, though.
I'm not a nice guy. I'm kind of a dick.
Aw.
Like last night I had some dude come onto my stream because he wanted to debate fucking abortion with me, and he got upset.
How do you
when,
fuck an abortion?
It's very simple.
You got to be very careful.
So what you do is you take a metal rod, slightly
All
sharpened.
right. We're gonna get somebody demonetized, Sparky.
That won't get you demonetized.
The old metal coat hanger trick. Yeah, I like the staircase better.
But no. He's like, well, I'm a with exceptions guy. I went, oh, so you're pro-choice, and he about lost his shit. And I'm like, dude, I'm an abolitionist. Anything?
Oh, I mean, I agree with that philosophically. That just follows, right? Anybody who makes exceptions, you're already part of the way there.
Yeah. So he got all butthurt over that.
But it's only because we love you.
I'll donate 30 cents to make up for that for you.
How the fuck do I play Cho'Gath? Yo?
That'll probably actually be bigger. Dude, you run grasp with run grasp with velocity, approach velocities of biscuits, and go with heart steel for your first item, dude. It's fucking awesome.
I just checked the UGG. You passed.
Yeah, I used to main him like forever and a day ago.
He's so funny. He gets so big.
I just like how it goes nom 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 nom.
Yeah, his ult is hilarious. I eat
if
like
you have-
two. I eat like 2 minions, and then all of a sudden I'm unkillable. He's got so much
That's why
health.
he's OP.
No, Timo is OP.
Well,
Cho'Gath.
true.
I
Timo's
will.
ridiculous.
I kind of hate him. I kind of hate that person.
What,
think it
anybody who plays Timo?
And
I need you to
Timo.
Premier Katya. I need you to cut on your lights. We're doing a box check. All right. Are those fucking boxes still there behind you? I don't want to.
No.
No,
They're
are
not-
they
you
still
won't
fucking
see
there?
them. It's a secret.
I'm
That's
just
why the
saying, you
lights
got those
are off.
fucking lights cut down. So I'm just saying, you still didn't get those fucking boxes moved.
Yeah, totally. I'm doing that just to hide shit from you.
Oh damn! There's a whole like new map. It looks so cool. Look at
Yeah.
the turrets. And the minions and shit are supposed to look different too, right?
They don't look too much different, but the turrets are dude. The
They look like
Rift
big
looks awesome.
gun. Like yeah, they look cool.
Yeah, the Rift looks awesome. They did a good job.
Okay, I'm gonna be real though. Like, look, the boxes are mostly gone. I just
Are mostly gone.
see they're
Dummy.
gone. There's only the one back there that is a plastic box. I just have the Starlight box now. Like I don't have the 500
Get away
other
from me.
ones.
Get away from me, Fiora. Get away from me. Go away. Screw you.
I feel like real politicians going and meeting with Destiny is like they did not do the research necessary because some of the shit in his
Can we please get through one of these fucking things without bringing up that degenerate's name? Please,
Hey, man.
please.
Somebody in here reminds me a lot of him for some reason. And I just
Liberal Cluck isn't here, okay?
What the fuck is going on?
Hello. Oh my.
Well, obviously it's me. I mean, who else would remind you of Destiny?
Yeah, it's definitely because as we all know,
'cause-
Destiny is a woman's name.
Yeah, because she's definitely known for stealthing condoms and
Get away from
and
me.
fucking
Get away
revenge
from
porn
me.
and everything.
Oh,
yeah,
who fucked? Stop! I came to fucking
what I
yell
do
at
on my
people about
day-to-day
squatters'
life.
rights. Chill.
I know, right? Honestly, you know what? I got to give you props for that. You know, being a woman and doing that's like next level shit, right?
Too OP. Oh my god.
Christ Almighty.
Hey, it's Katya person.
Hi.
What's up?
I'm not sick anymore, so that's good. Well, mostly.
Yeah, thanks for giving everybody on the panel COVID. I hope you know I blame you for catching COVID. Everyone else, Lactoid, you are patient zero for all of us. So thank you so much.
Well,
I had it before Lactoid.
I gotta
actually.
say that's an interesting
Never
time to
had
come in here and talk about COVID because I love getting demonetized on all my platforms. That's the best.
Where's the video?
Hey, they're
Where's the-
rolling
where's
some
the
of
video
that
link
back
at?
because
Am
you
I
guys
missing
bitch so
something?
loud. So
In
don't worry
Katya's
about it.
defense, I asked her to spit in my mouth, so it's cool. That's
true.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, welcome to Give Me a Break. How y'all
Yes.
doing today? I hope we're all ready. We're all excited. We got some interesting things to talk about. We're going to start with squatters' rights versus property owners' rights. I'll let everybody give an intro and just say who you are and then give your intro. And that's how we'll start. We'll start with Tyler here. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm Tyler, average debate enjoyer, and just like the homeless, I think we should incinerate squatters.
Big fan. All right, Crop Duster, how you doing?
Hey everybody, I'm known as Aircraft Sparky online usually, but I'm quitting streaming, so it doesn't really matter. There are no such thing as squatter rights. Don't own property, get fucked.
All right, thank you so much. Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. Check me out predominantly on YouTube and X is mostly where I'm at. Yeah, I don't know how to surmise what I'm saying in a sentence, so I guess I'll just say, private property rights are supreme. The concept of squatters' rights is kind of really dumb. However, there is a certain point where an individual abandons their property, and when they have kind of intersubjectively communicated that they have abandoned their property, then it's not really a squatter so much as anyone is capable of homesteading said property. So like if you abandon a house in the woods for 30 years and the vines are coming up along the walls, like it's not really your property anymore because you clearly didn't check up on it and you communicated that it is abandoned. And so anyone should be able to then get that property as their own, homestead it. There you go.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. You know what? Also, I appreciate the fact that I've now heard the word intersubjectively used in a sentence out loud, and not just in a book. That's the thing that makes me the happiest. Grid, how are you doing here? Tell us.
Oh man, I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So there are no such thing as squatter rights in the United States of America. There are adverse property laws, but those have nothing. There's specific legal requirements that you must fulfill, and yeah. So I don't know what position you could take on this other than that, but I'm interested to hear them, and we'll go from there. Let's rock and roll.
Fantastic. I appreciate it, Mr. Nonfon.
Yeah, as I told Gibbs, I don't have any strong opinion on this, but I guess I'm still invited here to debate anyway.
Sure.
Certainly, I don't like. I guess I could imagine cases where squatters' rights could be justified. I don't believe in like this innate principle of like private property at the expense of all other things. But I think generally private property is good and something to be respected because it typically benefits society. But there could be justifiable cases of squatters' rights. That's all I have to say.
Fantastic. I appreciate it. Priya Katya.
Well, good evening. I almost said afternoon. Oh my god. And my opinion on this is basically there are situations in which having adverse possession laws might be beneficial to the economic, contribution of people to the area, which would be one thing that I could imagine a scenario in which they could be used to disincentivize situations where a landlord might leave properties vacant instead of renting them out to people for lower rent amounts, like if that's what the market is saying. Which I think that should be disincentivized because if you leave shit vacant, then you're leaving a lot of money on the table as far as the economic prosperity of the area because there's not enough people in the area that could be there when there's shit vacant. So I could imagine a scenario in which, it disincentivizes that to have adverse possession because, like, if you have a tenant in there, you're not going to have a squatter. So, I mean, that's basically, like, one of the main things that I can say which might be possibly good. But that would be in a very narrow circumstance. In addition, yeah, if you leave your shit vacant forever, like you use it, you lose it. Like if you're not even aware of what's going on there for years and years, at some point, yeah, somebody should be able to homestead that shit.
All right, thank you so much. And the big JC.
Yup, I'm the big JC, premier League of Legends streamer. I don't think that squatters' rights generally should be a legal thing. As mentioned, adverse possession is what it's known as in the law, colloquially known as squatters' rights. I think generally speaking, they're used as a weapon against property owners rather than what I think they were intended to do, which was to provide a use for unseized and unowned property that was just laying unclaimed for a long amount of time. If there was a way to make it so that was the only way that it came into play, like if you were dead and you had no relatives and somebody wanted to move into your house and they were there for long enough, like if that was the only thing that happened, that'd be one thing. But as I'm realizing through personal experiences, that is very much not the case most of the time. So I'm very strongly against it.
Hold on, we all agree. So hold on. My name's Tyler. I think that property rights are immoral. We need to unite as we all agree. This is boring.
Yeah, I noticed that. So that's fine. That's fine. I have a backup topic. I figured that might have it.
I'll do the commie.
There's this weird phenomenon that happened after COVID where certain progressive states tended to change their land laws, and New York State being one of them. There was a recent case where a person's parents passed away. The house was vacant for 2 months, and when they went to go check out their house, there was people living in there. They tried to evict them, and New York State sided with the quote-unquote squatters. In most normal states, most red states, you have at least a 10-year period where a piece of property So in Oklahoma, Mississippi, it's 10 years. And I live in Oklahoma and I used to live in Mississippi. That's why I just picked those two states. But when you look at it, there's a period of several years where, like in New York, I think it's 45 days that someone has to reside in an area for them to be able to claim squatters' rights, if you will. And that's really the ridiculous deal about it. And Texas is probably swinging that way because they're turning blue because they're allowing all them fucking Californians there.
Well,
Also, Texas is hella gay.
we've turned more red, just to clarify. Although on this issue, we seem to be the most left state because for some reason you get squatters' rights after 30 days, and I only know that because I worked at an eviction law firm for 2 years.
Did anyone ever watch that Chinese dude that had his sister's apartment? A squatter moved in, and it was like he vlogged the entire fucking thing. Like
He was
going there
Asian
every day.
Andy.
Asian, that's it. Yep. Hilarious. But squatters aren't people that just didn't pay their rent. These are people that are intentionally abusing the laws of these specific areas.
Well, okay, just to play devil's advocate, let me give you a scenario. Let me give you a scenario. All right, because this is a scenario. All right, maybe I'll give you the reason why I wanted to do this topic, and then we can, if it's still fucking blah, we can move on to the more exciting current events one. I worked at an eviction law firm for a long time. Yeah, listen, content. I don't want to sit here and have a circle jerk. That's no fun. I want to hear some arguing. But I worked at an eviction law firm, and then when I started with law school, the first thing they've had us do was read a book called Evicted. And the book's slant is very, let's just go with left. And basically, these people would they would spend all their money on drugs, and then they would say, shouldn't get evicted. Now, if you look at her plight, yada yada. And I said that this is crazy in class pretty recently, and they just all started laughing at me. I was like, oh, okay, interesting. I was the only one that thought this, and I just kind of wanted to take a poll. But it seems like this has really shifted since COVID. People's ideas on who deserves what. I mean, on the property rights here. I don't know. I wanted to see how we're going, but that's not exciting. All right, let's just fucking move on to the more exciting one. LA fires. Whose fucking fault is it? Whose fault is the LA fires?
Yours, Gibbs.
Mine.
I think that saying whose fault is it directly, besides, there have obviously been, changes due to climate change that have kind of exacerbated the conditions that result in fires. This fire, what exactly started it, we don't yet know.
All right.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, Joe Rogan said, a year and a half, 2 years ago, they had that guy on there that said that all it takes is the winds shifting, and you would not stop a fire from the edge of the desert all the way to the coast in Southern California. And it fucking happened exactly the way they said it was going to happen. Now, I happened to I lived in NorCal, and I was talking about this on my show today. I was in Hayward, California, owned a house there while we had all of those really ridiculous forest fires or whatever up slightly north of there. And we had they were closing schools because the smoke was so bad. The most hilarious thing I'd ever seen. But that was all of it.
Jesus.
Should have been laid directly at California state laws preventing the proper disposal and maintenance of the forest, of the dead wood in the forest. They had that shit piled up. And the Forest Service actually knew this, but California state law says you can't remove any of that. You can't cut down dead trees. You can't do all this stuff. And it's just a very poorly written law. Now, at least one of the fires was they know for a fact was arson. They caught that guy.
Well, that's interesting because that leads to so what we've seen a lot of lines. So I guess there's two places I want to take this right here. One, are the conspiracy theorists right? With why this stuff's being burned down, and two, whose fault is it? Is what Trump's criticism and Musk's criticism of why this is going down accurate or not? I guess.
Okay. By definition, the conspiracy theorists can't be known to be right yet because all they have is a theory based on fragments of evidence that they've pieced together to form already established conclusions.
What do you mean by definition they can't be right? They're either right or
and
they're
sadly,
wrong.
more times than not, the
if
conspiracy
it was
theorists have
proven
been
right, it
correct
wouldn't be a
recently.
conspiracy theory. It would just be fact.
Not really. Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, no,
So
it was a
one of the
conspiracy
biggest
theory
problems
when people said, the China virus or whatever you want to say, like to try and
Jewish
Yeah.
space lasers.
right?
A
Like so it's
Chinese
like,
bioweapon designed to kill Americans is not what coronavirus.
Yeah, that's
Well, no, you
different
can-
than
you can
it
take-
came
hold on,
from China.
No,
It
no, no.
started
Yeah.
in China. Those are two different
Right, well, like,
things.
Shush!
what,
Wow!
what I mean to
shush.
say is, what I mean to
Oof.
say is, right? It is either true or it is either false. I won't say which is true or false, but it is either true or it is false that the virus came from, was a zoonotic spreading virus from, a large distance and ended up in the wet market, or it is either true or it is false that there was a leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Now, let's say the former is true, then the conspiracy theorists, presumably, that believed it came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology were always wrong, whether or not it was an established fact, whether or not it was a Wuhan, or whether or not it was a conspiracy theory. Vice versa, if it is descriptively true, not making it, or this is an if statement, right, that it came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, those quote-unquote conspiracy theorists
Are
were
still wrong.
right.
No, they're not.
They didn't
No.
just say it
The
came from the
approach, how you
lab.
get to the conclusion matters. Them being vindicated on their insanity after the fact doesn't mean that they were right all along.
Wait,
It
wait,
just
wait,
means
wait,
that
wait,
one
wait,
point
wait,
was
wait,
pointed
hold
to
on,
the
hold on.
theory.
A fact is either
You can't call it
true or
insanity
false.
if they were fucking
Hold on,
right.
hold on.
I just
Once-
did. Did you see my
Fabian,
lips
Fabian.
form the words?
Once they're correct, they're conspiracy conclusionists. That's it. Solved it.
I like
Well, no, I'm just saying, like,
I'm gonna write that
they're
down.
either
Hang on, I gotta
right
write
or they're
that shit
wrong.
down.
Like they can, plenty of people can be
That's a good
right
one.
for the wrong reasons, right? People can guess or surmise, from one pattern or another and come to the right conclusion, while still their reasoning could be faulty or their evidence could be sparse, right?
Yeah, but
it
with
doesn't
conspiracy
matter.
theorists, the reasoning is the process that I'm taking issue with. I'm taking
Well, then
issue with
take
them
issue
piecing
with the
together
process.
fragments. Yeah, that's what I just said. Can you not fucking hear?
The
No, I'm just
conspiracy
explaining
is a
logic
reason why
to you.
something happens, not the conclusion.
If you're gonna explain
because-
logic to me, explain actual logic. Don't just say
So-
a bunch of words and then repeat what I already
Well,
told
you said by definition
on.
their conclusions are wrong
So-
by being a
No.
conspiracy theorist.
Wait, hold
I
on.
said
So,
no.
okay, what if? Okay, let me ask this, like, to the people that are saying
That's
that
dumb.
they guess right. Let's just say, like, does it matter if like they came to a conclusion with the wrong data, but it's the correct conclusion? Like, say hypothetically, let's with this fire. The guy that committed arson. I don't know anything about this case. I didn't even know somebody did commit arson. But I've seen a lot of people on my little Twitter feed, my Facebook feed, saying, "Oh, this is exactly the area they should wipe out for new property development, right? And these people wouldn't build or whatever." And so, if there's like truth later,
Fucking
and it comes
Nero,
out,
right?
yeah, somebody, yeah,
No,
exactly. If
no.
someone pulled a Nero, and like later, and they were like right,
Okay.
but it was like this guy accidentally did. These other people took advantage.
No, you don't get
like,
to claim
with it,
credit
does it
for that.
matter,
Yeah,
or,
I
like,
can, yeah. Hold on. I can clear this. I can clear this up real quick. Here's exactly why the process matters. If we have two people that both know that eating uncooked pork is wrong, is dangerous, and one of them got there through the scientific method of like validating and like researching, looking at the bacteria that are present and like comparing them like different, and one of them got there because God told them so, one of those methods is far more repeatable and reliable than the other, and I would much more, I would much rather encourage.
I also remembered. I also was taught the scientific
triggered
method in
Fabian. I'm
third
so
grade.
sorry, sweetheart.
Like, it's just being silly.
So, but I gotta ask you a
Hold
question.
on.
Can I say what my
Fabian, what did you
Yeah, one
refute
second.
there?
Here's
What was
what
it? What was the
we're
point of
gonna do.
anything you
Hold
just
on,
said?
Pause.
What was the point of
We're gonna-
anything Fabian just said?
Stop. Here's what we're gonna go to content. We're gonna go to
Oh, what an idiot! He
Hold on,
says,
hold on,
doing
hold on,
nothing to the
hold on,
conversation.
Hold on, stop. Shh. All right, Premier Katya.
Gibbs,
Right.
I got a question for you. Do you think?
Well, hold on. Let Premier Katya go. Then you can go next. All right. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
So, like, my problem with a lot of the times, right, conspiracy theorists say, "Oh, we were right." They take a piece of something, that they originally alleged. Like, let's say hypothetically, COVID did originate from a lab leak from the Wuhan whatever the fuck institute. Okay. The conspiracy theorists are going to go, "Oh, we were right." When what they were originally alleging is that it was a virus that was introduced from there on purpose, specifically engineered to kill Americans. When it's like,
bioweapon.
when
With no-
99% of that is not true.
Yep,
if it was
yeah,
an
you're
act,
right.
like,
Hold on.
I've
they had a
I've actually been
The
called
good thing is convenient for the conspiracy theorists.
and I'll
It's convenient for the
exactly
conspiracy
what the fuck
theorists
I
to keep
said.
Fabian to come in and
Hold on.
sweep for them and
Let
make
me
their
respond to
case
this.
seem more legitimate.
Everybody
Let
stop.
me actually respond to this, please.
All right. I'm gonna let you respond real quick,
Let him
and then I'm gonna
respond
go to
to
grid. And then we're gonna go to
Yeah.
grid after
So
that.
so again, this is nut picking, right? You're saying that all of the conspiracy theorists are a monolith based off of the craziest shit retards said on Twitter. That's not true. The overwhelming majority of people were like, hey man, there's a fucking virus that's like supposedly came 100 feet away from this place that's doing coronavirus research. Maybe it came from that place.
Do you sincerely think that's who we were talking about? You sincerely think that's who we were talking about?
All of those people were called conspiracy theorists.
You thought we were talking about everybody who thought the virus came from China. Just that's what you thought. That's what you got.
Were those people labeled by the? Were those people labeled by the?
No. That has nothing to do with the question I just asked you. That has nothing to do with the question I just asked you.
Hold on, don't be a bitch. Were they claiming?
You're being a bitch. You're not answering a question. You're a bitch and a weasel. Does that? Did you think that's what we said by conspiracy theorists?
I think that you were. I think exactly as the argument that I laid out, which is that you were attempting to completely subvert your false statement that things can be false or true based upon the reasoning, not the actual conclusion, and then you move the goalposts over to this other concept, and while doing that, you engaged in nutpicking. So what I'm actually saying is,
can you define nutpicking?
And like
nobody's heard of that here but you.
Yeah,
it's when you take your ball and you roll it. Like it's, all right.
Oh, apparently I was wrong. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't know what it is.
Hold on, we're gonna go to grid.
It's okay.
Grid. What was your question?
My question. So, while we're on the subject of conspiracy theories and conspiracy deniers, got to have both sides. Do you think it's odd that last week or the week before they just reduced the firefighters' budget by $20 million in LA County?
Was that really last week? Hold on.
No, I don't think it's odd at all. I think that would be exactly why the fire got as bad as it did.
I would actually say, do you think?
Wait, so you say this directly? Really?
Everybody's brain broken.
No. Here's the deal.
Are you on a?
No, I think it makes sense that if you have less firefighters to respond at the time a large fire breaks out, that fire would get way worse initially than it would have been otherwise with more personnel. I think that's logical.
The $17.6 million that was cut.
Dude, calm down.
Dude.
They literally just signed it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. It's been within the last month.
Okay.
There's no way that budget could have taken effect yet. So it's not like they had $20 million less of people and equipment on the street this week to fight the fire. That's dumb. That's ridiculous.
Well,
That's
if they didn't sign the budget, and then what does it have to do with conspiratorially?
They've already signed the budget, but the budget's going to take effect immediately.
What are you alleging is going on and why?
Your own point, man. I'll just let you talk.
What's your allegation? What are you alleging is going on and why?
I asked Gibbs a question. What
he's jacking off. He's just asking questions.
I don't think it's odd. Like
I'll say this.
Jacking off on camera so much you look like DSP.
That's impressive. I'm gonna say this though. I don't. As for the answer to that question, I don't know. Sometimes things are coincidental. Sometimes they're not. But it's just like I don't have enough evidence to support this. Do I think it's odd? I think a lot of things are odd. At this point in my life, nothing would surprise me. If tomorrow the aliens invaded, I'd be like, it's Tuesday. Like at this point, I just I don't know.
Really?
But yeah, bro.
Let me just
Hold on. Non-Fly, did you want to say something? Then I'll go to you, Tyler.
I was just asking, what is he alleging that was wrong here? If he's saying, like, don't you think it's odd that, they passed a budget with $17 million in budget cuts if this budget obviously hasn't taken effect yet? Like, what's the
nothing?
The wrong doing here?
He just brought something up and then knocked it down.
Do you think that maybe a disgruntled employee might have set a fire to prove that they're valuable?
Yeah, we don't have any evidence to even.
So that person needs to be charged with murder
We're
right
talking
now.
about conspiracy theories. I like conspiracy theories.
Well, actually, the topic is about who's at fault for the fires.
Yeah, so let's move this.
So I would like to address that.
That's great. Perfect. We'll do that. Great. Sparky, let's go ahead and go.
Okay, look. So there is the I would call it the intentional mismanagement of forestry areas by not cleaning the forest floor of the deadwoods, but there's also the problem of the power companies which have not been maintaining their lines, keeping them clear of vegetation.
What about the
They're
Trump
supposed
stuff,
to be
what
doing
he
this
said?
kind of stuff. Well,
That's
the truck
true.
stuff. What
Trump,
truck
what
stuff?
did what Trump said?
Trump mentioned. So Trump mentioned
Did
during the
Trump
campaign that they were holding back water, which was actually contributing to the drought conditions in California.
true as well.
He is correct. He is correct, but that is not the only issue that they have. The center of
Can't be just
California
one
used to be a fucking lake, for Christ's sakes. All they've been doing is raping the resources of that state and not allowing nature to actually do the right thing. This entire time, the majority of their water comes from out of state these days through the Hoover fucking Dam, and also most of their power. The state needs to be allowed to fail because it's been mismanaged for multiple decades by a single party, and just let it fucking burn. Let
You know
it turn
what,
into the
Sparky?
little
That's
third world
totally fine.
shithole
We'll let
that
all
it
of
is.
those rural red states drown with it, okay? Since they aren't self-sustaining either.
That's actually an interesting question. All right, who here actually would support like seeing a state fail in that manner?
That's the stupidest thing I've ever. Why? This is what an un-American thing to say.
It's
not un-American, dude.
Okay, well then we might as well just let
Hold on.
states secede
Here's what we're
too.
gonna do.
Come on.
I want to go to Fabian then because he seems
I
to be the
couldn't
only
hear
one that
what
agreed
was.
with me.
What did you want me to?
Okay. So the question here I had was basically who is in favor, kind of what Sparky's suggesting is letting their state fail miserably, and then
yeah,
and
absolutely.
then all
California
right.
needs
So
to-
It depends on the level of miserable you're talking
Letting
about.
them
Like,
fail how?
if it starts to get bad, okay, but once
turn off
it
all the
starts
tax
ruining
dollars
people's
that flow in
lives,
California.
absolutely no federal
well,
government.
let's go to.
I'm sorry,
I
what
know
did you say,
Fabian,
Greg?
was-
Like
I
Greg
said
was
we could
explaining.
quit funneling tax dollars into California. That would certainly help.
Montana.
California gives more in than they
and North
take out, so I don't know how
Dakota.
that's gonna happen.
All right, let me
I
just
think we need to
take a
check
little
that
order
down.
here. We'll go to Fabian,
That's
and you
wild.
just raise your hand. and We'll go in order here. I'll to respond to that. Fabian, I know you were
I
on the
really
side
can't
of
hear
letting it
Gibbs.
fail.
Maybe it's just me. Let me.
Maybe just crank me up, Papa. Crank me up.
Give me a second, and I'll
I
pull
know
up a
I know
full
I'm
list.
I know I'm like the new age boomer here, right? By being a millennial. But like I remember kind of like, there was this time where we had this too big to fail kind of situation, right? Where we had the federal government bail out so many of these banks and credit reporting agencies and hedge funds that were kind of like interconnected. And so the knowledge that you can engage in high risk behavior as a nation state with policies that can have disastrous consequences and know that like you will be saved from this by the taxpayer in some regard is a corrupt incentive towards the very behavior that may or may not have led to this. Now I don't know about this specific fire, how much blame percentage wise can be laid at mismanagement of the forest, right? California forests, not necessarily uniquely, but certainly it's an aspect. They have to burn. Like it is a necessary element of those of the biome there. That the underbrush has to burn away and then create new soil. And if you don't burn it, like you can get fires started by like a single dewdrop where the sun will then shine through a dewdrop and have like a magnifying effect and start like an underbrush fire. Like if you have too much dry underbrush, like you're just gonna get a fire. There's really nothing you can do. But also the almond farms and the irrigation systems. Like you want to talk about like the Hoover Dam and how much water is brought in. A lot of that is because California has changed their agriculture into almond farms, which are, require a massive amount of water that wouldn't kind of like naturally be there. And so like there's just a lot of factors here. And so I just think that it would be a corrupt incentive structure to bail them out in this regard. Now I'm not saying like FEMA shouldn't like fucking save people and give them water, right? But like we shouldn't have like a large fund of money that is like.
Does anybody else
like,
think that
rebuild
California
things.
should be considered a nation state? Because that's not what a nation state is to me, anyways.
It really
Texas is
can't.
a nation
Hold on. To your point, Fabian, California receives $162.9 billion in federal aid. That's more than any other state in the union.
It's because they have
by
a
a
They
lot.
also have, like, one of the highest, they have also have like one of the highest GDP per capita.
New York is second. Texas is third. Florida is fourth, and Pennsylvania is fifth.
Well, hold on.
GDP comparable to some European
countries,
countries, like entire countries.
Hold on. I wasn't done. The only time that California comes out ahead, or as not receiving the most aid, is when they do it per capita because of the way they do the accounting. But when you look at the totality of the monies received,
Wait, this is insane. What do you mean?
They have the
per
highest
person.
population in the
Yeah,
person.
obviously they're going to get the most
Which is
paid and
average,
they're
which is not-
taxpayers. They are the biggest taxpayers.
This is
What
what
do you mean?
pseudo intellectualism
No,
sounds like, by the way.
no. That's a horseshit way of accounting because not every person receives that aid. They're just saying that they have for example, they have 3 million people, so $3 million comes in, and each person gets $1 million, and that's fine. But
No, that
that's
would be
not
$1.
what happens. You get
Why do
you
that
get
math?
$3 million in, and 100 people get the fucking money. That's how that works. And the only way they come out ahead is per capita. But total received, they have the highest amount of federal aid received. Period.
So I'm gonna go non-font here. and
It's
let's-
conspiracy theorist math,
Hold on,
everybody.
I know non-font's
It's not
biting at the
conspiracy,
bit.
it's real fucking math.
So hold on, let's go to non-font. I know he wants to fight this on economics here. I know he does.
Yeah, I mean,
can see the
I
face.
mean, I didn't prepare exact numbers, but my understanding is that California is probably the biggest, if not the second biggest, total taxpayer to the U.S. because they have the most people, and all our fucking rich, cool-ass tech companies are stationed in California, and they pay a lot in taxes.
It switches
makes sense
between
that they get more
California and
aid.
Texas, depending on the
That
year.
they have
Yeah,
more
they're all
people
going to
and more
Texas
economic
now.
output.
deal.
The fifth largest independent GDP in the world that used to be California is going to go away because majority of tech companies are
going
leaving for Texas because California is
Or
taxing the
Montana.
ever living shit out of their own companies, and they're
Utah,
mismanaging.
Montana.
They're
I don't
mismanaging
entirely
everything, as you can
disagree.
see through the largest fucking fire that they've ever had recorded, and they don't even have water to fight it. Okay, it is. California
I
is
don't
a
entirely disagree that
terrible.
California is mismanaging. For example,
California
California has
pays the
way too
most
strict
taxes
zoning
in
laws.
out of every state.
California mismanages everything they do. That's why they cannot produce their own power. They cannot supply their own water. That's why a big portion of their state right now is burning, and they cannot fight anything. It is because
I don't
directly
know.
the policies of the progressive fucking dipshits has been running that goddamn state for the entire 2 decades. It is a single party supermajority.
longer than 2
and that
decades,
is an-
brother.
I don't know.
yeah,
How is
just
it
being
evidence of
generous, because-
mismanagement that they can't make their own power? Why? I don't understand why the Bernard of
Let's go-
California is
yeah,
to make its own power. Texas, which actually does.
I
make
was
its own
gonna
power.
say.
Power
Yeah,
grid.
they
When
fuck
they-
their
hey,
shit
hold on,
constantly
hold on,
with
fucking
power.
So we're gonna
So-
hold on.
Actually,
Hold on.
Let me address
Don't come
this.
after
Let me
Texas.
address this because
Enron.
I live
Enron.
in
You
northern
remember
Texas,
Enron?
for fuck's sake, Oklahoma.
Enron.
So it's
Mike
very
has
simple. The reason why
Almost a
they
different
lost
grid.
power during that freeze is because Texas isn't used to freezing, for one.
Yeah.
Second, I hate to break
aware.
it to you,
We're doing
windmills
fine.
are some of the
Wait, but you
most
recognize they would have been able to get power if they
Well,
weren't self-sufficient on power, right?
Well,
Because they're on
It's
an
because you're on a
entirely different
separate
grid.
grid.
so okay.
they are
hold-
on a separate grid.
Private grid, right?
So you
So
wait, you recognize
yeah.
that it wouldn't have mattered as much if they weren't on that separate grid, right?
Arguing about
after they respond, I want to go to Tyler here. Tyler, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are going a real small microcosm here. I think what we're falling for a little bit here is Sitch's law that we're arguing over something that's not defined. When we say let them fail, it doesn't. I don't think anyone here is saying like let human beings suffer. What they're saying is let the policies come out. Let the result of the policies, if you want to go soft on crime and do police alternative defund police and your crime spike, as long as people have the opportunity to pick up their things and move, that is letting them fail to a reasonable.
Yeah, you voted for this shit.
I'm fine with that.
But once
I'm
you
fine with
made your
letting
bed,
people move,
fucking
and I'm
love
fine
it.
with letting people vote for Republicans.
No,
in
no, no. We
California.
should never
Hold
let
on.
Californians leave California.
Once
Wait,
that
yeah,
crime,
what
I'll
the
make
fuck
that- I'll
is this
make that very
insanity? This cannot be a
explicit.
real position
once
of
that
meme.
crime
No,
becomes a
they should
criminal,
not be able to
True.
because once they
Changed
fuck it
quite
up,
a
That's not
few
even
different
constitutional.
countries.
You are an
Absolutely.
un-American piece of
What-
shit.
What-
Like,
what
what
if
are
you
you
wanna-
talking
hold on.
about? Shouldn't you want your fellow American to flee their terrible commie hellhole for the glory of the red states? No. Why if I'm born in California as a proud fucking God-fearing Republican, why do I have to suffer my life out because like 10 years ago a dipshit-ass governor decided that he was going to fuck up the economy? Like, why should I have to suffer for that? Why do I have to stay there?
why should the rest of the country suffer your shit politics? Why don't you fix your own fuck
Because
up?
we have to
Because we're all in one
little bro.
country.
It's called a democracy. We all have to
We're
tolerate
not a democracy,
everybody.
you
Welcome
dumb
to
fuck.
America.
All right, so can I ask a
This is
question?
why I
Let me
say
ask-
you're
Hold on,
un-American.
I'm pretty sure the
Public.
Constitution
I'm
guarantees
mute
travel
people.
between
I'm
states.
jumping in. Stop. All right. Okay. So I do have a question. Like, so y'all brought up the power grid thing. I don't really. Maybe I'm not understanding why that's applicable because, as far as I know, Texas is the only one that has its own power grid. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I haven't done any research on
Yeah.
this, but I think we're the old ones. I
Well,
don't think that's a fair comparison,
technically
unless you
Tennessee
want to just say that the Lone Star Republic is better than the rest of the United States. Which
I
you
think the
gotta do. But,
comparison
like,
is just
I don't know what
the
y'all's.
mismanagement of state funding by given
Okay,
lawmakers, right? Isn't that the complaint
Well,
about
okay,
the
so,
California?
let me-
is that
let's
they
move
mismanage
into- yeah,
funds?
let's
Wait, what about
Texas?
Texas? What about Texas's mismanagement? If you're going to be on your own grid, your grid should be able to withstand weather conditions because you know that you're going to get fucked if anything happens
on that
to
note,
it.
on that note, Texas it has fixed that problem. We are now experiencing the freeze at a longer period of time than we did last time.
How cold
our
is it
grid,
there?
our grid is fine. Our grid is great. It's not cold, but it's fine. So like, I'm not worried, and it was fine last year. And that's not really the point I want to go with this. But if we are going to compare Texas and Los Angeles, California, all right, y'all remember Ted Cruz? He fled during the Great Freeze, right? And he's at senatorial level. I've always been confused about what he was going to do. I mean, was he going to get out there and start plowing snow? I don't know. But Karen Barr is going to have to reconsider her decisions after she went to Ghana. You know, like I was a terrible attempt at a pun, but either way, she's over there in Ghana. She left. Should she have canceled her trip? Is this an example of mismanagement by the Democrats? Is this adding to the flames of the fire?
Okay, so first of all, you're talking about two different areas of responsibility. You're talking about the mayor of LA. Yes, the mayor of LA should cancel their trip and go handle the disaster happening within their own city. Where a senator, honestly, Ted Cruz didn't have a reason to have to end his vacation. However, it would have been a sign of good faith and show that, yes, he's supporting his constituents by, pushing for more funding from the federal government or whatever. But overall, Ted Cruz's responsibility, there wasn't much he could do in that situation other than advocate for more money, which he could have done from a fucking cell phone down in Cancun. However, the mayor of LA needs to be in LA while the disasters are happening there.
Katya.
Okay, so after you mentioned this topic, I took notes on this. Basically, there are quite a few differences here. Ted Cruz went on vacation while Karen Bass was going to Africa as part of a presidential delegation as part of governmental responsibilities. Ted Cruz left during the emergency. Karen Beard left 3 days before the emergency really started. Obviously, there were risk factors before, but no fire broke out until Tuesday while she left it Saturday, which was 3 days prior. And Ted Cruz as well, allegedly, apparently diverted police to get him onto his vacation flight faster, while Karen Bass took a military plane to get back home faster, on which she was on the phone the entire time in communication with people on the ground in LA. It seems like she was in communication the entire time. Obviously, like one could say, hey, there's like something that might happen, so maybe you don't go on like a delegation when there's a problem that might arise, but we can't say, right, that there was a fire raging and she went on vacation. Like these are completely different things, right?
Yeah, and that isn't something that I said she should cancel her vacation or whatever it is she's on during the disaster. Yeah, she left before the disaster, and there's nothing wrong with that. Once the disaster stops, you stop everything and you fucking go back where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, I just think it's bad PR.
Responsibility.
I don't care at all. It's bad PR, but like, what the fuck is a mayor of LA doing overseas, doing any sort of presidential delegations? Her responsibility is to the people of the city.
All right, I'll push back
She
on
was
that.
with a
Every city I've ever lived in.
presidential delegation.
Yeah, and that's not a criticism you would level at a Republican.
Hold on. I want to push back against that as the mod here. I just somebody in my chat said something about it too, and I like remember every city I've ever lived in. They've all gone on trade delegations. Like like Houston's got a twin sister city in China or something, and then they would go over there and they whatever. Yeah, and then maybe it's Japan. I don't know. And then Corpus Christi's got one in France or something. Like they all go and do this kind of like, and they sponsor trade between the cities. And now how successful it is, who fucking knows?
It's
but
a career move. She's getting.
I don't know that there's any real. I don't
They
know
were
if
there
that's
for
a
the
fair
inauguration. They were there for the inauguration of a new leader in Ghana, I believe. So it was something,
It was a ceremony, a celebration. She was going like the mayor of a city. They can go campaign for their career. They can try to advance their career and shit. But like, You got to be there when crises happen. Sorry.
So
even Ted
she
Cruz
left
is someone.
Does anybody
before
even know
crisis
how easy it
happened.
is
Do we know
to
how time
find?
works?
Yeah, wait, and hold on.
Tell
Even
me,
if
how
even
does
if we're to
time
take the
work?
criticism, even if we're to take the criticism in good faith, which we shouldn't, that she should drop everything and return.
Yes.
You have any idea? Is it easy to find like a last minute flight from fucking Ghana to
It's like
LA?
a military plane to get back.
Well, cool.
okay,
I would level the same thing at Ted Cruz. Like the only thing that really is bad, like functionally, she probably could have done anything different. Same with Ted Cruz. It's just bad optics. That's all I'm saying is it's bad optics. But like he's on a fucking ceremony. That's it.
During the emergency.
Yeah, it's bad optics. So what? Like,
Yeah, but what
practically
part of
neither
his
them would've done it.
responsibility? What part of Ted Cruz's responsibility could he not do from Cancun?
If
What
she
should he
Part
have,
of Karen
what could he have
Bass's
done?
responsibility could she have not done on the
Let's,
airplane calling
exactly.
people?
Hold on.
Was she
to be
gonna
honest,
go out
can't
there
call
with a
many people.
hose?
All right,
She
let's
can't
go to,
call many people from a
let's go to
military
Fabian.
aircraft.
What do you think?
Someone
about
who works on those communication
Let's go to
systems.
Fabian.
would
What
know
do you
that,
think about this?
Yeah, I've been just kind of sitting back because like the only thing I think any politician, regardless of whether or not they have a D or R next to their name, should get is me spitting on the ground that they have to walk on so that they don't get to have clean shoes. Like fuck all of these people. Like I don't.
Yes.
Like this
Don't
concept.
grow
of,
up.
like,
You're not in high school anymore.
Correct. I am not in high school anymore. I have grown up. That doesn't mean that what I said
You don't sound
isn't
like
true.
Lord have mercy.
Regardless, yeah, like I think of all of the things we can talk about in this controversy, I think this is an extreme partisan, media and social media driven distraction. We should be talking about what California's policies are. We should be talking about the fact that California enacted laws that made it difficult to actually clear forests. We should be talking about the fact that many of these homes were uninsured because of California's policies on being able to purchase certain forms of insurance, right? Like we should be talking about the state and its the many ways in which it has exacerbated this condition, and the situation with their policies, not about who was on a fucking trip randomly or like who, you know what I mean? Like was on a phone. Like, I don't care. They're politicians. They all suck at their fucking jobs. The government fucking sucks at nearly everything that it does. And, we should be figuring out ways to fix it, not ways to like run scandalous like media tit for tat shit about who was on a plane or who wasn't there and what delegation they were on. Like, let's actually fix the problem, which is many of the retarded and or socialist regulation policies that help exacerbate these problems.
Did you really just go on an entire rant about how we shouldn't just be out here bitching and complaining? We should actually talk about how to fix the problem and then not provide any suggestions on how to fix the problem?
Well, so
I literally
just making sure.
Examples.
Also,
I
we're
literally
just
gave
looking
multiple
behind
examples.
us.
I'm sorry that you were so focused on trying to find ways to dunk because
I don't have to focus. You make it so
unlike-
easy for me.
No, I understand that you're like you're stuck in a high school mentality. That's why you brought it up, and you're like,
No,
it's like
you
tit for
can't
tat
use that one. I
bullshit.
already used that. You got to come up with something else. That's plagiarism, all right?
I don't believe in IP.
My ninth period
so-
English teacher said so.
He really doesn't believe in IP. But look,
That's a good point.
There is actual truth
First one
behind
he's
the
made all
fact
night.
that California did just pass a law making it impossible for insurance companies to be able to raise premiums on their fire insurance. So many people have lost their insurance policies because of this issue right here. The private company did away with a service because California made it to where there was no way for them to be able to make a profit off of it. Everyone knows that these fires have been willing and ready to come. It was just a matter of when it was going to happen. Insurance actuaries, they take these risks, they do these calculations, and they go, hey, this year is probably going to be it. And they go to raise their premiums, and California state goes, no, you can't do that because it's unfair, or we don't like it, or whatever the hell they want to say. And they go, cool, then we'll just drop all these fire insurance policies. And oddly enough, all these fires start coming up.
It's a dual thing, right? It's a reflection as well, because like the largest homeowner, like the largest insurers of like homes is FEMA. Right. It's not FEMA. It's another organization that's like connected with FEMA, but nevertheless, it's the United States government, right? Like And what we do as taxpayers is we subsidize wealthy people to live in beachfront property and to live in areas that are beautiful but dangerous and expensive. And then you have this kind of problem exacerbated by having price controls in the insurance industry. And so you, the taxpayer, are going to have to bail out rich people living in nice neighborhoods because it's going to be us that are paying to have these homes rebuilt when it should be insurance companies in the private market.
I'm going to agree with Scott really quick. I'm going to really agree with Scott really quick because that's actually a problem that we've been facing in Florida as well with people who live on barrier islands, and then their shit gets flooded freaking 24/7 whenever there's a hurricane.
And then the
'cause
government
it's
comes and bails them
out
out.
there.
It's like, no, fuck you. You should have to pay $3,000 a month for fucking insurance if you want to live there.
Well, Scott,
literally everything that happened in California with the insurance has happened in Florida except the price controls. But basically, we've been dropped off as well.
Do we think that all this is attributable to the price controls?
They just had two insurance companies walk out of New York completely. Not New York, Florida. They are not insuring in Florida anymore, and at all. Like if you had
I've
insurance,
had my homeowner's insurance drop 2 times.
What did you just ask?
They literally just sent out letters to everybody saying you're no longer insured. We're out of Florida. And to Scott's point, that right now, today, this morning, there are people in North Carolina that are still living in tents, having to draw water from pump houses after the hurricane.
I hope and pray with every ounce of my being that those are the people who believed all of the bullshit about FEMA coming to take their houses because of the lithium underneath
We're gonna go. Hold on.
Natural selection
We're
needs
gonna
to
talk
come
about
back.
FEMA in a
Guys.
second.
It needs to come back. America is too far gone. We need natural selection, Darwinism, baby.
Big JC, no, I agree. I agree. Hold on, real quick. Like natural selection does need to come back, right? We need to have market mechanisms instead of all of this socialist intervention, so that people that live in dangerous areas will be disincentivized by increasing insurance premiums, and people will live in safer areas so that we have more homes, so that house pricing can go down, so that people can live in more reasonable places instead of robbing
the
taxpayers.
safe areas that are owned by Jeff Bezos and his warring clan that are all armed with the most advanced weaponry on the planet because nobody can surmount them.
All right, let me
I
jump in.
agree.
All right,
Bezos gets to all the things that you
Damn
love,
it.
buddy.
All right,
He's your hero.
All right, 1 second. All right, taking control here. All right, we're gonna come back to a lot of this here in a minute because I think we're gonna talk about FEMA in a second.
Why is your mic so low?
I don't know. Maybe crank me up or something. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to Nonfun. I want to ask this question. We'll go to the FEMA thing in a minute because I think this is the natural progression of this topic. But what were you just asking here, Nonfun?
I just wanted them to clarify what % they think is due to price controls on insurance, which I agree are bad, by the way. And what % do we think is probably just due to the fact that the risk have generally increased in some partly at least due to climate change, right?
Well, no. So it's not a percentage of. It's what, right? So specifically in the California example, what we're talking about is the aftermath, right? So if people have lost home insurance because of the policies of California, well, that's going to necessitate more taxpayer funds in order to cover the cost of the disaster. Right now, in terms of what level of natural disasters are occurring, no one here is a meteorologist, and even those guys are giving best guesses, right? So to then add the idea of insurance premiums, what percentage of property damage is occurring because of a corrupt incentive structure for wealthy people to not have to pay insurance premiums. I don't know, obviously, but it is obviously a problem that is having a down or an upward pressure on home prices.
Yeah, meteorologists should stop using empirics. They should logically deduce the weather from human
Right, I feel
action.
the big difference that people have to do is they need to compare a situation because I feel California and Florida are going through similar
I'd like to
shit,
challenge that
but one
too,
has more price controls than the other.
I'm looking at natural disasters per state. We're going to abandon the entire southern coast, the entire west coast, everywhere with volcanic eruptions, everywhere with tornadoes. We're down to 330 million people packing into 6 states.
No.
I mean,
that's
look,
not. So no,
I grew up in
insurance companies can get relative risk, right? They are rewarded for being able to accurately predict the risk of insuring your property and then gain a profit by charging you slightly more than the risk, distributed it against everyone else living in the area. So obviously natural disasters occur in a whole bunch of places. What I'm saying is that what you have in the corrupt incentive structure is that if you are replacing that mechanism with things like FEMA, as opposed to allowing the market to do that, then what you're doing is you are artificially lowering the price of living in more dangerous areas. And so because of this is having the opposite effect, where it's artificially raising prices in places that are safer.
Okay, so people in Florida will understand this. People on any southern coastal area will understand this. There's really only one nationalized insurance that exists. It's National Flood Insurance, and
Yeah, that's what I was
those of us who live in lower areas with lower above sea level, like if you look at New Orleans is 33 feet below sea level. It is a fucking soup bowl surrounded by a bunch of dikes holding back the water, keeping them from.
Well, but okay, let me ask you this.
Thank you for saving.
All right,
I love dikes.
Just to play devil's advocate there, right? You're talking about like New Orleans, right? That's a good example, right?
It's a great example. It's the
Yeah,
best
yeah.
example.
So here's the thing: New Orleans has existed for a while, right? They're one of the older cities here in the United States. Like, what do you do in this situation that the environment changed around it somewhat naturally? Like as time has gone on,
The environment has not changed there. No, it has not.
I mean, so
the
what do you-
Army
I mean-
Corps,
No, the
Army
Mississippi
Corps of
Delta
Engineers-
has changed.
Yeah,
it has changed, but not that much. If you look at the
I mean, what do you mean? Is the
navigation
alluvial
map-
fan like way bigger now? And shit?
if you
Like,
look at navigation maps of like the 1800s or the 17 or 1600s in that area, the same stuff still exists. The same waterways still exist. Nothing has really changed there,
It's
except
like
there's actually less land due to erosion through the Mississippi.
Okay. All right, so and that's kind of the point right here, isn't it? Right, so it's kind of like Venice. Venice is like been existed for hundreds of years, right? And they're sinking. They're sinking. They've had all sorts of problems. They built those little bay things out there. It's been controversial. Like, what do you do in a city like New Orleans? Like, it's a city that's established here in the U.S. What is the solution? Just drown? Like everybody has to
seriously,
move? Like
the worst thing they ever did was rebuild it after Katrina. Okay, really,
Well, no,
it is the exact same cesspool it was prior to Katrina. It's gotten better since what it was in the 80s. But New Orleans is Chicago without the news. Okay, no one talks about all the shootings that happens in the Ninth Ward and things like that. That place is freaking garbage. The best thing that happened to New Orleans was freaking Katrina, because it sent a lot of their shit down to Houston. You're welcome, Gibbs. And so that's why a lot of their crime shot through the fucking roof. But the Ninth Ward just attracted new rats in that are just as bad as the previous. The place is fucking disgusting. I love New Orleans too. I love going to Jackson Square. I love, the history, the architecture and things like that. But it's time for the United States taxpayer to stop funding this city that has failed, because it was built in a fucking swamp. And basically they drained it. They drained the swamp. They put up a bunch of levees to hold back water and things like that. And they didn't consider, oh my God, hurricanes come through here. Where I grew up in southern Mississippi, the house that I lived in was 3 feet above sea level. My mother, during Katrina, I happened to be living in Japan the year that it hit. She actually rode the storm out on her dining room table, and she had to take a hatchet to her frickin' ceiling to get into the attic in the middle of the storm. Okay, living in these areas do incur some inherent risk, and the way that the National Flood Insurance has actually decided that they are going to compensate for it is they tripled their rates, where people can almost not afford to live there anymore. So price controls is actually, if you want to say, certain areas are strategic and require to be populated. In Pascagoula, Mississippi, in my hometown, you have two major things. You have the Chevron refinery and you have the Huntington Ingalls Naval Shipyard. Okay. If either of those go down, that is an actual risk to the security and of America. These are strategic locations. you can actually say the same thing about New Orleans, because the port of New Orleans is one of the largest ports on the Gulf of Mexico. I think it's dwarfed by Gulfport, Mississippi, and Houston, Texas, if I remember right. I could be wrong though, but it's a big port city. You've got to have people in certain areas, so you have to mitigate that by making it livable. And unfortunately, because of the way insurance actuaries set things up and their calculations and whatnot, and when big events happen, such as Katrina to South Mississippi and Louisiana, the price of living has tripled since that time. And we're talking.
Yeah, but okay, just for funsies here, like, how do you get rid of people in established cities? I don't know, like, if you could tell a city that's been there 200 years, everybody got to move now. Like, I'd be pretty pissed. Like,
hey man, all people are just cogs. It's that whole middle brain thing where, like, you just tell them, hey, just pick up your shit, get rid of your whole family's tradition. Hey, Japan, there's too much water around you. It's a little dangerous there, so just completely get rid of Japan. Start over in the middle of Asia somewhere where it's a little safer. Nationality doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's go to.
It's really, it's
you act like you're owed a lifestyle.
Hold on,
It's almost like
we're gonna
anti, like America. It's too hard, so let's just give up.
We're gonna go to Premier Continent. We're gonna Premier Continent, then you non-fun.
Like, obviously in New Orleans there's a situation where, like, a big amount of the actual city is in danger, but in a lot of these situations where you get places that get flooded a lot, you or at high risk of hurricanes, you have places that are way higher risk than others. And because if we really priced insurance to the risk without, like, lower flood areas subsidizing higher flood areas, the higher flood areas would be absolutely freaking ridiculous. At this point, my policy position, this is partially informed by, like, the areas in which I've seen people live in and that I think are really stupid. I think if a place keeps getting destroyed by hurricane, like, after the home is, like, not livable, there should be a point where you just get those properties eminent domain, and then state park, no more building. It's gonna happen again. Like, it happens every time. Like in Florida, in, like, my neck of the woods,
State
with that
park?
mean
Did you
is,
just
like,
say
a lot of
state
stuff.
park?
Yeah, a lot of situations where there's a lot of hurricanes that happen in the areas that get flooded always. A lot of
So
those areas are
you
currently
want
state
people
parks.
to go camp where it's known to flood ridiculously.
Go there
During a hurricane, you know about a hurricane like 4 or
That
5
seems
days ahead of
bold.
time. You're not gonna go to
Yeah.
the. You're not
You
gonna
might,
go to the
well, hold
park.
on.
if there's a hurricane.
Surfers might not go do that. They like
Well,
to
then
surf.
that's their
Not-
problem. They can do whatever they want.
Let's go to non-fun here.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, we don't have to use, like, the force of the state to coerce people into moving. Like, if you just don't have price controls on insurance, people will be incentivized to move. I'm not in support of the price controls that we have. I don't.
Okay,
I
I just
think
want to say,
hold on,
crazy.
Insurance.
It's so crazy that, like, non-fun and I are going to agree.
I was just wanted to clarify his position because I thought I heard it wrong. I was like, wait.
No, but I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, when you're engaged in using these federal funds, you are necessarily moving, currency from its most valued ends, to another end. And the presumption is that, like, other people in the state, other citizens are going to value New Orleans or value these other places to such a degree that they're willing to have their resources taken from them in order to do that. But there's a just much easier solution here, as Non-Fon pointed out, right? Which is just remove those funds. And if people actually value, if New Orleans actually is that valuable of a port city, if it actually, does produce something that is so valuable, then they will, build it. They will maintain it. They will keep it.
Well, what if it's not a
businesses
dollar
will
amount, Fabian? What if it's okay, just for, I don't know.
Well, culture has a value too, right?
Yes, culture,
right, but it has
hold
a value in price.
The food, like,
right?
say the
It has
food, or like the history,
it
like
has
some of this is about.
Right, but it
Is
has a
there
value in price, right? So, like, if let's say New Orleans costs 10% more, and I can get the exact same job with the exact same salary, and then, like, Shreveport, right, is 10% cheaper and I can get the exact same job and the exact same salary, right? If I value New Orleans culture and the architecture and the food and all of these things more than I value that 10% cost of living, right, then I will move to New Orleans. And if I don't, I'll stay in Shreveport, right? So that cost is actually calculated in market mechanisms. Like if people value those things, then it's what's, like Austrians would call it psychic profit, right? It's like, it is what I want. It is satisfying my need of my most valued kind of like desire in that regard. I value that higher than I value that money. And if I don't, well, then I won't fucking move there. And obviously I didn't value it that much.
But your argument isn't like just that we shouldn't have price controls. Like I would agree we shouldn't have price controls, but you also like you want California to fail. You want to. I don't know how unironic the take was, or I don't know.
Well,
hold on.
You want to restrict people from moving out of California, like?
No, actually, I would just say financial.
That was Sparky.
No, that was me. That was me. Yeah, no, I'll own my position.
Yeah,
that's an unironic take.
Why?
No, why is that an unironic take? If you fuck something up, why should you be allowed to go somewhere else?
Because you're essentially providing the
thing?
justification for the descendants of slaves to punish white people that benefited from the products of slave. It's the same stupid justification, just with different people.
Sorry, can you make the connection? Because I don't.
You cannot blame an entire group of people for the actions of a few that came before them.
okay,
You're
so-
trying to blame the entire state of California for the actions of politicians you disagree with. That's why I gave the example of a conservative Republican kid. Who are you talking to? Yourself? Are you going crazy? Hello? Do you need help?
No,
Need
I've
assistance?
got a guy on my channel that's taking care of my audience, bro. Be just chill.
Oh, see, when I need to talk to the audience, I mute the
excitable. Are you
mic. That's
okay?
pretty weird.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
So allow me to steel man Fabian real quick for shits and giggles.
Good luck.
So what he is arguing here is we make it so only the 1% can live on the nice oceanfront property, and then everyone else has to be packed into 4 megacity states that we practice.
Yeah, that's what I said. Definitely. Yeah, that's definitely a steel man position.
I'm just fucking around.
All right, I'd hope so.
I'm just being an asshole.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these solutions for being in a high risk area really depends on the area, and I think a lot of these, like what we think should happen, can't really be discussed on a broad scale because you have situations in one area that don't exist in others. Like again, I'm going to keep using Florida's example with our barrier islands. A lot of those, if people could not live full time on the barrier islands, would still economically contribute a lot because you got places like Clearwater Beach where hotels and stuff would absolutely make enough money to be able to pay those premium insurance rates, and people would still be able to go to the beach because the beach is there no matter what. It's a beach.
Where are the left wingers at here? Where are my left wing brothers and sisters?
I know,
at here?
right?
Where we say, you know what? It's kind of the government's responsibility.
I don't even have to say anything.
Yeah,
Like, this is you guys are making all my
it's the
arguments.
government's responsibility to
This is the
take care of their
quietest
own
I've heard
people.
Fabian Liberty on any panel ever.
I've got the lefties fucking
Fabian
agreeing
Liberty
that
a
like
left
price
winger?
controls are bad and that like
Yeah.
You're not gonna find much
engines
in here
guys.
about price controls being good.
Let me rev some left wing engines here,
No,
guys.
I love
We
Mark.
believe
I'm
that
very
the
confused
state
about what's
should
happening. I'm not
step
gonna lie.
Like, look at the idea behind.
You defend price controls.
Hold on. Look at the
I
idea
mean, I'm
behind
about the
Medicare
price
for all.
controls, but
Look at the idea behind Medicare for all. We're saying that no matter what your ailment is, no matter what your pre-existing condition is, everybody pays the same price. That's how we want insurance to function as left wingers as well. We don't want you to have to pay more insurance just because you bought a house and happen to get hit by a hurricane. And
let me just segue this
Well,
here.
I think healthcare is different because everybody has a physical body, but you don't have to live on the beach.
Yeah, we
Also,
did
there's
that.
just more market failures in healthcare. There's like administrative cost
New
issues.
Jersey.
There's,
Hold
like,
on. Okay, so hold on.
information
Hit by a
issues,
hurricane?
there's
Let me
adverse
just
selection
move this. Maybe
issues.
just move this a little bit because we've already done the healthcare thing recently. So, like, okay, I kind of get the sentiment that Sparky's come from. I think a lot of conservatives, at least that I can relate to, get the sentiment people need to live with their own mess, right? And then we come to something like FEMA, right? Trump is alleging that FEMA is broke because of the way Biden managed it. And so when we go to this, like, well, this is the organization that's supposed to like fix like shit when shit goes south for like someone randomly. You know, how do we fix this? Like, whose fault? Or do we just let them, wallow in their failure and chalk it up as a loss? Like, what's the situation here? Who's at fault? What do we do here going on forward with FEMA? Like,
Well,
what do
FEMA
you-
has been historically disastrous in every action they've ever done. I mean, if you really want competency, the last place you should ever look is the United States government. Okay, government is bad. Take it from a government employee. Nothing works the way it's supposed to. Not even the goddamn military. And it's
Well, the
because the
FDIC.
bureaucracy has become so corrupt and so fucked up that no matter what you do,
I don't
it'll
even gotta
always
flex
get messed up
libertarian
because
shit
of all the
tonight.
red
Everyone
tape.
else is doing it for
Yeah.
me.
We're pointing out the problems, and we're not
always?
able.
Like, what is this?
So I work for the DOD. Okay,
That's great.
I see all kinds of policy failures that happen all the time. Like the DOD has not passed a fucking audit. The past 7 audits they have failed.
Oh
And
my
for
God,
somehow
you can't
they're
keep pulling out
missing
that
billions of
talking point
dollars.
like everybody doesn't know the response. I got accused of it being a Destiny response. It's so commonly known at this point.
The deal
Yes,
is
everybody
the deal
responds.
is
Jesus.
people
What else?
people on the left tend to want to lean. People on the left, people tend to want to lean on the government for the answer. But the problem is the government is never the answer. In fact, the government is usually the problem. It is, you'll find more
Times
answers
where the
in
government
private
is the
industry.
answer.
You'll find more
None of what
answers
you
within
said-
private
all you said
industries
is, like,
and
the
things like
government
that.
has problems. That doesn't mean that the government is not a net benefit. I think the free market has problems. I still think the free market is a net benefit. So you just saying like,
It's
oh,
not a
I
free
work in the
market.
government. I see the
No,
DOD
I am
has
telling you,
You believe in the free
I
market,
am telling
you'd
you,
be a
no, they don't
libertarian
have
like I am.
administrative issues. They have an everything
you're-
issue.
you're one
the
drop
way
rule
the way that they carry out their policies is fucking flawed. Their purchasing, their acquisition programs are horrible. Okay, when you have to pay $35 for a single
Here,
fucking
flawed,
bolt
horrible.
that you could
we
get
don't
it,
know
that-
how it's gonna be without any of that shit. Like, where would we be? We don't live in that world, right?
We
So
wouldn't
in
have
that
the economic
situation,
calculation problem.
Let me
That's what
take
we
something
would be.
away Yeah. from what
Sorry.
Sparky's talking about. So I own airplanes, and so I have a certified airplane that costs me a fucking fortune to maintain because every single bolt, every item on it has a specific part number, and it has to be
FAA
bought from a
stamp.
specific manufacturer, and they don't play. However, I can buy literally the same fucking fuel filter at Napa for $7. It costs me $40 fucking dollars because the government's involved.
Yeah, all you need is an
Same part
experimental
number.
plane. You don't have to worry about it.
Wait,
Same
so
everything.
did the
I have
government
an
just
experimental
arbitrarily
airplane.
decide that
Hold
that
on,
part
I
was going to
wasn't
cost
done.
more?
I wasn't done. I
Yeah,
have an
they're stolen.
experimental airplane where I get to do fucking everything on it, and it's cost me. I can build a whole fucking airplane for what my yearly maintenance is on the other plane.
We're just arguing opinions.
Okay, can you answer my
Generally,
question now? Did the
people like-
government
I
just
didn't
choose
hear your
that part
question 'cause you were talking
Yeah,
while I
I'll
was
ask it
talking.
again. Now you need to
Okay.
shut up so I can talk, okay? Did the government just arbitrarily decide that that part was going to cost more than the other one? Or like, why does one cost more than the other?
So I can actually answer this. It's because it has FAA certification stamps. It's built to a certain quality deal, and
Okay.
it's the cost of the stamp is what you're actually paying for in the end.
Okay. Well, but there's a certain level of production quality that's required to attain that
Definitely.
stamp, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, okay.
So
it's not that they
the
just.
deal
It's
is-
not that the only reason that part costs more is because the government's involved. It's because it's gone through a lengthy process of
literally is,
approval to determine it more safe to use than other parts.
If you
Some-
understood
somewhat.
how much
You're
red
paying
tape,
for that
how
process
slow
in the
the
back
government
end.
was,
I think-
you'd
I don't think
understand
there's
how
anything wrong with
ridiculous that statement is.
To a degree,
I understand how
hold on, hold on.
ridiculous it might sound to someone like you. Yes.
To a degree, he has a point because, like, governments when we were working on Vogel down here, Plant Vogel, the nuclear plant, they were hiring all unions. So you're hiring unions. Unions have to follow every single fucking OSHA rule by the book. On top of that, you're on a nuclear site, so every weld has to be inspected by somebody. It takes a long time. Ended up going super over budget, but it's because they brought on literally the best people they could in the country, being the union trained guys that have to go through their 5-year apprenticeships and all that before they can even start working. So government jobs do tend to cost more, but at the same time, there are things that government does pretty well. We usually want government to handle the sectors that we want to be blind in the terms of like the justice system. We want the justice system to be blind and not judge based on a for-profit motive, because then it's just going to be the people that have
Then
the
it'd be
highest amount of
better.
money get away. It could, in theory, it could be, but
yeah.
I
Also,
don't think
like
so.
just to be clear, like the position is not what the government does doesn't have a cost. Like obviously, regulating something is going to make it more expensive, but like that doesn't mean it's not a net benefit. Like you still have more work ahead of you. You'd have to like prove to me that the added cost isn't worth the added benefit of safety, which maybe for some things it isn't, but I would suspect that overall it is.
For a nuclear plant, I'd argue it is.
I'm gonna go to Conti. Hold on. Let me go to Premier Conti real quick. I know
You can't just say that he solved the ECP and then just like let that go, right?
Well, you hold it. I'll let you go after Conti. Hold on. You'll go out.
Every regulation requires.
Okay.
Right.
Hold on, Fabian. Hold on, Fabian. Let Conti go. You respond. I know you're ready. I know you're ready. I just
Tyler made a really good point here, right? It seems like one thing that really happens with regulation and with these standards are often higher in industries in which accidents are way less tolerated by the public, right?
Hold on, let her finish.
Can I please speak?
Let her finish.
Sure. So, right, in industries where sort of mistakes or like failures are not as tolerated by, the public, which matters because we live in a system where people vote. Like stuff like obviously if there's a nuclear accident, right, that could set back the nuclear industry decades, which I hate so much. And if there's plane crashes, right, this is terrible optics, terrible fucking. I hate so much that one accident can like set the nuclear industry back so much. I loved it, like the whole concept of nuclear energy, like that is what I advocate for, literally beyond any other like green energy or whatever. Like that's kind of the number one thing I advocate.
You should talk to ICO.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Recently. We were just talking about that. It was it was enlightening because I'm less pro nuclear than I was before after talking to ICO recently. But he was pro nuclear and found out some interesting stuff. But you keep continue. I think that'd be an interesting comment.
So it's a situation where
and then we're gonna go to Fabian after her. Okay.
Obviously, if there are accidents here, this sets back a ton of shit in these types of industries, and it sets back a ton of shit for the government. So the government's going to make sure that everybody's crossed their T's, dot their I's, which does cost money, which sucks. But that's kind of like the reasoning behind it. It's not really as much arbitrary as much as like kind of, I'd say partially at least, a reaction to how people react to these situations when care's not taken. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So
that's a broken window. Go ahead.
Broken windows is not necessarily a fallacy.
But yeah, let's go. We'll go to Fabian, and then we're gonna go to. I know he wants to respond to something a little bit earlier, and then we're gonna.
I've talked a lot.
Yeah, no, I completely just dismiss that you can say that like these regulations have this net benefit. I don't. Where are you getting that from? Where is this data or this idea that you're getting from that you've solved or at the very least, we'll just leave it at Hayek, right? The local knowledge problem. Like, where are
you pull up a study that shows that fewer people die from like random medicine than used to in the past? Can you pull up a study that shows how the USDA has made food more safe, please?
I'm sure
I'm gonna
I
need
could
a
find that
source
question.
on that, please.
Yeah, no, that's I
You're gonna
understand that you don't understand basic
Oh God,
economics,
bro,
right?
he said
But,
the
like,
word.
I'm asking
David, I know the
some
local
idea.
knowledge problem. I know the economic calculation problem. I know the information problem.
Gibbs,
don't
I
think those
triggered
things
on
exist. I
purpose.
just think
There was
that
a
those
point
don't
to it.
necessarily preclude a regulation being a net benefit. So like the government can cause an inefficiency because of the local knowledge problem, but still have an overall net benefit because of savings in other areas.
Right, but so the presumption is that the market would not step in.
What do you mean? I mean, I don't think the
Okay,
market
so if you
always
admit
leads to net benefits,
that there is some loss, right, due to the need to gain information to presumably have effective quote unquote regulation here, right, and that it doesn't have the price mechanism and competition as a means of incentive, but instead has like this bureaucratic chain of employees and then uninformed voters, et cetera, right? If you admit that is an issue, but you're still saying that you can still have a net benefit, then the presumption must be one of two things: either it would cost more money than to have a market mechanism here, which I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that, or B, that this would be a market failure, a market void. And again, I don't see how, getting back to the original situation which we're talking about, right, which is disaster insurance, that there would be some kind of fucking market void there, because there's no evidence to suggest that market void would exist.
I don't know if there is a market failure in home insurance or disaster insurance.
Well,
but I'm not speaking in terms of dollars. I'm speaking in terms of utility. So I agree. If you regulate if you standardize how aircraft parts are going to be made, then you're probably going to increase the cost of the parts of the aircraft, and you're probably going to cause some inefficiencies in that market, but also you're increasing the safety of airplanes, and that could be a net benefit overall.
Let's go
the
to
number of small airplanes that fall out of the sky every day.
Yeah, we're gonna do grid, then we're gonna do Sparky.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Yeah, so Sparky. I know Sparky's waiting to get in because he loves airplanes. It's kind of what he
The
does
market
too.
would
So
make safer airplanes.
Yeah, it's kind of my job. Look, there are some regulations that are actually good and actually warranted. Okay, aviation, nuclear power, these things are built on the blood of people who did the wrong thing. Okay, we got a lot of lessons learned. One of the things that you study going into aviation is the Challenger incident and how people just kind of went along with everything because they didn't want to scrub a mission because, oh, we saw something wrong. They actually knew there was something wrong with the Challenger before it took off. And I remember watching it blowing up live on TV in my first grade class. Okay. When problems happen in nuclear power or aviation, the world pays attention, especially since we have more airplanes flying in the air right now than we probably have cars in your local city fucking driving the streets. It's insane the amount of air traffic that we have going on at any one time in any day of the year. So there are some regulations that are good. The problems when people talk about we need to lower regulations is we have a shit ton of regulatory control set in every industry, and it actually drives the price up on a lot of other things. Just like everyone says, Congress doesn't pass enough laws. Well, that's cool. Do you know all the laws that exist on the book today? Okay. Doing shit just to do it isn't actually getting anything done.
Can you give an example of a regulation that just arbitrarily increased the price of something like you're describing?
Anything involving aviation.
There's
Yes.
certain licenses.
It's arbitrary. Wait, you can't hold on,
Joe.
real quick. You can't use that as an example. I already beat that one. I already
Well,
said
you
there's a
didn't
reason
beat
for it. I already demonstrated that.
License-
So try
You
to
beat it.
You didn't
But
let
you said name me a regulation that arbitrarily
arbitrarily,
raises the
except we
price.
determined it wasn't
So I can
arbitrary.
buy.
Correct.
Hold on,
Anything that has
no,
to do with
wait.
aviation.
I can actually
Also, yeah,
buy.
any aviation.
wait, hold on. I don't want to be that
can
guy.
buy
I'm about to trigger
any
myself.
screw.
I'm about
I
to
can
trigger
buy.
myself.
Hold on, Gibbs. No, I can buy the exact same goddamn metal screw at Ace Hardware for $1.25 a pound that I will have to pay $1.25 per screw because
do you
it
know
has
it's
a little
the
FAA. Because you can actually buy the two things and you can do a metallurgic test on it and find out the composition. You
Right,
can
I
test the
understand
shear
some
strength
we're
and
going to be
everything else.
testing the
counter
composition
argument to
hardness. We're going to be
But
testing
I'm
the
telling
tolerances
you-
on these things, and they're the same. But I guarantee that there are a lot of these situations. There are probably some parts where it's not the same what you get at Ace Hardware versus what you get.
No, it's not the same for every part. So what I am saying is there are some things such as your hydraulic system pumps and things like that you need to have extra fail-safe proof for aviation purposes. Yes, those should be higher cost, but certain things such as common fasteners like a rivet or a sheet metal screw or a bolt that is designed to shear at a certain amount of tension, okay, those shouldn't have that much of a disparity in cost, and that's where the actual differences are.
We're gonna go to Tyler,
Actually,
and then we'll go to hold on.
It's
hold
the
on.
insurance that the companies that make the parts have to carry. That's what you're missing is that if you put, and not with bolts, but like the reason that there hasn't been a major power plant change since 1970, actually closer, it's probably closer to like 1955. The reason there hasn't been a major change is because it costs so much to prove it out to the FAA to get certified. Once it's certified, they have to carry a massive amount of insurance on it. So do you understand? You probably don't, but I'll help you. If I go out and buy a new Cessna 172 today, it's $575,000. $300,000 of the cost of that plane are the insurance that Cessna has to pay for the time period that they're liable for it.
And it's running on the
Why is that a
same engine
problem?
that was designed in
If they did that to
1943.
your car, you are far more likely to crash and die in. Nobody could afford a car.
Yeah, but plane crashes, I mean, come on. Like, what are we even talking about here? Plane crashes are
Five a
way
day.
more
Whoa, 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 whoa.
devastating.
Hold on, hold
Five a
on.
day, bro.
I wish I wish
Hold on,
I
The
hold
wish
on,
I
hold
could
on.
use
commercial
just
airliner
come
crash,
on for
is
my
that not
out.
worse?
Time out, time out. The only reason it's less likely that you're going to crash is because so few people are flying. If we had every retard that was driving a car flying a plane, guaranteed plane crashes would go up substantially. And then that high insurance rate would be justified because it's more dangerous. And we want to deter people from those actions through high insurance. That all
Also,
means I
is
want
our
to
issue the cost of the regulation or the regulation
Hold on.
itself? It seems to be
Yeah,
oscillating
that's what I
between
was
the
gonna say.
two.
That was going to be my next point. It seems
Sorry.
more like what Scott was arguing was against regulations more in general, and what Crop Duster was arguing here is against overregulation on certain markets. And
Yeah.
overregulation absolutely exists. And you asked JC for some examples. In certain states, you need to get a license to become a florist. If that's the case, a lot of people aren't going to go out and get that license to become a florist, making those florist jobs less common, making florists get paid more per the hour just based on simple supply and demand of that particular skill set, thus making the cost of florists go up. Just to fucking put flowers in a vase.
Yeah, so Tyler, just to piggyback off of what you're saying a little bit, right? Obviously, I have the more radical position here, but nevertheless, when you say, look, government spent money and towards an outcome and then achieved the outcome, therefore the regulation was good, or therefore the regulation was effective. The problem is that you're not calculating whatever money was spent towards enforcing that regulation, or whatever money is lost in the market and increases the prices that would have gone to other things, right? So literally every regulation that the government does is going to have an economic impact. And if it costs money to engage in this regulation, if it costs money to enforce it, and if it increases prices in this, that someone doesn't have a job. Somebody is getting paid less somewhere in America. Some business wants to expand but doesn't quite have enough money to hire 10 more employees. So like even if you, I get that people aren't going to follow me, all the way down the rabbit hole in a giant panel and being like, sign up to be an ANCAP tomorrow, right? But just like basic, like just thinking about it, you have to understand that every single regulation,
I pray they do,
every
Fabian.
policy,
I pray they do.
I do too. I'm planting my seeds. But every policy that you have is a trade-off, right? You are taking, like, just because you spend money on a program for a desired outcome, you can't just say, well, it is successful because the program did what we wanted to do, because you have to compare it against what would that money have done in the market without that.
We're asking, we're saying that is the juice worth the squeeze, essentially, is basically where we're disagreeing right now. You're saying the juice isn't worth the squeeze because GDP could be higher, someone's income could be higher, and we're saying we don't want 13-year-olds to be employed.
Well, okay, so let's just reframe this. Let's reframe
that wouldn't
this
happen anyways, but yeah.
All right, let me
Child labor
reframe
laws
this.
had almost no effect.
We've kind of
Child labor laws.
Hold on.
You're an anarcho-capitalist.
Well, all right. You know what?
Law enforcement. What is that?
Listen. So first, let's reframe this a little bit.
Police.
We've kind of gone down to like the little bit of the rabbit hole right here, right? So let's go back to exactly with FEMA. What do we do with FEMA right now? Like, are we like, is this a let it fail? Is this a replace it? Like what is like? Do we want this? I know outside of Fabian, who doesn't want any government, and like me, which I'm biased on what I want. It's like what like y'all how do we replace this? What do y'all think? Like,
I think
are
programs
y'all
like
in favor
FEMA-
of scrapping it?
No, I think programs like FEMA need to be reformed, and they need to actually have like a third parties do the inspections on them and do the follow up on them, and not another government agency. We need to hire a private contractor to look at the efficiency of what and things that they do, because if you look at their disaster response, for the most part, their initial disaster responses are great, like hands down. They'll have water, they'll have Red Cross ready and all this other stuff, but it is the follow through where they usually drop the ball, talking about getting people money so they can, get structures tore down so they can start to rebuild and things like that. That is where FEMA usually has their big failures. Their initial responses are good. It's the rest of the response that is usually lacking. And that is policy issues. That is not incompetence, because there are people who could be more than willing to do their job properly. But the problem with government agencies is too much bloated bureaucracy. You have to do 15 steps to accomplish one task when really you only need about 3 steps to do this. But we have to make sure that Johnny and Jim Bob and Clem and Susie all can justify their jobs, because these agencies have become overly bloated. This is why I'm not an ANCAP and more of a conservative.
You know what?
Nice
Actually,
belt.
you know how we could reduce the bloat of FEMA is if we just had Trump continue to tell his followers to like turn away any sort of disaster aid.
No!
Again, bringing back in natural selection into play. Then we don't have to fund it nearly as much because only the intelligent people are going to seek disaster relief, right? There we go.
I mean,
well,
that's
so like
something.
I'll make the like non-ANCAP argument here where I'm like, dissolve the state. I'll just make the argument in case of FEMA, right? I mean, FEMA is spending like somewhere between 20 and 40 billion dollars. Like we don't know the exact amounts because they pull money from several different sources, so it's not just FEMA funding, right? Like oftentimes other places get that, so, like they pull money from other places for disaster relief. If we just abolished fucking FEMA and we just put $40 billion back into the market and then people paid fucking insurance just like they do on disaster relief, there would be, number one, it would cost us less money, which would mean more jobs. But also, number two, one of the biggest problems with disaster relief is the regulations and rules around price gouging. Like, we need to allow people to fill up when they see that a fucking, some disaster is going off somewhere. We need to allow people to fucking fill up their van with cases of water and drive down to some place and go, hey, water bottles, $10 a bottle. And people go, that's evil. How dare you do that? But it is literally, it is that incentive that makes Joe Schmo sitting on his fucking couch going, I can make a bunch of money, that then moves water from one part of the country all the way to where the water's actually fucking needed. And the only people that will buy that water are people that have the means and desire to get that water, which means when charity organizations come in and like only the rich people could get water, well, now the charity organizations and the presumed FEMA that would have been there doesn't have to give water to the rich people. The rich people got their fucking water first. Those guys moved water because they had a profit desire and motive to move water to those places, and now charity organizations have less that they have to do in order to successfully move resources towards disaster areas.
But
so
FEMA
absolutely
really doesn't
get rid of
do with
fucking
that.
FEMA.
So
we'd
wait,
have
hold
more
on.
jobs, we'd have more money, and we'd have better disaster relief, both from the private side and from individuals.
Just to be
Stuff like
clear, though,
FEMA covers an externality. A lot of these things, like disaster relief, that covers an externality that isn't.
It's an externality that only exists because the government steps in and says that you're doing something illegal when you
wouldn't say
bring in
only.
fucking price gouging.
well, so okay, hold on, wait. You're pro price gouging.
I'm
Like,
pro
you're
price
okay with
gouging. Price gouging is amazing. Every form of
Based.
price
All right,
gouging
sort
is
it out.
literally just price. Price gouging is a made-up socialist fucking term. It's
Big
just
fan
price.
of that. Big fan of that personally.
I
Big
think
guy.
it's
He's privileged
depends
enough to say
if
that
it's
within
in-
the bounds of our like regulated market economy. I'd see how he feels about that when a charity organization has $10,000 of funds at their disposal and water is $10,000 a bottle. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to dispense that to the people that need it. But again, I don't think Fabian either cares about any of this or these are real positions. They
I
sound
think
pretty
there's a
juvenile.
difference between,
Well, yeah, it's
like,
not a
if
real
something
position
is
that
an
I think
elastic
that
good
water is
versus
going to
an
be
elastic
$10,000 and charity organizations are going to be able
Well,
to
how
do
would
it.
you
I
stop that?
explained
How
the
would you prevent
mechanism-
that from
I
happening?
explained the mechanism by which it's cheaper because
Yeah,
the
you also
profit motive
explained, you
allows
gave
those
me the
resources to
setup
move
for what
by
I'm
the
asking you
volition
right
of
now. You
those people.
established all of that.
Hey, as a water guy, a $10,000 bottle of water is probably fucking.
It better be the best damn Fiji water
I'd
ever.
pay like
no,
$9 for a
seriously,
bottle of water.
like,
water in 2.5 days. It's the best damn water you've ever had.
this is my problem with like ANCAP types. Is like, what is to prevent this? If rich people can afford it at $10,000 a bottle, why wouldn't they price it there? If they're selling it to people who had just survived a natural disaster, there's probably like I don't know, a few thousand, 10,000 people that need it. If only 2,000 can afford, and they've only got 200 bottles.
If some rich dude has the ability to spend $10,000 on a fucking bottle of water, and some other dude makes $9,900 in profit per bottle of water, then that's the fucking price. The poor people
So
aren't going to be able to get that water.
we're talking
Absolutely.
about
But guess what's
condemning
gonna
a
happen?
large portion
Is
of our labor force to starvation and
what's going to
thirst
happen
because-
is there's a dude selling bottles of water for 10 grand,
he's yelling.
and some other dude is like, holy shit, I can sell
Let me
bottles
when
of
he's
water
done.
for $8,000, and then they move in, and then someone else is like, holy shit, I can sell bottles of water for $6,000. And what ends up happening is that people keep moving water to the disaster relief area based off of a profit motive until it's no longer valuable to them.
That's super
Also
awesome, dude. Except
a
what happens if the
frictionless
human
system.
body dies without water after like a week?
Hold
What
on.
happens when the
3 days.
$400 water bottle people get in there and everybody's already dead?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Also,
people starve and people
3 days.
die, but capitalism
Hold on.
is what saves the most.
Hold on, hold on.
expected,
Somebody found a way
Okay,
to
so
sell
hold
water
on,
for
hold
4
on,
cents
hold
a
on,
bottle,
hold on.
but it was poisonous, and we had to wait 2 generations of people being poisoned to find out because we didn't have a regulation in place to catch that poison.
All right,
What poison were you talking about? Sorry, I was looking at chat.
Careful.
How about
Careful,
this?
Tyler. That sounded like a good point.
Water at
Do you
all
see a
because
difference?
they're not making $10,000 for that bottle of water, and everybody fucking dies.
Oh, okay. Let's go to print a copy real quick, because
Do you see a difference between like, goods that are obviously like, elastic goods versus inelastic goods? Because there are situations, right, where I can be like, price gouging, that's just the price. Like when people complain about the price of like concert tickets or stuff like that, or
Mhm.
like luxury items or this, that, and the other. But I do see a difference, right, in stuff like that are a luxury item that if it's too expensive, just don't buy it, versus water after a disaster where if you don't have it for 3 days, you literally die. So, do you see differences between these as far as price gouging? Because, like, in a lot of these situations, it would have to be a frictionless system for stuff to decrease fast enough by more people getting into the market. Because obviously, people don't act instantaneously. Like with stuff like inelastic goods, especially stuff like water.
Well, right. So,
we can't
so the
afford to wait.
capitalists.
Okay,
right, so
hold on,
when,
hold on.
When you
Scott,
understand, hold on,
Scott,
I'll answer this question, right? Like, because she has.
And then we're gonna go to grid, and then we'll go to grid.
So what? So you have to ask yourself, what is profit, right? And what profit is not like. I mean, yes, you could say it's the money left over after all my things are paid for. But when you actually look and realize that there's land that goes into in order to produce a commodity or a service, right? You need land, you need labor, and then you need investment because there's the universal time preference, right? People want the thing they need now more than the exact same thing later. And so what profit is, right? What profit is the reward that the capitalist gets both for investing money and also for accurately predicting the market in the future. So the profit motive is based upon moving those resources there in the future. So you're right that like it would take a day or two for Joe Schmo on his couch to realize, holy fuck, there's a disaster. I should like fill my van up with water, right? That's the kind of the entry piece, right? But there are other companies that are going to go, I can predict where disasters are likely to occur. I see a hurricane coming and I think it's going to be a bad one. So they load up the truck, even though the hurricane hasn't hit and they don't actually know how much damage the hurricane's going to do, but they're predicting that it's going to be bad. So they're already there when the hurricane occurs.
Right, that's what we do with
Yeah, and if it
gas.
doesn't do
I mean,
bad,
a lot of
they're
that happens with gas, but stuff like gas, obviously, a lot of people get stranded. Imagine, obviously, without FEMA or any disaster relief, where this sort of similar situation was happening.
FEMA doesn't really
with-
deliver gas.
No.
I mean, like, but you can-
I know
like,
that.
have you
That's
ever-
not what I said. Hold on. Let me respond. I didn't say that. I said like, imagine, because like in the world where FEMA doesn't exist, the delivery of gas and the delivery of water would work similarly. There's still a lot of people who are left without gas, right? So without FEMA to bring in water, we'd have a similar situation with water. Like being left without gas sucks, you can't evacuate as far. Being left without water sucks, you die. Like there's a difference here.
All right, so can I?
Yeah, so
can
if
I
you
make
play
a
the game,
couple
I'll
comments
very
here?
quick.
Yeah,
I just because it's very quick. Elite
All right, go to
Dangerous,
grid right
right?
after
There's
that.
a really
All right,
cool
so you
game,
finish.
Elite Dangerous. You can get stranded in Elite Dangerous, right? If you run out of gas and like you're doing exploration in the game. And because of this existence, an entire market of people that are like that are pirates that go save people were literally created in the game, where they create guilds just to go rescue people so that they can get a small amount of profit by saying like, look, we show up, we give you gas, and then you're going to give us 20% more than what the gas costs. Like this already exists in situations where you can see the market mechanism that like for-profit incentive actually fixes these problems.
All right, grid. The grid's going, and then you can.
Yeah. So, you know who moved more people out of dangerous areas in North Carolina to start with? It was private citizens with using their helicopters some of whom were threatened with arrest for helping people by FEMA. Okay, so don't by saying that the government's going to come help you, the government's going to come save you, and they're going to be the ones to bring the water or whatever is irrelevant. It's just the dumbest thing. It's absurd. I can't even get over how.
Yeah. So I didn't say that there's no place for private people. I never said that. I said that FEMA going bye-bye would be a net negative.
Absolutely absurd to continuously believe that that is what's going to happen. Let private citizens get involved and things get done. What Scott's saying is absolutely accurate. The first guy that can call up and say, "Hey," the first guy that can get on
shadowboxing.
I never
made that argument. I know a lot of people want to object.
A random point and then started to beat
Here's what
someone
we
up.
hold on.
That's what happened.
What does it even
Here's what we're gonna
mean?
do. Hold on. Here's what we're
You're
gonna do.
shadowboxing. I never made this argument. Though.
I know nobody
never
wants to respond to
said.
that.
I'm not
I know nobody
shouting
wants.
at you. I'm just being loud because
I know-
everyone talks over.
I know a lot of people have objections to what he just said there. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let Tyler go first.
He's using my tactic.
Because he was wanting to go already, and I had him live. But then I guess we're gonna go non-fod, JC, Katya. They all can respond to him and that because it looked like y'all all had objections to what he said there.
Fine.
Mine
But
was
let
the
me let-
S word, so you can skip me.
All right,
I
cool.
don't believe him.
Okay, so
Sure,
I
perfect,
read
easy.
the interview with that one gentleman that flew up and flew down the daughter and the mother, and then the police told him,
He
"We
was
need
just
you."
one of many.
Yeah, well, we need you out of this air zone. And the reason they gave was because they have their own helicopters in that air zone. They don't have air traffic control. They needed him out of their air zone so that they could do their job.
They didn't have any helicopters.
And Fabian or Scott doesn't like
By
it,
the way,
but in the
that's
current
bullshit.
system,
That's bullshit.
we
Every
surrender.
airplane on the fucking planet right now that flies in U.S. airspace has to have what's called ADS-B. It tells you where every other plane around you is.
That is
Every single- if
an
you take
emergency
off, you have to have
situation.
it.
They wanted him out of the airspace. That's what the
I know
guy
they wanted
said
him
in
out
the
of their
airspace.
airspace
In
because
the own
they
interview.
were afraid he was going to get hurt.
Yeah, so
He
leave
was
it
threatened by
to the
sheriff.
experts.
He
Leave
wasn't
it.
threatened-
Yeah.
All right.
That being
But-
said, this
but
was
it
more.
wasn't just him; it was several people.
This is the more
Yeah,
for
wait,
Scott.
you said that the private helicopters evacuated more people than FEMA did. Do you have
Yeah,
any evidence for that? Can
initially.
you
No,
link
it wasn't
something?
true. Hold on,
No,
hold on.
I-
Hold on,
I-
hold on, hold on,
The
hold on, hold on,
name
hold
is still the
on.
S word,
follow
non-fod. Okay,
aircraft.
be careful there.
Hold on, because you guys keep yelling over me. This is more for Scott.
I don't want to know. Sure, somebody find one.
Scott, so you were talking about the market rewarding people that successfully invest in the future, and it punishes those by losing their money that don't guess how the future, which is absolutely fine. And innovation is the reason why our economy is the way it is, and the reason capitalism worked the best and won and beat the communist threat, all that stuff. But wouldn't you say that it disincentivizes investment to not have a safety net on the bottom for when people do lose in the market, it doesn't completely destroy their lives and their family starves? A safety net would ensure that.
Absolutely.
Like a government.
And so you don't need a government safety net because it would be less efficient than a private market and safety net. That's why insurance companies exist, right?
Private
if you just
market
if you just fly helicopters and you refuse to fucking have any means by other people knowing where you are, and you run into other planes, right? Well, now you're liable for the cost of the aircraft and the deaths you caused. Okay, so people are going to be like, hey, I'm not selling you this fucking helicopter because I don't want to be potentially liable, or I'm not doing certain things, or if you want to get insurance, these are going to be your rates, etc. Right? Like, you can actually analyze the risk, and individuals have the profit motive to be accurate in their risk, because the best way to make money in something like insurance is to increase your rate of profit, which means to get more customers. And the way you get more customers and higher rate of profit is by reducing prices. So the profit motive there is to reduce prices against your competitor. The government has no incentive structure beyond like a politician getting mad about a hyper specific thing most Americans don't know about, and like there are like 7 different like people in between them and this other policy. Like the incentive is basically non-existent for the state to engage in reducing prices of what it is, what forms of regulation or insurance that they engage in. Whereas the private market absolutely does. It's their competitor. So safety nets are absolutely important, right? That's why you have things like insurance. That's why you have, items or things that can lower the cost of insurance. Like if you have a really quality aircraft and have some other company inspect it that says that this is like tip top, this never falls out of the sky, and then other insurance companies Well, they're not just going to take their fucking word for it. It's not about filling out fucking a piece of paperwork at a government office somewhere. They actually put their money where their mouth is and go, do I trust this inspector because I'm investing money and I'm investing risk in this scenario, right? So I agree that those safety nets ought exist. What I'm saying is that the private market does a better job of creating those safety nets than does the state.
So, all right, moving back to I know I'm about to turn it over to non-fawn, and then it's going to go here's the order. It's going to go non-fawn, Katya, and then we're going to have whoever go after that. But I do have a question before I turn it over to non. So, all right, I'm not a libertarian. I do have very, very much sympathy for many of their economic views, because big fan. However, so Grid, I got to ask you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, say you're like just for playing devil's advocate here. Say like there's a disaster area, or I don't know, a military area where we declare a no-fly zone, like I don't know, northern Iraq.
Yeah, we have those.
Sure. We might have those in that. Say there's like a disaster in the area though, and FEMA says we don't want any helicopters coming in because we're trying to bring our shit in, whatever. Wouldn't that be a reason enough for them to tell someone to stand down? But they didn't do that. Is that what the allegation is? They hadn't done that. And
No, they had not done that. What happened was he
I'm a little
flew in
confused.
and he was flying home. He saw the stranded people. He rescued, I think, one or two of them, however many he could fit in the helicopter. I think he left his son there. Flew back. The minute he landed, everything was cool. And all of a sudden, an official comes over and says, hey, you not only shouldn't you have done that, but you can't go back. And he said, well, I have to go back because I got to get my kid. And he was going to pick up his kid and the husband or whoever he left behind, and he thought better of it and didn't. And then he flew back. Now, that was just one incident that made the press. According to CNN, which is not the best news source, there was...
Clinton News Network.
Right. They're saying 100 volunteer airports flew more than 400 relief flights during that time period. Those are privately owned helicopters or company-owned helicopters flown by private pilots, not from anywhere else. Now, that's CNN. I know people who are part of it. I know guys that own small helicopters, and they were flying in and out of there all the time as much as they could afford to. Fuel is expensive, and helicopters use a shit ton of it. And so even small ones, even like R-22s, R-44s, things like
The
that.
amount of maintenance for every hour is insane.
Yeah. I mean, helicopters cost a shit ton to even run. I mean, I got a buddy of mine. That's all he does down in Florida. He was helping out. I'm just telling you firsthand knowledge. There was when they started this, there was no fly zone. Period. Zero. You could fly right over the entire area, no problem. And they can't really do that without a lot of effort. The FAA can't just randomly say you can't fly here.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be random in that case because a hurricane just hit them. But all right, here's how we're going to do this. And this is how I want everybody to listen. This is how we're going to do this. It's going to be real simple because I want this all to go before we have move to the last kind of thing here for the last 15 minutes. We're going to go to non-fun and he's going to finish and then we're going to Katya and she's going to finish. The reason why we're doing that, you can follow my logic, is because I know all the righties are going to want to object to everything they have to say. So we're going to let them both say it, then you can all object to everything they say at once.
Not fun. Cool.
So
he shocks me with his opinions.
So we're going to go to him, and then we're going to let Premier Katya go, and then y'all can yell at him. All right, and then we can have some fun. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're going to go. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. From my understanding, it's like all these like private helicopters, the ones that people aren't being arrested for are the ones that are like from volunteer organizations that were set up or previously existed and like FEMA, I don't want to say contracted, but allowed them to help. I think they had, my understanding is it looks like they had permission. The ones that were arrested are ones that didn't have permissions. I don't know why we would think that like random civilian people are not part of any organization or better at doing rescue efforts and don't obstruct rescue efforts by flying in an unauthorized helicopter. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that. And also, I don't know, like maybe I don't want to strawman Fabian, but I don't. You guys shouldn't let him get away with saying like, oh well, I think my ideology like causes less deaths or whatever. Like I don't think he wouldn't. I don't think he would care if people didn't have a social safety net and then died because that's in accordance with the non-aggression principle, and the other cases aren't in accordance with the non-aggression principle. I think he cares more about the NAP than he does about people living and dying.
All right,
Like saying that I wouldn't care if people died is just such a shitty. and dumb
Wait,
thing
can
to
you answer
say.
this? Hypothetically, let's say acting in accordance with the NAP caused one more person to die than not acting in accordance with the NAP. Would you be in favor of the NAP still?
Cause more people to die. If the hypothetically, I don't think that's
Okay,
what
so
would
I was
occur.
right. Then what do you mean? Go fuck yourself.
That's not.
I like you,
That's not saying you're
non-fun.
right. You're
You're a
saying
cool
You're
dude.
saying that if right.
Don't
like-
let him get away. To be clear,
Well, no,
everything Fabian says
You're,
is
you're,
like
the arbitrary metric, which is hilarious coming from a fucking utilitarian, right, is only death here in this regard. I still care that people die. I would still try and find ways to solve human death and suffering, right? But if you could enslave 10% of the population to keep 5% of the population from dying, you'd probably fucking do it too. But I wouldn't.
Yeah.
All right.
What?
Okay. All right, Katya, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, yeah, my opinion on all of this, I feel like a lot of people like to say that, government agencies are super bad because they have flaws. I think that means a lot of the times, unless it's your, your explicit worldview, that you think that none of them should exist, which that's another discussion we can have. If we're not in that world, I think that reform is the way to go, because saying stuff like female and stuff should go is absolutely crazy. Because as well, like when you can talk about like, here's where they did wrong, here's what they made a mistake, here's where there was a policy problem, here's where there's bloat, this, that, and the other. We can do that all day, right? But without it,
Well, then that
where
would
would
be a
we be?
problem.
We'd be missing a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of people that would die. There's a lot of people that wouldn't get like their immediate assistance money or directly after a disaster. I mean, in my area, right? I'm in an area where right after Hurricane Milton and Hurricane, oh my God, what was the first one? Helene. I'd be driving down the road. There's tons of people with all their furniture, all their shit lined up outside, ready to get picked up by the garbage truck because their house got flooded out. Literally, like line after line, like 5 minutes away from where I live. And these people, a lot of them got their assistance checks to be able to replace the food in their refrigerator and to be able to get goods if they need to immediately get a hotel room and survive from FEMA. Without it, they might not have these things because things would cost more due to market forces right afterwards, and they would not be getting any financial assistance. So yeah, that's kind of my piece.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask you something? This is an honest question. I just and this to the all of the leftists, but mostly you, Katya, because you
I'm
were
not a
the last one.
leftist.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
a
not
left
leftist.
winger.
Oh, I'm a
Left
liberal.
winger. Whatever.
Don't do this. Don't do this. No more
Don't
arguments
lump me
on
in
what
with
a leftist
socialists.
is.
I'm
I'm
not.
gonna
I ain't no
kill myself.
commie, son.
I'm gonna be a
All right.
liberal.
Oh my
Totally
All
agree
right.
on
All right.
everything.
Just
Oh,
serious
God,
question.
I'm never gonna escape this.
What have you ever taken or had government assistance?
Have I ever
Yes.
personally done so?
Yes.
In the ways that everybody has, yes. But
No,
like
I've taken
in the ways
disaster relief.
disaster relief.
disaster relief, emergency funds.
Yeah, I had to take disaster relief. My
Oh,
apartment
Grant?
burned down. I lost
I
everything.
actually haven't. I got lucky this time. If the hurricane went just 20 miles north, my house probably would have gotten 2 feet of water, and then I would have been out there.
So
with
what was the
everybody
point you were
else.
trying to get at with this? Or were you trying to invalidate us?
Well,
Because you guys have never
I'm trying to
accessed these
listen to
systems.
her, and you're running your mouth again. So if you could please be quiet and let the young lady finish. Are you done? I'm sorry.
I got lucky, right? But if I didn't get lucky and the hurricane did go 20, 30, 40 miles north and my shit did get fucked, because if it did, the estimate that was that in my literal evacuation zone, I would have had 3 feet of water, 2 feet of water in my house, which would have been a situation where I would have probably needed assistance, and I would have taken it then. My street flooded. It was shitty anyways, but it wasn't that bad. So yeah, anyways. Good.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. So I understand that I'm probably not the oldest person on the panel, but I know that I'm from a different age, and so I have a different viewpoint. Scott makes fun of me about this, and that's okay. He's able to. I remember, so my parents' house burned down. They didn't get a check from the government. The family and everyone helped them out. It's no big deal. We ended up, selling the property because it couldn't be rebuilt. There was no money to do so, and we just moved on. That's beside the point. I mean, it's kind of the point, but not really, not the main point. Also, we, back in the olden times, we regularly had power loss, floods. We don't much in Tennessee anymore because we have a great dam system that we use for hydroelectric power. We don't really have floods much anymore. But we used to, and we used to have roads washed out and all that kind of stuff. We never needed a government agency to fix any of that.
Well, hold on, Grid. I got a question for you. Hold
Been in
on.
everyone's
Let me.
situation.
All
That's
right,
the
Hold
problem.
on. It is anecdotal, but I'm just saying. I mean, why, but you keep saying that without government assistance, everybody would be
I
in
want you to
trouble.
clarify
Did
something.
I say
before we move on.
everybody? Can we
Hold
go
on,
back
hold on,
and
hold
see
on.
where I said everybody?
Hold on. I want Grid to clarify something first, though. All right,
Yeah, go
'cause-
ahead.
So, all right, there's a difference between need and want and all these kind of things. I'll agree with that. Sure. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Sure.
Say, you know, you have some land. So, I don't know. Just
I feel like I know where this is going.
you have some land.
Hold on, I can't hear him.
It's just you have some land. Hypothetically, doesn't matter where it's at, and somehow, by no means of your own, it was damaged, and the area was declared a disaster. Now, I don't need the government to come in there, but if I have the ability to, I'm absolutely gonna fucking take that goddamn money because I've been paying fucking taxes. All these other fuckers have been getting my fucking tax dollars, and you'll be damned if when it's time for me to get some money, Papa Gibbs ain't gotta get his hand out too. Now, that being said, I don't like it, like the idea of this in general. So, like, are you saying you wouldn't take the money if, like, say the government?
I've never.
was like,
all right,
hey,
so I've never taken unemployment. I've never taken a
but
draw.
okay, so
I've never
you wouldn't take
taken
if a
any
tornado
kind of
destroyed
government
half of your
assistance.
property, you wouldn't take a check
I've never,
from them.
I've never taken anything from the government that they didn't owe me.
Ah, there we go.
And by owe me, I mean tax
There we
refunds.
go. Okay, well, they owe me some.
They're taxing you, so if you qualify for aid, they owe you it. Yes.
Real quick, you know, and I know it kind of like
Never
is
take anything
circling.
they didn't owe me either. Then in that case,
I know it's kind of circling, right? But I just want to address real quick what Katya said, that my position was crazy because people were going to die if we got rid of FEMA. I think I kind of already highlighted and showed why the market would be better at responding than FEMA and means by which it could. So as one of those, so I just kind of reject that unless she has evidence for that, because I gave ways in which the market could respond to that. But I also kind of want to point out that there have been several studies that show that, like, for every 1% unemployment, somewhere between 1982 study showed like 37,000. Other studies showed upwards of 50,000 people die, right? People die from heart attacks, people die from suicide, people die from drug overdoses. Like, so when you take money out of the market that has a downward pressure on economic growth, you're necessitating some level of death. Now, at the same time, those are individual deaths. Other studies have shown that economic downturns actually reduce excess mortality because people can't afford to eat and they lose weight and have less obesity. People can't afford to smoke cigarettes, so they have lower rates of cardiovascular disease and heart attacks and things of that nature. So again,
no one engages.
When you say like people are going to die, and I say, well, there's market mechanisms for this, right? You have to understand that the economy is really fucking complicated. And, when we're talking about where money goes and where it is, and, ROI and all of this other shit, you have to know without a doubt, it is just true that every dollar that the government takes from you is a dollar that is going to a less valued means, which means it is less responsive to the individual values and desires of the economy and causes economic downturn, which causes deaths. So you're okay with
no.
That's why I don't agree with listen, what I feel
no one
like
engages this because there's nothing that you could ever show Fabian to have him believe that FEMA is better at disaster relief than the private market, because he has logically deduced from human action that the private market is always better no matter what, and it's a gobbledygook sentence if you even utter the word FEMA is better at disaster relief than the private market. There's nothing you could ever show him about it. He rejects all empiricism completely.
Well, make your argument.
So just for housekeeping,
don't just bitch about it. Don't just bitch that I know that I'm right and I stand by it. Like, actually make an argument.
Gibbs, the reason I say I don't take anything they didn't know me is because if they didn't steal my fucking money through taxes, they wouldn't fucking owe me a dime.
Just saying
I wouldn't
that,
take a
but-
fucking dime from them.
I thought we were on the same page.
I'm trying to explain why Fabian would never listen to an argument, and then Fabian said, "Give me an argument."
Hold on. We're running out of time.
We've
We're running
already
out of
talked
time.
about empiricism.
So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we do. I know that Sparky's been waiting a while. I'm gonna let Sparky go, and then I'll let Conti go, and then we're gonna go to open. We're gonna go because that seems like a good mix of righties and lefties to close, and then we'll go to we'll just do y'all can do closing statements and shout out where y'all are at. All right, go ahead, Sparky.
All right. So first of all, Grid One, you're talking about TVA, the only for-profit government agency that exists when you're talking about the hydroelectric dams. So I used to live over in the Chattanooga
Amtrak
area.
too.
No, they are government subsidized. I don't believe they actually make a profit. I'm talking about the only profitable organization in the United States
profitable. I
government.
thought
is
you
TV.
said
Yes.
for profit.
Yeah, we export power.
Yes. But that's because of your nuclear power, not your hydroelectric. But when it comes to organizations that have done better work that are privatized than the federal government, I offer you the Cajun Navy. They have been more successful than any other group as far as saving people from disaster relief areas than the United States government. The U.S. government fucking sucks at it. But I will tell you that FEMA does some good. I have received some aid, like during Hurricane Elena in 85, 86, when it hit my hometown. They actually delivered food and water to us where no one else could get to us because a lot of the interstate passages were shut down because when you build shit on water and water comes through and washes it all out, sometimes you need the logistical power of the federal government in order to get things to you. Grateful for them, but I will tell you, in the long run, in the follow through, they failed a lot getting money to people. It takes a lot of time. Where Katya will sit there and talk about people that were saved through FEMA by getting the money. Well, the reason why people bring up things like North Carolina is because they went over budget, saving your area, and ran out of money for North Carolina. So it was poor policy. It was poor planning, piss poor planning, giving them piss poor performance in North Carolina. So these are issues that happen, and it is ridiculous to think that your government agencies that work on a no profit model, that work on a complete no one's held accountable for anything because of the way government works, that can't be a great model. And yet again, I'll say it again, the DoD has not passed an audit, the past 7 audits, and there are billions of dollars missing. Where's the accountability? Who's getting fired? No one. That's the actual deal. There is no accountability in government. Hate to break it to you.
Gotcha. And then we're gonna go to
So-
closings after that.
Right. What I'm going to say about this is, so when I was talking about people getting money due to FEMA and stuff like that, I was mainly talking, right, like obviously the long-term assistance that is more dependent on your personal situation does take a lot longer to get to you, and that does suck when there's so many people who are trying to take advantage of the system, like what we've gotten with these unprecedented hurricanes, right? Like we did not think that Helene would go so far up and flood places so far north. Like that was crazy. It's not like that we went over budget because all the money was spent on Florida. A lot of the situation with Florida was like happening at pretty much the exact same time as we're talking on like, governmental assistance scale as everywhere else, considering, we were hit, then they were hit like within a day or two. But what I was talking about more was the, I believe it's $750 immediate assistance that people can get with only a few questions asked for stuff like replacing the food in their fridge, for stuff like putting their gas in their car, for stuff like, if they need to stay in a hotel room for a night or two to be able to get out of a place that is uninhabitable. Stuff like that, people have gotten access to in a way that they would not have access to without this government assistance. I understand that there are flaws, and I understand people don't get what they need fast enough. The fact that people are still, without clean water, without their homes. It's awful, and I totally get that. But obviously, it's also just in general a difficult thing to deal with when you talk about an unprecedented situation, and we talk about so many people who are experiencing mass tragedies on these scales. And I feel like, if climate change is to be believed, which, yeah, it is, these things are potentially going to obviously get worse over time. So we need to be prepared for those things, and getting rid of these government agencies is not the way to do it. Yep, there we go. Anybody else want to talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, so before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to closings here in 1 second. I'm going to do a shameless show for all of us that are streaming because this is a fun conversation. I know that all of us here, we all like to talk politics, and politics, I don't know if you know this, but thanks to certain individuals, they've made politics not very ad-worthy, which is really hurting our bottom line. So if you like this kind of stuff, donate to your streamers. That helps them do more of this. Other than that, I got nothing. Moving on. Let's go to Tyler. We'll let you start us off with closings. Tell you who you are, where you're at, and do what you want. Closing thoughts.
Tyler, average debate enjoyer. Currently, I'm at the streets of Tarkov. Oh, and a scav run getting shot at. That all being said,
I'm glad that we're your focus. I'm glad that we're your focus.
I was more just listening to everybody. That being said, I've heard a lot here about how government sucks at things, and you can give plenty of examples that they do, absolutely. But at the end of the day, all these groups we talked about have a higher approval rating with the general public throughout the last 5-6 decades. So I would say generally these things are working for most people. I'm somebody that was in Georgia for the hurricane recently. FEMA did great for me. Government functions did great for me. I enjoyed them. So that being said, in terms of accountability, absolutely there is room for government accountability and less regulation. That's what Trump is running on. If you voted for him, good for you. You found the right way to get rid of those things and to change them. So hopefully he does those for you and you're happy with that. But at the end of the day, I think also Scott made some good points. Every regulation does come with a cost. And that needs to be put into every single time we're talking about a regulation. It can't just be we're doing this for X, Y, and Z. But X, Y, and Z is also important. And there's a lot of good regulation out there that we want in place to catch before things actually make their way to the market. So that all being said, I like everyone here. Hopefully nobody got offended by me. And you're all great people. I love you.
Oh, you're so sweet. All right. And this is Aircraft Sparky.
Government sucks. Political streaming sucks. I do enjoy it, but I'm leaving it because it fucking sucks. I'll be doing music whenever all that's set up. I'll announce it, and yeah, we'll go from there. Look, when it comes down to it, I don't want to abolish government by any means. I want to limit government. The problem is our government is overbloated. That's why it's corrupt. That's why there are so many waste in it and everything else, because there is absolutely no way for any small work group to be able to keep track of what's going on. Everything is way too big. I work in one of the largest segments of federal government. I work in defense. I work for the United States Air Force. I train people how to do heavy maintenance on aircraft. It's a great job. It is something that I love to do. I also mod private aircraft on the side. So when Grid One talks about the cost of maintenance for standard privatized aircraft, first thing that runs into my head is, hey, that 60-hour compression check, man. Every time you have to do one on your 175, I know how much that costs you just to have the maintenance done, not to even have the QA guy come behind you and give him his stamp. So I understand the woes of private ownership of aircraft. And it is because of the overregulation of aviation why we have these issues. Personally, I would love to see standard bolts and things able to be more affordable for the private owner, but keep things like the engine, the thing that actually keeps the thing in the air, you can still keep the same regulations on it. It's just the minuscule details, the nitnoid and nitpick. More regulation is bad. Less regulation tends to allow for better improvements in things. The market will find answers to these things. I'm Aircraft Sparky. Thank you all. And it was fun, y'all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, before we move on to the next person to give an outro, you'll see this person tomorrow debating. Our first guy, though, Tyler, terrible fucking promo guy. He didn't tell anybody about his show tomorrow, and I know Fabian would have, but I wanted to call Tyler out because that went by, and I let it slide.
I did on Twitter.
Yeah, 7:30 tomorrow. We're going to be having our first semifinal matchup of our debate championship series tournament, and it's going to be Fabian Liberty versus Average Debate Enjoyer. So it should be very analytical and whatnot. I'm excited. It should be a good even matchup. So on that note, Fabian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube or X predominantly. I'm on a bunch of other shit, but I'm never really there, so that's where you should follow me if you want to watch me stream and stuff. And yes, I will be here. I will be back on Gibbs's channel tomorrow to debate Average Debate Enjoyer at 7:30 Central, which is a silly time. All right, it's Eastern, 8:30 Eastern. All right, you know. Where the nation's capital is, where more population is, where the New York Stock Exchange is, like all the important shit in our country, other than the GDP that's over there in California.
All the shit that you don't want to exist is there.
You're absolutely right, motherfucker. Well, I don't mind the New York Stock Exchange.
Listen, I consider all my conservative friends very intelligent individuals. I know some of you on the left will dispute that, but it's amazing. I looked at my analytics the other day, and I have a 45% viewership rate, the highest of any group, even in the Americas. It's all from the UK. And if them dumbasses in the UK can figure out what time Central Time is with that time zone difference, there's no excuse for all y'all.
6 hour difference.
It's
a 6 hour difference. Yeah, it's a 6 hour difference.
East Coast is the most American time, by the way.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know about all that.
Just in closing,
don't tell me the Brits
squatters' rights are, are not a fucking thing. You can homestead property, if it's abandoned, and it needs to be, I'll say it again since Gibbs loved it so much, intersubjectively communicated that you have abandoned the property. And in terms of this government spending and FEMA and stuff like that, I'm not mad at the lefties here. I'm more mad at the righties here. This is what always gets me so mad, because the right will say, like, the left thinks government's great and government can step in and do these things, but it's just a couple of problems. But it's the righties here that go, look at how every single time government does regulation, it makes things more expensive and the market will find a way. And then the next thing they say is, but we need some regulation, right? Even though I just said that the market would absolutely make it cheaper and would find a way. I don't fucking get it, man. But to the left, all right, listen, I get that you're not going to get on board with me with the economic calculation problem or the local knowledge problem, or, explaining the economics here, because you just fundamentally disagree with those axioms. So just one little thing, all right? When we're talking about government that you think is doing such a good job, did you forget that James Clapper went before Congress and lied in 2013? Did you forget that he lied to the American public, and Edward Snowden proved that he lied through his fucking teeth? And then what did he do after that? That source that you think is good, CNN, he got a fucking job in 2017 at CNN and gets paid there and still is working there and is still working there in 2025. Okay, for fucking 8 years after lying to you all and saying that the NSA doesn't collect any data and that's all bullshit, and that they don't collect any of your information, they don't listen to any of your calls or your emails. So if you recognize that these people don't go to jail, if you recognize that these people are above the law, if you recognize these people that they're lying to you through your teeth, why do you trust they're not? And you recognize, as Aircraft Sparky said, that the motherfuckers can't ever pass an audit. Why do you trust their figures? Why do you trust their data? Why do you trust that they're doing anything? Please, for the love of God, bring the market back. Allow the state, I know the ANCAP is saying this, allow the state to be able to prosecute fraud and prosecute companies and give them that focus instead of bullshit like FEMA, okay? Get rid of these socialist regulations that are causing the forest fires to be exacerbated in California. Get rid of the fucking price gouging and get the government out of shit like this, because the market would do a better job. And don't trust these fucking 3 and 4 letter agencies. When the fuck did you stop being so based? When the fuck did you become nothing but simps for disgusting lying politicians just because you think they're doing something good? Look at yourself in the fucking mirror and realize that you're nothing but a bootlicker, and come on over to the right side, the right-wing libertarian side.
Nah, we'll stick with the majority.
That was awesome.
Good. Have fun following that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, good. Yeah, you get
It's
to.
not fair, Gibbs, making me follow that guy.
Yeah, well, that
Anyway.
happens. I'm gonna tell you.
I mean, everything Fabian said, except yeah, all the 3-letter agencies need to go away. They just do. States should have absolute authority in their states. There shouldn't be any of this nonsense. FEMA, I mean, I get it. You want someone, you want the white knight coming in on the horse rescuing you. But the truth is, you're not a princess. Nobody gives a fuck. So just suck it up, do it yourself, or learn to do it yourself. And if you can't, find somebody that will. Because you know what? There's a church on every corner. There's a helping hand around every corner that you turn in life if you just look for it and you're not a complete tool belt. I really don't have it much to say on the first subject because fucking Liberty he was a man from Liberty Valance. He just fucking crushed that shit. And really can't say much more than I agree. Less government is way better. They fuck everything up. And yeah, that's about the size of it.
All right. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
Yeah, well, I love talking to all y'all. If you liked what I had to say, you can check out my YouTube channel. You can watch over a ton of my debates on non-fun. I know enough one. I'll end with a simple quote, okay? It is the libertarian who is committed to the grand claim that for some reason, intervention must always be avoided. The piecemeal social engineer, as Popper called interventionists, can concede a presumption in favor of private property while reserving the right to whittle away at its excesses. By means of state action, she faces no obligation to disprove the overall utility of property rights. The utilitarian libertarian, however, is obliged to show that the utility of property rights is so nearly universal that all government intervention with them is bound to fail when judged against a standard of human happiness. Fabian doesn't actually care about evidence. No one should engage with human evidence because he's already logically deduced everything from human action. The rest of the conservatives presumably care a little bit about evidence, but apparently they've never opened Greg Mankiw and looked at the cases of market failure that do exist and do require either regulation or state intervention. Again, I stream at NonFun420 on Twitch, NonFun on YouTube. Go check me out.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go with JC.
Yeah, so I know that we're all, we've had some of us on the panel are fairly anti-government regulation, but to Fabian and Motorsports, I would like to say that the U.S. regulated pharmaceutical companies here in the States have produced some fine antipsychotic medication. And given the fact that both of you at separate times tonight were arguing against like complete invisible strangers with arguments that you seem to conjure out of thin air, I would highly recommend that you seek out and make use of these at the most immediate possible time for you. All in all, I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get to scream at lefties about squatting rights because I am going through some shit in my personal life dealing with that, so I'm feeling a bit frustrated, but hey, it was fun. I'm the Big JC. I am a professional League of Legends streamer. I'm not, but I stream on YouTube and I yell at people there too.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. And Premier Katya, I know you've been recovering from the vid, so I appreciate you coming and joining us tonight.
Yeah, I'm recovering from the vid, and then I got a sinus infection, so that I lost my voice for like a week, but I am back.
It's those lefty genetics.
I don't know if it's the lefty genetics, but you know what? It's the fact that I have autoimmune disorders. But those are not technically. Well, some of them are genetic. Oh, damn! Maybe it's my lefty genetic.
Leftism is an autoimmune disorder.
True. Yeah. We're gonna forgive that side of the family. That's super right wing, but genetics aside, because like that's a whole other topic. Yep, thank you for inviting me on. It's nice to talk to you guys. It's been a while since I was on a debate panel. I was gonna have like debate panel like withdrawal syndrome, which is a thing now that I just invented. Yeah, I already said pretty much everything I wanted to say about the topic when I kind of spoke before we did closing statements. So I'm just gonna say y'all are great. Love talking to you guys. I'm Premier Katya on both X and Blue Sky, so hi.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, in closing, I appreciate y'all being here. It was fun stuff as always. And I gotta say one thing. Listen, if the government is offering handouts for any kind of property damage, them fuckers better come find me first. That's all I'm saying. And I want my goddamn checks. That's it.
As soon as you said, let's say you have some land, I was like, oh no.
I'm just like, these
You gotta get rid of
motherfuckers.
that. You got to get rid of that Trump sign in your yard and put like an immigrants and refugees welcome here. So that
No,
people
you
can
know
give
what
their
happens
money.
if I do that? You know how many cattle get eaten? Like the day after I put that up, I would be out of business. You think it'd be better? I'll tell you what I will do next time. Just go put like a Beto sign out there or a Kamala sign. That'll probably maybe get me some of that government repair money. No, it's awful. Yeah, but that's great. Thanks for coming. It's good stuff. I don't know. I was hoping we'd have some more pushback on that first topic, but y'all didn't bite. And but luckily, the fires gave us enough memes today to have a good panel. I'm pretty excited about that. Go on. But yeah, closing. Yes, coming back tomorrow, 7:30 Central. Debate Championship Semifinals. We're gonna have an announcement how seasonal format's gonna run. I know some people have been like out; they're gonna want to get back in. We're gonna have after about 3 main event. Probably after the first season, I'll be able to post a ranking system, and I have designed an algorithm based off what I learned in my undergrad. I finally put my political science degree to use, and I have designed an algorithm with it and to do the ranking system for us. I'm pretty excited. So it's gonna be fun stuff. That's the big ones. Anyway, we're gonna have it. I think that's it. Yeah. All right. Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna go play some games now.
Peace. Anybody else? Anybody else mad they can't use SPSS?
What's SPSS?
It's like something every fucking undergrad in like psychology and sociology uses. So like to do.
I was a
like,
communication
statistics.
major, so I should know that.
This is like to do your do your A novas for you, so you don't have to do your A novas by hand and shit.
In college.
Yeah, I graduated 7 years ago because I'm a failure in life. But no, Grid One, where are you? Where can you be found, man?
I'm in Tennessee.
No. Talk about.
Oh, I'm on YouTube, man. I'm an unreasonable man on YouTube. It's at Grid1-Motorsports. An unreasonable man.
An unreasonable. You're searchable at this point with an unreasonable man. By the way.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you actually have to tell people you're at this point. Like you can just tell people an unreasonable man, they'll find you.
But I still, dude, I've only been doing this for a year, so I still feel like I'm like this big.
Fuck you. That's all I have to say to that. You're bigger than me.
Scott, I gotta be honest, man. I gotta be honest. I agreed with you like a lot tonight. Like a lot. Like normally I kind of agree with you, but there's some you get into that libertarian role, and I'm like, damn it, Scott, don't go there. Don't please pull it back. Pull it back, Scott.
Dropping seeds.
I'm okay with the libertarian shit. It's the ANCAP cringe that really gets me.
I could just turn it. I literally, that's like I got a white noise filter.
They're one and the same, brother. They're one and the same. Let those fucking fake ass libertarians that aren't anarchists they can fuck right off.
Look,
I gotta have you back on my show again, Scott. You're a great guest, man. You really are. So
yeah, DM me. I usually schedule like
now that you're streaming regularly again
on Saturdays.
Yeah.
But I gotta get out of here. I gotta do the debate tomorrow and stuff.
All right, man.
Good luck in your debate.
Wait, leave me alone. Why are you still here?
Peace. All right. All right, boys. It's been a long night. Oh, man. It was a long night last night, too. Not obviously streaming, but afterwards. Couldn't get to sleep. But I'll be back tomorrow. Probably come in around like 7:30 or something. Not like 6 or, because like it's not a regular streaming day. I just happen to be scheduled for that day. So like I'm not going to like come in at 6 and like try and find 2.5 hours of content. So I'll probably be back around like 7:30 or so, an hour before the debate. We'll have a good time. We'll chit chat. And then, I always do Eastern when I say it. Sorry. So I'll be, the debate is 7:30 Central, but, or 8:30 Eastern, but like I'll probably start the stream around 7:30 Eastern or 6:30 Central. Just like get in here, talk to you guys, shoot the shit, etc. And then Saturday I'll be doing stuff, and then Sunday we'll do a Sunday fun day. Not sure what I'm gonna do just yet. Probably like PoE or something, but we'll figure it out. Marvel's crashed my fucking stream last time, so I don't know how I feel about it. I still haven't quite pinned down for 100% certainty like what it is that caused it, so I don't know. But like, share, subscribe. Join the Discord if you want to get the notifications or you want to chit chat. Consider making stream clips and putting them in the stream clips thing, which is another thing I need to do Saturday. And follow me on X. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Peace.